No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
Hello. Welcome, Fortnite fans, to the Fortnite PlayStation Cup Battle Royale Finals. I'm Kelly Link, joined here by Shio Wager. And Shio, over the next 6 games, we have an incredible tournament series coming to our viewers' way.
Absolutely. PlayStation always does it right. I'm hyped. We've got 2 different types of tournaments coming out too. So whether you like building, whether you don't like building, whatever it is, today is the day and this is the place to be, Kelly.
Whew, man, we got a lot coming your way. We have 100 of the best solo players that are going to be duking it out over 6 games in Battle Royale. But first, let's break down what we kind of saw, how we got here, and what we expect to see throughout the day. Because as I've said before, we've already been watching a little bit of the qualifiers through the last few days. We've actually had 2 sets of qualifiers, and the top 50 players from each qualifier have found their way to the finals today, Shio.
Absolutely. They've played their best. They've been inside the business as well. So 2 quals is a good way to kind of, sift through the competition, get the best people possible. 6 games as per usual for the Fortnite players and the populace. You know what that's about. It's going to be an exciting day, Kelly.
It is going to be an exciting day, and it's mostly exciting because we have a nice prize pool waiting for everyone at the very end right there. It is going to be a $100,000 prize pool spanning all regions. And of course, NAC, which is what we're going to be watching here today, is going to be walking away with 23,000 of that. The lion's share, though, that first place spot, $5,000 for just 6 games of Fortnite. Shio, that's not too bad.
Yeah, I can break down exactly what's going on down here too when it comes to the prize pool. You want to be shooting for that top 20 to get that first bump up inside the payment. So, $300 in total from the 100. But then once you get towards that top 10, that's where the real dosh gets kind of, sold out to everyone. $400 get up, and then after that, 600, 1,000, fourth place, 1,600. It only goes higher and higher till that $5,000 first place slot. It's huge, Kelly. It's a life-changing amount of money.
It really is, and that's part of the reason why I just love the PlayStation 5. It's the best place to play Fortnite tournaments. They offer some of the broadest competitive Fortnite calendars all year long. Shio, I think you and I have now done 4 or 5 PlayStation Cups. I swear, every few months they come back and they bring this, not just like, the prize pool is very, very nice, but also this opportunity for these console players to get this competitive just tournament and this opportunity to kind of hone their skills and climb up that leaderboard to not just claim the prize pool, but also to claim their spot as one of the best PlayStation players. But of course, one of the interesting things today, if you guys have been watching the qualifiers, eliminations were only 2 points per, but now we're getting a little bit of a bump, 3 points per elimination, Shio. I wonder if we're going to see any W key games today.
We should see more. That's the entire idea, right? Like, get the competition a bit hotter, get some better players in there. Better players end up playing a little bit more passive for those end game moments, but you want to make sure that if you're in the business, placement, yes, it gets you all the way up top in terms of how many points you can get, but you also want to be pushing for these elims and getting rewarded for these eliminations as well later on into the game, Kelly.
Whew, man. We got the points, we got the prizing, and we understand what our players are playing for. Of course, that Victory Royale, 60 points is definitely where a lot of our players are going to be looking towards. And speaking of players, Shia, we do still have just a few moments before we jump into our first game. But as far as the PlayStation Cups go, we have had some notable names competing throughout the years. But we have some big FNCS stars showing up today.
Yeah, I think you mentioned Higgs is playing. Was it Reet that we were also talking about?
That's right.
You walk me through. Yeah, okay, so I got some of the names right. We're still in the business. But the fact that these guys are here, first of all, it's 2 things. There's more eyes on the entire competition, which is dope for the PlayStation Cup. That means pressure for a lot of the other players who don't usually have these amount of people watching the game. It also makes the lobby, Kelly, that times harder, right? Like, when you look at the difference in players that are at the top versus even just right below them, that's a big gap.
Oh, 100%. But I was so excited when I found out that not only was Reet in the competition, but also Higgs, two of my favorite players. Like, if Muzz was here, I would have freaked out. But we not only have these incredible FNCS players, we know that the FNCS season is starting back up, so a lot of them are just trying to get whatever competitive ability that they can get. But Higgs is coming off of the solo series win, so he's already off of a big high right now. I'd love to see how he's going to be doing in the console competition. He actually didn't qualify through the first qualifier, had to play again in the second qualifier to make it through. But also, if you look at the old PlayStation solo tournaments that we have players like Jargu, King Kridge, our reigning champ Vlex is competing today. We also have Seelic, Rizmo, Akira. So many big names are going to be competing, and it's not just the big FNCS stars. It is literally like the who's who of console is competing today.
Yeah, and console's no joke. And when we looked at the last PlayStation Cup over in the winter, those games were stacked. As stacked as what I was watching the FNCS, and I actually got to tune in to the solo series a little bit through some of the co-streamers. Those games were also really, really hard to win as well. Very similar in style from what we saw in the last PlayStation Cup that we watched and got to host as well, Kelly. I mean, this is going to be a stacked day. The fact that there's also like that back-to-back component happening at the same time, if there's people playing in both, they're going to be tested tonight.
I don't think anyone's playing in both because I believe the qualifiers were running at the same time.
Okay,
so
that makes sense.
If there is someone playing in both, whoa. But yeah. I do think, yeah, it's everyone. For those of you, like if you just heard Shayo, we do have 2 tournaments running today. That is a little bit different than what we normally have for the PlayStation Cup. And you got us running both of them. So we're pulling a Zekimus Prime right now. We're going to be with you all day. Hopefully we don't get as crazy as him, or hopefully we do. But it's going to be amazing. We have so much coming your way here for the PlayStation Cup. Fortnite has just been kind of on a tear recently. I don't know about you, Shayo, but I love the new South Park additions to the game. The Office is now in Fortnite. There's just so much being added.
Yeah, Stick of Truth is in the business. That kind of changes where the storm is entirely from what I've heard as well. I've been dabbling a little bit in there as I'm shooting other things all across different maps. But for Fortnite specifically, I feel like this is the time to really come alive playing this game. As you mentioned, PlayStation, one of the best places to play it because, first of all, you want more people playing the game. I mean, the lobbies are filling up like crazy from the qualifiers we have here as well. I think this is the most interested PlayStation's, or just the cup itself, has been for Fortnite. I mean, me streaming, day after day, I get questions about the PlayStation Cup. When is the next one? When are you going to be hosting it? What are the rules? Is it build? Is it no build? We get to answer them today. And from what it looks like, all the players are happy to be playing in these games as well.
100%. It's truly, I mean, I've been around the business for a minute. I've been through a lot of esports, and to have a game like this, like Fortnite, have so many opportunities for players, new veterans, console or PC, to have just opportunities to earn some money and to get a little bit competitive practice in. It's just so nice to see. It's so refreshing to see. And obviously PlayStation plans to bring more. So you guys should definitely follow PlayStation on all social media. Make sure that you guys are following through Fortnite so that you guys can find out when there's going to be the next PlayStation Cup, because there's going to be so many more coming. And with this $100,000 prize pool through all the regions, obviously they are willing to put in a big chunk of change just to celebrate you guys. So we've only got a few more minutes because I'm ready to celebrate, Shayo, and the best way that I know to celebrate is to watch some Fortnite.
No, absolutely. And like 6 games, we talked about that as well. There's always been conversations about, like, is it the best amount of games? Is it the worst amount of games? How do you approach 6 games in general? I feel like for these players, if you're new, up and coming, you just got your chance to get into this cup itself, focus down. One bad game, not the worst entirely. You've casted so many FNCS's events, glorious moments, Kelly. You talk to me about the 6 games. What is like the most important game to make sure things are going well?
To make sure the themes are going well. I honestly feel like a lot of our players, because they are younger, are very emotional players, and they kind of snowball. So I think game 1, it's fine. Work things out, figure how things are going. But game 2, I actually think is really important. I think that's when everyone's meta and strategies are kind of solidifying. They're able to kind of bounce off of what other players are doing and kind of build off of that. They have already had a game to kind of review. And then that's when you can kind of do tiny little shifts. Because if it's game 6 and you're going to be one of those players that's dropping on another person, you're either in second place trying to take first and you don't need to make too many changes, or you are in the bottom and there's probably not much help anyway. So, I feel like it's standard Fortnite, Chayo.
No, absolutely. And I feel like game 6 from the last PlayStation Cup as well, it went down to the wire, right? There were people who were just neck and neck, points and points. Every moment will matter, so make sure you're playing the best way you're playing too. You mentioned the South Park update with the map as well. The fact that it's lasted this long and there's some stuff from previous seasons coming back, certain shotguns, certain ARs. If you were good back then, you're still good now. For players playing inside this format, you saw the Elands being at 3 points. Would you key in here, Kelly, or is Kelly more of a passive player playing for placement?
Oh, me? Oh, I'm hiding at a bush the entire time. I'm only playing zero build, first of all, so we wouldn't even see me for the next 3 hours. But, you know, I have seen some players, and what a surprise, I'm going to talk about him, Reet. During some of his qualifiers, he had double-digit elimination games. We know, with it being a console cup, that's going to be pretty rare. I don't know if that's necessarily what we're going to see from him right now. And he even admitted on his stream that he was playing a little bit more loose during the second qualifier. So we're probably not going to be seeing super crazy W key games. I think with it being console cup and with the new meta, we're probably going to be seeing a little bit of heal off potential, which is standard Fortnite. But I think it's going to be exciting. I think with how many big names are in here and how many players are kind of trying to prove themselves at the start of the year, that we are going to see some crazy plays.
No, absolutely. And one of the things you mentioned, that heal off, it's still very important to be able to navigate it well. We saw in the past too, with that meta being in place, yes, it gets you up top towards that top 10, top 5. But then from there, you have to path through the wall to make sure your heals are still going off. You have to be able to path to find the next body and stop another heal off. I mean, the things that happen towards the end of the game, even if it might be guaranteed, you still got to put in the work.
Oh yeah, 100%. And just with like the mobility that's gotten added to the game, there's a lot of opportunities for players to kind of just like chase down everyone. That the wingsuit has just been one of my favorite additions to the game. It's honestly one of the most balanced mobile like items that I've seen added to it, and I think it's just going to benefit Fortnite as a whole. But I do think we might actually see a little bit over aggression than we normally see. You know, it's, again, we're getting into the EWC, we're getting into the FNCS. There's a lot of big names that are going to be competing right now. And with it being the start of the competitive year, I think a lot of people are going to try and prove themselves.
No, as they should. Definitely, as they should. I want to see exactly how things break down between these players as well, Kelly, because we're getting pretty close to game so far.
We are indeed. Thank you all for your patience. I know you want us to stop talking, but we still have a few minutes before we get into the games, everyone. And it's going to be very exciting for the PlayStation Cup here. If you guys want to join the next PlayStation tournament, make sure to just follow PlayStation on all social media. They run these events all the time. It is $100,000 that is up just for this PlayStation Cup between all the regions. So they're willing to put in some pretty big prize pools for you players. So please, if this seems like something that you want to be a part of, go follow go follow PlayStation on all social media.
No, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to the support for the scene, this has become like an endemic part of the season. I feel like they get some good practice up as well, and make sure that things, even if you're not playing on PlayStation, you can jump on easily and get into some of these games. The build aspect of these games too. I mean, I personally, I know you're saying you're going to be inside that no build mode. I love the build mode. I love the building. I love the way it started off. It's that chess match, you know, between two different players. And I just, some of the prowess we see and some of the hype retakes we were watching back in the old cup, insane from the side of the PlayStation kids who are running around just being absolutely amazing at what's available inside the hemisphere of Fortnite. That being said too, with the way the new season's playing out with some of the new POIs, people have had some time now in the new season, Kelly, to just kind of get used to things. Will that make a difference, you know, comparatively, like, you know, to a new season that's out and it's more about the up and comers? Now there's been a bit of practice over time for some of these players.
I would say that if this was a normal FNCS tournament where we can kind of expect the same top players to be in the finals every single time, yes. But I think with this being a, you know, PlayStation Console Cup, that it is going to be like new players. The meta's not necessarily been established, or the respect between players hasn't been established. I was just talking about how Higgs walked away in first place out of the solo series tournament, but that was partially due to the fact that Clix was landing also near him, his teammate in the duos FNCS, and there is some benefits having a teammate or a player that you know land near you. You know, hands up. I'm not saying anything. So, you know, there obviously isn't the same opportunities between different tournament series because you're not going up against the same players. So I don't think that, yes, obviously the players that are veterans that have had hundreds of hours in the new year over the new season are going to have advantage over the newer players, but I don't think they're going to have the same advantages in this tournament that they would in others.
No, and that's facts. I mean, and that's one of the reasons why for this one, it's time to really lock it in. And I know you guys back home are just waiting for this one to start. Don't worry. Once it starts, it's not going to stop. You might actually make us or pray for us to stop it a little bit, to slow it down, because the action gets that hot. So just bear with us just a little bit longer. But what you're going to be expecting is these players coming in hot off those two quals. And having two quals is a very big difference as well. Approaching the game, it means that we're getting the best players possible. It means that people like Higgs, who might have not qualified in that first one, can come through in the second, lock it in. You get kind of the best of the best players playing, and that matters a lot when it comes to a format like this. 60 points for the VR. You got 3 points for Elim as well. Playing for 5,000 total dollars. Kelly, we ask this question every time. 5K. What are you buying first?
Ooh, Karama did really well in the first qualifier. I know I shouldn't put his name up there, and I'm not going to. I did appreciate. Ah, man, we got Higgs. Higgs just got. But he's not. No, it's not. It's not Higgs.
You missed the question. I said, if you win the $5,000, what are you buying first? Yeah.
Oh my God! I thought you said, "What are you buying first?" As in, who are you buying for?
What are you buying for first? No.
Oh, V-Bucks every time.
V-Bucks every time. Respects.
Yeah. I actually have like a second money account that just transfers at least 10%. You know how they say like put 40% to savings, put 20% to I put at least 10% into V-Bucks every time.
True. I take my 5K PSN cards or take my $5,000, put it back for a tournament for the tier 2 players that are playing right now. Players that might have the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? And then the prize winnings from that one, take a pocket for that. If the tier 3 players, give them a little bit as well, you know? Keep the money rolling in the community. I think that's the goal.
Just whittle your way down till you're at a local LAN center and you're like, hey kid, I got $10 right here. This is for you if you win this Fortnite tournament. I like it. No, honestly, and that's, I feel like we do actually see that a lot from our community. Maybe not necessarily putting in a prize pool like what you're saying where they earn money and then they put money in, but so many of our players and our streamers and YouTubers have just like done partnerships through different like companies, different endemic sponsors to run events. It's so cool. Like not only does Fortnite put on their own tournaments, and not only does third-party events such as like the PlayStation Cup put on their events, but also literally our streamers and YouTubers are also putting on tournaments and events with prize pools. So again, like Fortnite, just as far as an esport goes, has so much opportunity and so much potential for like players that I've just never seen before in any other competitive scene.
Absolutely. And I think one of the reasons for that, for some of these more recent tournaments, I think for the one that Courage had, was the idea that they had like an icon skin. If you had like a pickaxe inside your icon skin, Kelly, what is that looking like?
Ooh. So I think of me and I think of Dragon Ball Z, but Dragon Ball Z is already in the game. If you can't tell from my various Dragon Ball Z figurines, I kind of like it. I like steak. So maybe like instead of a pickaxe, it could be like a butcher's knife. I cook a lot.
Okay.
I also
like
garden a lot. So maybe like a rake or something. For my back bling, it's gonna be my dog. I'm gonna have like a little like dog carrier.
Okay. I like that.
And then for an emote, it's got to be like the 4-star Dragon Ball. Like I have the 4-star Dragon Ball. It has to be something Dragon Ball Z. Now, Shayo, give me your locker.
My locker. Okay, so pickaxe wise, just give me like, I don't even know. It's just aura. It's like emanating aura. You can change the color. I don't even know. I'm gonna ask. If I ask and I'm in trouble, it is what it is. Is Jujutsu Kaisen inside the game?
Oh no.
No. Okay.
I think it is. No, I think it is.
Is it? I'm not even sure. You got to let me know. If it's not, it is what it is. But something like cursed aura energy, give me that. And if not that, back bling, just give me like give me a nice little rectangle. Just give me a random rectangle that spins. Give me a spinning rectangle, like those guys who spin like shop signs on the streets. Give me that. And then I want shoes. I know Fortnite does shoes now.
Oh, yep.
Give me some shoes. Yeah. I want some shoes.
Dunks. I got some nice shark little plushy sneakers for myself. Yeah, nice. Very nice. Yeah.
I like it a lot. Okay, listen. Things are going under tow right now. We're gonna see exactly what's happening very, very soon when it comes to the game starting up and us getting into the server. But before that, I want to remind you again, if you did miss it, this cup, the PlayStation Cup we're looking at right now, $5,000 for first place. I believe Kelly said it's $100,000 in total pricing across all the regions. We're just focused on Central right now, in a Central, that is. And then when it comes to the point format as well, Kelly, we mentioned that it's a bit more aggressive. 3 points per elimination. I think the most we've ever seen in a game might be closer to like 23 when it comes to some of these players going on a roll. Do you prefer like that early game Peterbot W key or the end game craziness that comes down? I'm going to mention a name, but I think half the kids were not born who are watching this when some of these players were competing. So I'm not going to say any old school classic names. You let me know. What is your preference, the early heat or the late fire?
Definitely the late fire. And I think you could
Yeah.
also put Peterbot's name into the late fire as well.
Of course,
Because we've seen him come down to a solo competition where, he's either playing trios or duos, and it goes down to solo. And just to see him tear through, because you have all the layers, right? When it's an early game aggression, it's 1v1, and honestly, it just looks like someone's bullying another person. When
True.
you see that player go through the end game on an absolute tear, how they are rotating, healing, making sure that they're reloaded, also paying attention behind them, because there's players waiting in Storm to kind of rotate in front, somehow balancing where they need to be in the layers, and then also getting elimination after elimination. The mental power, the Gundam Suit Zero system download that they have of the lobby, that is what's separate, because you can have bad players still do well in a 1v1. But I would be hard-pressed to find a bad player just wreck an endgame.
Yeah, navigating it is like one of the most magical things when it comes to Fortnite. The reason why some of these players compete, why people watch, it's like one of the best parts of the entire game. Definitely when it comes to late fire, that is the best way to go. I think that when it comes to the competition as well, a lot of players, this might be their first time competing. Both of us are storied individuals when it comes to approaching esports. Yeah. When it comes to your first competition, were you nervous, Kelly, when you were this feels like I'm interviewing Kelly, but that's totally fine.
No.
If were you nervous or were you excited the first time you played in an event like this?
Ooh, okay. So the first time that I ever entered an esports competition was a Soul Calibur 3 competition. I went to a LAN center, and at this point I've defeated pretty much anyone that I went up against. All my friends, the college dorm, the local LAN center. I was able to defeat everyone. And then I go sign up for the Soul Calibur tournament, and the first person I go up against, I said, oh, it's Mike, this guy named Mike. And so I go into the room, I'm like, hey, who's Mike? And someone goes, Mike the God. And this kid stands up, this skinny kid with big glasses, and I get just 0-2'd immediately. Yeah, I was very nervous, and it ruined my experience, and I never entered another competition. So asking me that question, probably not the best story.
All right. I hear you. We'll ask about your second competition in a bit. Right now, we're having some technical issues on our side connecting to the actual game, and we're looking into that. So the game's ongoing, and we'll be back when the issues are resolved. Don't go anywhere. Sit tight. We'll be back after this.
PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
Well, hello and welcome everyone to the PlayStation Cup featuring Fortnite. We got Battle Royale going on right now, and we really appreciate your patience, everyone. But it looks like we got our observers into the game, and we are now looking at match number 2 for the tournament series. Shio, you know, the game 1 was just too exciting. We couldn't even show it to the audience.
It's a little bit hot when it comes to what happens inside that first game. We'll have a little bit of an update for you guys. Looks like Sin Scare won that first match with 9 eliminations towards the end. So look at the math real quick. We got like what, 27 points off of elims, and then after that 60 points on top of that. 87-point game. Is looking kind of hot, Kelly.
Oof, I love to see Scare there. Scare, if this is the Scare from the solo series tournaments, he actually just got 6th place off of that solo series final. So to see him continuing his solo domination over here in the PlayStation Cup, I love to see it. But right now, just taking a quick look at Noisy. He's going to be at Battlewood Boulevard right now. This new map is it hits close to home. At first, I wasn't aware that it was a Los Angeles map, and then I started to kind of recognize some certain things. I was like, oh wait, that's my backyard right there. So love to see the additions that we get into Fortnite. They're always just changing up everything anytime there's a new chapter, a new season. But Noisy not changing anything up too much right now, playing a pretty standard start to Fortnite.
Noisy gets to rocket, just about getting your hard mats on now, your metal, your brick. Make sure that that's on point. The lobby's going to equalize from the off spawn fights, down to 85 from 96. And past that as well, you got to take a few risks in these spots to get some of that loot. You can see the boulevard has been separated by a few players so far, trying to get their mats up, and a few of these players might want to even get their elim high. Storm surge is a big thing. You want to make sure you're not going to be getting hit by that surge later on in the game. This is one of the best times to take those fights. But to rattle off some more names from that first match, just to give you guys an update as to what's going down. Again, reminder, you can see it in the top right, match 2 is what we're looking at right now. All the players are not having any issues. They're playing the games. For us here, we're going to be slowly getting into things, looking at how these matches are going on. We mentioned that Scare won the game, 9 elims. It was Clixie, actually. Clixie 42 was 2nd place, 7 elims right behind. Zerum in 3rd with 3. So it looks like Scare and Clixie were in the business, kind of farming as much as they could. High, low ground, mid, whatever it was. They were getting their fair share of eliminations towards the end of the game. Past that, a few more notable names that might have done better than everyone else. Osid, 6 eliminations, 8th place overall. Looked really nice. And then Higgs, as you were mentioning, Kelly, 11th place in that game. So it could have been last alive, could have lost the heal off as well. 2 elims. They're in the business. I think right behind him at 12th.
Hey, let's go. Game number 1, you're kind of figuring everything out, where everyone's standing, what's the strategy. You can look at the drop maps beforehand, but with it being a PlayStation Cup, that some players are probably going to be changing up their drop spot last minute. Ooh, but I see into the distance of Noisy Vlex there. He's actually our reigning PlayStation Solo Cup champion, so a lot of eyes are going to be on to him. But Noisy right now having a pretty easy start. Does take a little bit of a tag right there, but not too pressed onto returning any fire. Sharkman is off into the distance, and actually there's a few big names landing over around here. We got players like Sharkman, Rizmo, Skyjump, Noisy, Yuma, and a few others landing over here at Battle Boulevard. But it is such a big POI, Shio. I don't think there is too much of a concern as far as having to face off anyone in a 50-50 right off the jump. But what I would be worried about is that sky base that Skyjump is building over there.
Yeah, I mean, you can just the brand's in the name, right? Sky, build towards it. I guess that's what you want to do. Okay, nice shots from Noisy as well. It's going to be scary to be able to peek from anywhere you think it might be safe, and I'm not sure if that base is inside the boulevard, but it will be kind of the security tower surveying everyone else. It's still going to be a spicy game so far. The zone kind of just completely cutting Battlewood Boulevard straight in half.
Honestly, I feel like Skyjump is just really getting into the mood of Los Angeles. He's like, there's not enough big towers. There's not enough big buildings over here. I want to add some real estate, and we're going to get you guys a new skyscraper up in here. And just making sure that he's aware of where everyone else is going. Honestly, the position that he has right now is pretty good. He's kind of on the angle right now of Boulevard. So he's going to be seeing if there's anyone else going to be rotating. Obviously, with them being already kind of on the western side, they're not going to get too many players rotating through west to east. But having that tower is just going to give him visibility, and I'm guessing he probably already has a wingsuit on him. So that's just going to give him more distance to travel once he does need to rotate.
And I hear you guys in the chat, even if you're not saying it, might be wondering, why is Noisy like the man of the hour? Why are we only watching this player the entire time? We're working on getting a few more observers inside the game. As that's happening, we're just locked in with Noisy for the moment. I mean, he gets to have the spotlight. We get to see exactly where our brother wants to go. 79 players up in the fray as well. So a few fell over, and Noisy's only built up some of their Storm Surge the entire time on both Sharkman and a few other players around him. But right now, we'll be sticking with this POV. Even do like an immersive, what if you were at this player type of perspective on this entire game?
I would immediately log off because I would realize that everyone is watching my gameplay and I don't want to embarrass myself anymore. So I would just be like, oh no, my computer disconnected and no one would be able to watch me. But if I am this player right now, having that legendary tactical pistol right from the start and then having a blue pump, that is a pretty dang good start right now. They got heals. They're not necessarily using them all right now, but they don't really need to. They're in a really good position, kind of surrounded by everyone else, but not necessarily in a dangerous spot. So if they need to get some tags, they have an easy access to players pretty much all around them. And if they need to disengage, they do have that jetpack that'll get them out.
I passed disengagement. When it comes to engagement, everybody kind of just flooding in around them now. I see double the arrows that I saw before when it comes to the players. The mini map on the bottom right. Again, as a reminder, match 2. So things have already happened for Noisy before. I'll actually tune in and see exactly where he might have ended up placing inside that first game. But past that, so far, doing really good playing through this one. As for Noisy, able to get a nice base right beside the bridge as well. So you'll see some people maybe bolstering up underneath him, and past that, anyone who's trying to walk past him is going to be getting that beam. You just want to make sure you just are getting as many shots in as possible and refreshing those mats as you keep moving.
Oof. As this zone does close, kind of pulling a little bit south, we're gonna have some interesting opportunities all around the map. There's through these, what are they called? There's like this teleporter thing throughout the map right now that's kind of in this area that they're closing in. So it'd be interesting to see the corridor, or the collider corridors that are throughout the map. It'll be interesting to see if anyone kind of prioritizes that, or if it's even available right now. But Noisy just kind of enjoying himself, taking a moment, quite quiet right now for someone named Noisy, but possibly aware that all eyes are on him right now. And it looks like there's just not too much action going on throughout the map.
It's quiet for the moment. Some players just rattling shots up against each other. From Noisy's perspective, I can see more people even flooding in from that left side. A few more people taking action on that mini map towards the right. This has happened in like classic Fortnite days where we only got to have one POV. There's a lot you can learn from what's going down. So let me break it down for some of the people that are used to getting that TikTok type of feed where you get to, flip through everyone, get to see every fight. When we were here back in the day, there were some things you can pick up with context. First of all, you look at the mini map 24/7 just to see changes. How many players are there? I just saw a new player get up right where that is it SOS or SUS on that mini map. There's a player right beside there on the top left, meaning there's even more people coming in while this zone is closing. Noisy's position is that much better. Playing south side right now seems to be the wave. On top of that, Noisy, the way he's played, got a little bit active inside that last circle, shot a few bullets here and there, 396 above. Cinema. So it looks like this game has had some really big action very early. Noisy might have been in one of those altercations and one of those engagements. You have to be fighting right now or you're going to be in trouble. As I say that, some people forced to fight glows and picks up FX is going crazy right now.
Yeah, they do changes to Siphon, or not to Siphon, I'm so sorry, to the Storm Surge. Has been very interesting to see how players kind of change up their strategy a little bit. And obviously there's been some dialogue based off of it, but for me, I'm just excited to see some changes and some probably evolution that we're going to be seeing over the next few months as the chapter continues on to how they're going to be continuing to evolve Storm Surge. But Noisy right now, great little roof right there to
aura. That's just aura. Yeah, sometimes you can't contain the talent that Noisy has, so the game's got to show you he's built different.
That was maybe his wingsuit was built different as well. I don't know if he did the proper checks beforehand, but regardless, he's in He's in a better spot right now. He's not necessarily in zone just yet, and there's still a few players around him that are looking to rotate towards that northeastern side, towards Sus Studios. And man, when you said SOS, I was like, oh, I wish it was called SOS Studios. That'd be so much better. But it is unfortunately called Sus Studios.
Sussy.
It's a little sussy, as we like to say here. He has plenty of damage above Storm Surge right now, so he's not in too much of a concern. And with it being solos, you know that there's probably a few passive players out there that have taken a little bit of damage right now. He's looking to be a bit just poking, seeing players rotating around him. And once again, using that wingsuit to rotate around, does get dinged just a little bit. And oh no, the bug comes out noisy. He's able to box up just a little bit, but so many eyes are on him, and people know that those shields are broken, and the focus is just going to be coming down onto Noisy. Hopefully, all between everyone else trying to rotate right now, they're not going to be able to focus too much on him, and it looks like he's going to have just a moment to breathe here and recuperate his losses.
There's some walls around him he can farm, but it's all about real estate right now. Look at the amount of people that have just kind of spawned on top of Noisy. I saw scaring that feed, picking up some elims as well. So when it comes to the people who are getting points, it looks like the rich get richer. Sharkman, who started beside where Noisy was as well, has been taken down by Sturgeon. So his rotate is not looking to be the cleanest so far. Zone will come in. He's barely inside right now. He needs to expand this by a box. For context as well, Noisy 67th last game, Kelly. He's looking to just get up there. And actually, this is the play. He's fine now. He's big chilling.
Yeah, you say he's fine, but I see all those arrows on the northwestern corner, and that zone is pulling far northeast, or say northwestern, southwestern zone, and that zone's pulling northeast. So all of these players are probably going to be launching up into the air at the same time, and there'll be just a few moments of respite before everyone is just going to be shooting up into the air for all of those players that are able to get into zone just a little bit earlier. This is going to be a bit disastrous of a few moments as everyone starts to rotate over. You can see Noisy a little bit unsure if anyone's going to be behind him, waiting to launch up into the air because he knows there's just so many foots around him. He can probably see those audio tags going all around him, but able to actually get a pretty decent rotate compared to what we've seen him get before, Shayo. That is a much needed improvement from before.
Oh, absolutely. Right to where you can farm a few mats as well, recycle that brick, and like a profit of 5 every time you mine it up. But this is a pit stop. This is not the end of the journey. Still halfway through this zone rotation. The arrows are catching up. This is where he can do some damage, get above that threshold even more if he wants to, but seems as though Noisy just wants to move.
He is wanting to move, and there is a little bit of a plateau right there, but unfortunately not able to reach it. And as he takes a few more dings, he's down to 34 HP and only a few minis to be able to bring himself up to 50 shield. That is not going to be the position he wants to be in as we do reach sort of the second half of the game. There isn't even 50 players down right now, Shayo. Majority of the lobby is still there, and it feels like all eyes are on Noisy right now. Look how congested that southwest side is.
It's tough for Noisy for the moment. A little bit of panic builds has kind of gotten at least 2 boxes worth of materials out of his inventory, and then past that, he's just been surviving, not thriving. Hasn't gone for any shots onto any players. So for Noisy in this moment, things are struggling down from 200 above Surge now to 29. It's a matter of just moments, a matter of just bullets in terms of a difference between him and everyone else. Trying to rattle in some wooden builds, sees nothing, more players just dropping all around him. Noisy trying to see where to go next, and Kelly, it's a max pull again.
That is not what you want to see. Just look at how many people he is going to have to pass by. And also they have this awkward plateau, so you're not going to be able to get exactly the position you want to if you're going for that vertical jump. But Noisy right here just trying to make his way through slowly. Players are able to make builds, and he lands right on top of another player and able to box up just fine. His mats not in the best position, but also not in the worst. Noisy has also been able to hold on to his shotgun ammo, so as we know, these zones get closer and closer. He is still going to be able to get a few good shots in, and still with some ammo for that tac pistol as well. He's not necessarily down and out just yet, Shayo, but with only 44 damage above, he's going to have to start making moves.
Absolutely. We'll see what else Noisy does. Is he makes sure he's still locked into the game. Biggest thing right now for this zone is that there's no elevation, so your mats do actually end up being able to get used for a longer amount of time. You don't have to get crazy for a box fight just yet. The mat total right now that Noisy has, I would actually recommend a boss fight if there was a hill coming in the way. Smaller move now, and it's kind of pulling towards him, so he can start to branch out if he wants to first. A few people are already starting to do so, but Surge is active, only 43 over. I wonder if he's worried.
Oof. Yeah, a lot of players need to go down right now for Storm Surge to deactivate. And unfortunately for Noisy, I don't know if he's going to be one of those players that is able to just going to wait it out. He has no white heals. Zone is going to be pulling towards the west, which isn't the worst position he's been in as far as zone pulls goes for this game, but he is still just not able to get any visibility on any players. He looked like he was able to just get one quick tag, but now everyone is already starting to make their way over, and he is in the backside of zone now, so he's not going to be able to get any tags in here. He's going to have to rotate, and it looks like he's actually foregoing the jetpack launch just to be able to get some tags. But as I say that, he is now getting low into health, able to pull just a few more minis. Is he going to be able to survive this? And it looks like he's able to go up into the air. Shio, is he going to be able to land and box up is the real question, though.
Needs to find someone to get rich off of right now because nothing else is really working for the moment. Let's finally get in, but down to wood and metal, has to sift between the two. I mean, this is looking dire for our guy Noise. He's still looking at the rest of the people up inside the board. And we see Slepsy, who used to have height, kind of falls down. Day up in the way too. Noisy walks right by him. A few more people upside on this layer. I'm liking the creative use between both the wood walls and metal as well. This is where trouble is for Noisy, though. How do you find an elimination?
Oof. I mean, elimination might not be what he's looking for, but a few more dings, just making sure that he's staying in the conversation as far as Storm Surge goes. You know, this being a solo competition, players are going to be staying alive as long as possible. But Noisy with just 17 HP left. I don't know how long he's going to be living. A good 100 shot right there, but is it going to be enough to get the elimination overall? He's breaking, he's chasing, but unfortunately drops down just a little bit, not able to recover, but he's able to box himself up and takes another breather.
That drop down, though, look at what it cost him. A lot of his mats, just 4 mats left, a few walls, a box, whatever needs to happen has to happen now. Stay next to him, and it could be there, a possibility, and a big shot. Elimination for Noisy. Able to not get the mats, but the siphon might just be enough to get him pushing. 35 HP, that's all he has. No more mats, just bullets. Impact's in the way, all the way down to the ground inside the storm, and beamed by C22 on high ground.
C22 now on high ground, 6 HP, and of course with that mythic pistol, he's going to be able to do some serious damage, and he's still got some heals on lock as well. A little bit of a build, but he does drop down, allowing Amp to steal high ground away from him. But you can see he's still peeking up, looking for the chop to take away high ground once again. However, he's going to have to disengage right here. Stuck in Storm. Is he going to be using the jetpack? He's breaking builds, but he doesn't need to. He's kind of mismanaging what the priorities he needs to. He's going for the height steal over Amp, and is able to take it away, but Amp going for the shot. He gets the elimination, though. C22 is here for it.
Rewarded with a chug jug. Had those floppers to use as well. A very clutch pyramid to stop the build fight in the moment that it happened. And then he had that shot reversed right onto Amp. I mean, what a play from C22. Now he just surveys what's going down below, understands that the build is looking good. Ground, though, is kind of going a bit further away. Might have to build down. No, choosing to stay up for the moment.
Oof, man, he has full wood builds right now, and it looks like no one is going to be looking up at him. He is still choosing to go for metal builds on high ground right now. I'd kind of be shifting to wood builds if I were him, and as you can see, he's moving now onto bricks as he doesn't have any more metals, but able to pick up some more mats. What a refresh right there. C22 able to hold on, and he's going to be going for some heals and actually switches out the jetpack for some crash pads. An interesting choice right there.
Oh no, can't be disaster like this. 40 HP, the slurp kind of takes him alive. At the same time, a build fight. Max builds, though. Pyramids everywhere. C22 blocking any chance of a jump up. It's him just making sure that he sticks on the height. No chug jug to be able to go back for this time either. No heal game, just shots in front of him. Gonna miss one on his slaps. Blocked on the right side again. C22, the awareness, the horizontal dedication to keeping his height is huge. But you have to put floors down, son. You can't lose like that. Tragic for our guy C22.
Ah, man, when you look to the sky, you forget the ground below you. Creon right now, deep below. He's looking to just kind of break some builds around him, see if there's any eliminations, opportunities, any possibilities to get some help on him with that siphon. Unfortunately, no, he does go down with just 4 eliminations, but now we're looking at Clixie right now, one of our top competitors in the PlayStation Cup. He does only have 1 weapon, but able to get a quick refresh right there, able to loot up, and has now a full loadout. Not too many builds, though. He's looking for the player right above him, right below him, I should be saying. It's a 1v1. No, wait, the player is just above him, but he's waiting. He's waiting. It's Slepsy that is up on top. Clixie versus Slepsy right now. Shio, who is it going to come down to?
This might just be Clixie's second place in that first game, and now he's looking for the overall first position in the tournament early. That means, though, he has to beat someone on height, someone that's just rattling through his mats and what seems to be his HP pool now. Has a little bit of a say in the conversation, starts to talk back, but Slepsy just tells him to shut up and stay low. Doesn't matter. More beams coming in. This one, it's not going to be a good conversation. A paragraph straight to his head, shotgun, some punctuation to end the sentence. I mean, for Slepsy, it's easy. For Clixy, it's not bad. It's another second place game. But for everyone in that one, it's chaos, Kelly, in game 2.
That was the exact chaos that I want to see. And if we're going to be chaotically thrown into a game randomly, that's how I want it to end, Shio. We had some big names competing right there, players fighting for high ground, and then, of course, the exciting 1v1 at the very end with two of our top competitors in the competition. That is what it is all about.
Yeah, action on all sides. And I like the, I kind of like the vibe and the story of the game as well. Following Noisy, looking at a perspective we don't get to see usually from some of the people that end up in the 30th, 20th place slots. He has a chance too to really level up. I like some of those rotations that we saw from that guy in the game.
Yeah, great rotations right there. And everyone, I know that there was some people in chat asking, well, why are we only paying attention to one? We are having some technical difficulties, so our observers are quite limited right now. We do appreciate your patience so much, everyone. We are making sure that our players are able to play the game. They're still going on like nothing's wrong. But for the viewing experience, we're going to be playing it a little bit on hard mode right now. So everyone, again, just stick with us. We're going to be having a great time. And thank you so much for watching us right now. But Shio, that's just game number 2. We just have 4 more games to go for this series, and then we have another six to go on later.
Yeah, for the second game overall too, you were asking me, Cully, does Clixy have what, or does Clixy have what it takes? That's the word right there. That's the sentence. I want to answer yes. Right now, I talked about it, needs to maybe win that one for the first overall slot. No, he is in first place from what we see.
Ooh.
2 matches, 13 elims, 145 placement wins. We saw Scare getting active in that mid game and a little bit through those moving circles, so he's also there, just 4 points behind. But that second place was really, really important for Clixy overall.
Oof, yeah, just looking at the leaderboards right now, we got some of our big names for the console cups up here. Clixy, Scare, Slepsy, and Vlex, our reigning solo champ. And then we also have Higgs in 5th place right now. You got Yuma and Amp. It is the who's who in our leaderboard right now. But they still have 4 more games to go before we figure out who is going to be walking away with the lion's share of that $100,000 prize pool that is spread out between all of our regions right now, Shio. But for us, we're just getting ready for game number 3.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the midpoint looks like inside this tournament, because at this moment, like, heal off is not even a thing. That was a full 1v1. There was no elevation inside those circles either, so there could have been a chance for someone to just kind of hide, do what they wanted to do. We saw drop chug jugs, we saw fall damage eliminations as well. I mean, everything was inside that game, but most importantly, Clixy held true. 2 games, 2 second places. Guy's going to be tough to beat if he's going to stay this consistent this entire tournament.
Yeah, consistency isn't something that I'm asking for, though. Obviously, that's what the players are looking for. We like to say that, high ground wins games, below ground wins tournaments, and that's because low ground allows you to be a bit more consistent throughout them. And from what we're seeing right now, Clixy getting 2 second places, he's just going for both of them. He wants the wins and he wants the consistency, and that is exactly how you need to do it. Not necessarily too aggressive. We did see Scare go for that 9 elimination victory royale in game number 1. Unfortunately, we weren't able to watch that, but to get 9 eliminations, almost double-digit eliminations in a finals for console is potentially unheard of. We have seen it done, but is very rarely done. So big shout outs to Scare right there.
Yeah, it's very hard to do. And right now, past Scare in 3rd place, I think we have Highland Bass. He's in the business as well. 126 points. So there's a gap between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, about a 20-point gap. Right behind him, a 30-point gap, if I can do my math correctly. It might be a bit more, might be a bit less, but it's Vlex. FRT Vlex is in the business. Right behind Vlex by a point, Higgs. So the top 5, Higgs, Vlex, Highland, Scare, and Clixy. A few gaps between them. Amp, that we were also watching, Kelly, 6th place overall. So some of these guys are right where they're supposed to be, right near the top.
Yeah, 100%. But we can't, rest on their laurels just yet. They still have plenty of opportunities to not just get up the leaderboard, but also go down the leaderboard. A lot of these players are going to be looking to change things up if things didn't go their way for the first 2 games. So definitely, especially with it being a console cup, players might be changing up their drop spot a little bit. Might not be giving Clixy and Scare the easy drops that maybe they've been experiencing so far. But for me, Shio, I would probably be sticking with my drop spot. I don't know if I'm one of those players that would change things up. Even if I'm 2nd place, a few points behind 1st, I think I'm sticking with my strategy into the final game.
Hey, SOB, stand on business is what they say. I'm with it. I'm with it. Stay at the drop spot. The switches are a little bit of an issue. I had this like dream where I wish that I could have a different drop spot for every single game based on like where people are landing. Way back when I was competing,
Yeah.
not the case. Kelly, I didn't play so well, so
No.
don't worry about that one. Have a nice spot. Make sure it's regulated and controlled by yourself in the scrims. Make sure it's locked in for the game day as well. When it comes to game day, when it comes to mastery, we're also figuring out how those things or how that looks for us here on broadcast. So bear with us. We're almost there when it comes to actually jumping in the game. Hopefully having some more observers, but we'll keep you updated as that rolls out. In that first game though, Boulevard, a big thing in terms of how many people were rotating there in the mid game. Sky Jump had that big base. Does that happen a lot in some of these, mid sort of POIs or mid game POIs? Not every POI, there's no mid POI. Does it happen a lot, Kelly, where someone's making that big of a base?
In solo competitions, I would definitely say that we are seeing these storm surge towers that you would expect to only be in the FNCS, but no, we are definitely seeing these towers pretty much everywhere. It is the FNCS, and it looks like they're trying to be making storm surge changes, and they were kind of hoping to fix the tower issues. Unfortunately, though, not too much of a change, but I do appreciate that they're still making efforts to kind of change and figure out what they can do to make mid-game a bit more interesting than everyone just towering up and shooting at each other.
Want to make sure you get those points for Surge. Want to make sure that things look safe for you as well as you do it. I understand. For this one, we get to tune in at a earlier point from what we saw before. We're at that, pre-zone 1 situation. Slepsy, the winner of that last game, locking it down, 126 points in total. This might be the person in 3rd place overall. So on the leaderboards, if you ever see me mention the word Highland, it'll be Slepsy, but I'll make sure that I use his in-game name and not the leaderboard name. Now we have a new task for the casters.
Oh, I love it. Just add more to it. But Slepsy here, an interesting drop spot that he has right here, kind of these mountain areas northeast of Cartman Land. But what I like about it is how many static launch pads there are there. You're able to also get a little bit of a brick here. And there is definitely some chests. But once you loot up, you know that there's not going to be too many people probably landing over in this POI. And you have so many opportunities to kind of get some shots of players down below you. You have so much verticality that you just have visibility throughout half the map. And with these launch pads everywhere, you don't have to worry about wasting early mobility. You can kind of just allow yourself to travel anywhere throughout the northern half of the map. So an interesting drop spot for Slepsy. Might not be the most glamorous POI, but it is definitely something that has a lot of value and a lot of merit.
I feel like all these north spots over time, like map after map after map, have all been, some of the lower key ones, but this will offer so much value. Seeing it for the first time too, I'm liking the aesthetic. This is looking kind of nice.
It is so crazy. I mean, I don't know how much of a fan of South Park you are, but the references, the inside jokes, everything that they have added into Cartman Land blows my mind. I've seen every episode of South Park, and just the one episode references that are thrown into here is jaw-dropping. Slepsy going for a jaw-dropping shot, unfortunately not able to get anything just yet, but it looks like he's going to be slowly rotating his way down the mountain and trying to grab a few more tags before things start progressing.
Is the name of the game. Saw how important some of these slurps were all the way towards the very back as well. Strike's not going to be able to loot anymore in this game, though. It looks like there's a few more people alive than what we saw in that previous one as well. Slepsy might be going for a free pick of an Elam here. Maybe just trying to get the wood up for now, too. Lots more to loot, too, when it comes to the metal. Wow, there's so much available on this little loot route that Slepsy's made up.
Yeah, this little building right here, definitely providing a lot of metal, a lot of opportunities for him. And there is that player just northwest. I'm not too certain if Slepsy is fully aware that the player is there. I don't know if they're kind of trying to like bully them and wait for them to rotate, and then that's why they're kind of taking a few moments here. It definitely seems like they are aware that there should be a player nearby just by how they're kind of like peeking around. Ah, there we go. Now we got a few shots, a few dings, but not too much of an engagement.
Be chill for now. So looking at more again, might just be able to rock with Slepsy for the moment. There'll be so much more to do, and now you're realizing that somebody might have started here overall too. You want to make sure things are going safe. Yeah, still just this POV for now, guys. We get to see how a winner approaches the zone. When it comes to where the zone rotates as well, a little bit more mid/south side on the last one. When it comes to starting on the north, it's very impressive that Slipsy held on to height so many times, fought for it, refreshed, and then won that game as well, Kelly. That's a lot of work.
That is 100%, and they're taking their time right now. It can kind of show how confident they are in their loot pathing and what they how they kind of play out the start of the game, and to seeing how they're able to convert that into an end game. It just looks so confident right now. They're kind of just playing casually. It feels like they're not even in a tournament right now. They're just playing this so relaxed. So to see them able to kind of convert that into a good end game, you love to see it.
It's really nice. It takes a lot of work.
It really does. For me, like, and not for me, for everyone, but watching a player who consistently makes it into the end game, and they're like, oh, what is their strategy? How are they able to survive this long? And it almost always comes down to just a confident early game where they have their loot path down. They know exactly where they need to get all of their heals and all their mats, and then making sure that that loot path also has an opportunity for refreshes and eliminations. It's just the planning that goes into a good game of Fortnite. It goes so deep that when you see a player do it so easily that they make it look like it's no effort at all is just impressive.
Yeah, it's like it's so conditioned, it's so routine, and it takes so much work. I'm liking this ladder too. Let's go. It's crazy when you don't come back after a long time. You're like, wow, the money that I spent on my cosmetics versus the ones that are coming out now, I'm jealous of some of these players, man. I wish I had my V-Bucks back. It's crazy.
Right?
Gotta invest all over again. Let's check out the state of the map, though. If the north side of the zone is closing a bit slower, that means the pull is towards the side as well. And I can see the edge of that first zone coming in. A lot of people already stationed up immediately, means that things are getting aggro down there. Ooh, lots of slurps as well for the machine. Looking nice for Slepsy. But you got to be careful coming in now. It means that wherever Slepsy actually chooses to sit down inside this next circle will matter a lot.
Yeah, we kind of get to just break down the entirety of Slepsy, right? Regardless of if they get eliminations or not. We're sticking with this one. And if you guys are sticking with us right now, there is some technical difficulties. So our observers are only able to watch one player during the tournament right now. We are still able to get a little bit of a taste through the elimination feed. I did see Higgs get elimination there, but for right now, just sticking with one player, and we're going to try and discern what's going on throughout the rest of the map as best as we can. But once again, thank you all for joining us. If you guys want to be a part of the PlayStation Cups, there's going to be tournaments going on throughout the entire year. Shayo and myself have been casting PlayStation Cups for, 2-3 years now? So please follow all social media for PlayStation. They are one of the best places to have Fortnite tournaments, and they just put in so much time, effort, and money into you guys. So please make sure that you are following on all social media to find out when the next PlayStation Cup is going to be happening near you.
Got 2 back-to-back today. It's going to be very fun, as Kelly mentioned. And for Slipsy, this might be a really good one if he just keeps this up, right? 3rd place overall, trying to push towards first. A little bit of a point gap. That's going to hurt a lot of his mats overall, but we've got medkits. Actually electing to go for the slurp immediately just to make sure that if this person does key, he's got the shields to be able to rock with. And things are looking good for now.
The zone pull is a bit far, but with that player directly above him, and it looks like he's actually going to go in the aggro right now. Slipsy does have a way better angle on him, and it looks like he's just kind of a bit more aware of where Hypesex is looking to go for. Slipsy goes for a shot there, doesn't actually go for a shot. It looks like it's all Hypex.
Yeah, Hypex is really pushing forward to try to win this fight. Little does he know that Slipsy has a box where there's 3 or 4 medkits just waiting for him, so he can stay inside the storm for however long it takes to be able to keep moving forward. Now, if Hypex finds that box and just steals those medkits, there's a problem. But even with the slurp, he's big chilling. And here we go. Yeah, we're trying to get those medkits out. Have a launch pad too for the rotate. Back inside the box is Hypex, and that is a horrible trap to fall to. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. All you can do is cry if you're Hypex. Slepsy, another body to loot from.
Wow, that was man, it felt like for a second there that Hypex was, going on the aggressive. And again, we talk about the casualness of Slepsy playing, and you could just tell from that fight that he wasn't concerned at all. He wasn't worried, even when the player was starting to go for his med kits, and he was a little bit a little bit distanced from the med kits. He just fully was in control of that entire fight, able to get the elimination, and also able to now transfer all of his heals on to the next part of the game. Slepsy is playing this to a T.
He's pushing this all the way back into Latte, so I'm wondering what he's trying to find. Maybe chain medkits based off, you know, where he landed. He understands exactly what's going down. The scariest thing though is what? Storm sickness, Kelly. If he stays too long inside the zone, there will be problems. Oh, so many medkits everywhere as well. I mean, he could stay in here for such a long time, but gotta keep it moving. There's people in front of him as well. I think he understands that.
Wow. But you can tell that he's got a long distance to go, and that's probably part of the reason why he's taking such a long time to transfer everything over. And it doesn't seem to be too much of an issue. He does have that one player, Jeremy, right in front of him. But with how slow Jeremy seems to be moving and how little he's replenishing his health, I actually don't think Slepsy's going to have to worry too much about him. It does look like he is fully aware of where Jeremy is right now. Still not too concerned about throwing anything, but is he going to go on to the fight is the real question.
What is Jeremy doing? All right. He's definitely in that box. I don't know what he's doing, but all right, do you. You do you. And looks like Slepsy will do whatever he wants to do. Jeremy finally leaving the box to maybe get some more loot from the POI, but hey, it's a new meta I might not be aware of. It's something that might be the most obvious thing to every player that's here too. Kelly, I'm not sure if you know, but for me, I mean, just trying to get more loot later, I guess.
Oh, yeah, sticking to the storm is not an issue right now. It's what, one tick. Everyone has so many heals throughout the map right now. Shields are a little bit more rare, but white heals are just so plentiful right now that you can kind of stick in the storm for so long. And because so many people stick into the storm, storm sickness is not as much of a concern if everyone has storm sickness. But Slepsy right now, just kind of playing it normally. Honestly, from a lot of our top players that I've seen in the solo series, they do like to stick into storm for a really long time. He seems pretty confident. He's landing really north. So the fact that it's pulling full south means that there's not going to be as many players. He can probably tell that a lot of players have already rotated early, so no one's going to try and steal his medkits from him. Unless it's in the air, then that actually, okay, good. He's able to catch it right there. But yeah, Slepsy does not seem to be any worse for wear right now. Finally, we can see the zone is into the mini-map, so he is finally getting closer and closer. Seems to be rotating towards the eastern side, which I kind of appreciate. You can kind of see just from the edge of the mini-map right now that there is a lot of players just in that northern edge. So maybe by rotating east, he's going to have a little bit more of a dead side rotate.
That's kind of what you want to set up, right? That's why you want to get greedy with some of these rotates inside the storm with the time. Finding dead side is one of the things that I think every player just wants to do. And if you're able to do it very fast, you get to have more control over the game as well. So Slepsy. Okay, hold up. I was about to say do as much as he can.
Ooh, I mean, that was like a few seconds later. That would have been a little close.
Yeah, a mouse battery running out, like any unfortunate thing happening, and we're in a tough spot for Slepsy, but ooh, okay. Has a lot of shields to be able to deal with this, and he knows there's a lot of brick around this POI as well, or this place that he just chose to stop and rest. Things are looking fine. The issue is going east for the dead side, the zone locks in, and it's pulling all the way towards the left.
Yeah.
You'd want to maybe be left instead. So a lot of the work that Slepsy did kind of tearing horizontally through this map might just be his curse and trying to get safe out of the next one.
Yeah, that's part of the issue by taking such a long time to kind of get out of storm and go into zone, especially for fifth zone when it does start pulling farther and farther. You make this play to do dead side rotate, but then it is the most dead side rotate you can do because zone just pulls farther away from you. So you hope that the punishment doesn't necessarily outweigh the boons that you got from doing this dead side rotation. Slepsy just keeping some eyes onto Chin right there. Chelly as well into the distance, but able to get a little bit of a ding. He's only 100 actually damage above, and that is a little bit low. Scare up in the air right now, but not able to get any tags onto him. Slepsy, though, doesn't seem to be in too much of an issue to where they have to go super aggro, especially after getting a few shots onto Chell right there, now up to 180. Just seems to be taking a chill.
A few people will end up going down, so his threshold will naturally start to rise a bit until the lobby gets stuck again. But look at that scare is very interesting because that's the person right ahead of him that he wants to, you know, kind of take over. So let's see. I'm not sure if he understands. We know that at least two of the ghosts of the lobby are playing from the same space.
Oh,
Sandy
man.
Strip, I mean, is this similar to the last zone that we saw before? Oh,
Man, you were just talking about how rough that zone pull was going west for Slepsy, who was kind of rotating east for the dead side, and now it is pulling the ultimate west. Everyone in the lobby is within this, like, the center circle that Slepsy is in right now. And he does not have much mobility. He has no heals. So this is going to be probably a wait till everyone moves and then maybe I'll move situation. Slepsy does seem to be keeping an eye out on the players behind him, waiting for everyone to rotate before he does. And actually is going to be able to get a few tags onto that as well, which being so on the edge of that threshold is exactly what he needs right now. Only a few more players behind him, and that is exactly when Slepsy wants to rotate. A few shots are coming out around him, but nothing is able to tag, and with just one more crash pad left, he's going to have to wait to use it at the exact right moment to be able to get into zone.
Tearing through his mats as well. No brick left. Maybe he wants to stay here to get as much as he can. We'll be able to grab just one mat. It's all good. Desperate to get even more now, racing against the Storm's line. That launch pad will be really good. The jump pad, sorry, to get all the way across with the B-hop all the way up top as well. Slepsy has cheated so much space in front of him. Join the rest of the community, but is he a part of them though? Will they accept where his box is? He thinks not. So he elevates. That elevation is looking good.
Oh man, I want to know who this blue and yellow area is all the way on the west-hand side. That has to be one of the best positions to be in. It doesn't even look like they're looking at everyone else. Unfortunately, though, for Slepsy, he's not looking at the minimap. He's looking at that number 9 above the damage threshold. He knows that he's going to have to get a few tags onto these players. But as everyone congests right now, this might be the opportunity for him to get just a few tags on. He's got decent ammo and decent loadout as far as his weapons go, but heals and mobility is not in his wheelhouse right now. He's just going to be going for the tags, trying to stay alive, try to get those placement points to keep him up in our leaderboard.
Go for shots here and there. Not going to find too much. 48 above. Might just be better than 9, though. Want to keep those digits rising. Up to 3 next, hopefully. Look at the entire buffet he has in front of him, though. This zone will push through. He's got a bit of an advantage. No shots on the Virgo, but everyone else will start to rise. Scare right beside him, taking the same rotate. No jump pads. No launch pads. Trying to recycle off of anyone else, waiting for just a mistake, but nothing's actually biting. There's Slepsy right now. We'll jump in, take someone else's half pad. We'll then just start to run on the ground. No builds is finding the greed, and the greed is working for Slepsy.
This is plot armor if I've ever seen it. There are so many players around him and just no one shoots at him. Slepsy sees just how much chaos there is in the low and mid ground, and he's able to use that to his advantage, just running around, parkouring between builds right now, and is able to box up real quick with just 29 builds. Still able to go for a few shots, making sure that he gets up above that damage threshold, because right now he is below, and it's only going to be a few short moments before he's going to be starting to take damage. That lightning giving way to his health as he only has 1 med kit in his loadout. Shio, this is not where you want to be at this point of the game.
This is tough, but if you're an aggressive player, if you like the pressure, this might be the best place to actually perform. And right now, 29 builds, you got to be using these to get into a box somewhere. Maybe it is Virgo that you have to push, but he'll try to heal game through Surge. Every time I see this one happen, desperation. His 3rd place podium finishes, hanging on the line as he tries to find someone and interrupt their time. Slepsy dropping into the box. Found, blocked. A few more seconds left on this Surge. Has no way to rotate either. So he forces his fight on the backside, builds up to make sure he's not shot, but his chances might be the things taking bullets right now. Surge, he finds his way to just kind of be above it now as a few other players end up dropping dead. But after that, there's nothing left for Slepsy.
Slepsy does go down around 40th, so he is going to get a few placement points and maybe a few elimination points if I'm not mistaken, but unfortunately going to be probably bringing him down the leaderboard. He was in 3rd place at the start of that game and probably going to be able to hold off into the top 10, but we're going to have to wait and see where he does end off. Right now, though, taking a look at Chin, he's got some decent builds, but as I say that, he is whittling them down as he drops down from this mountain. This area right here has such a quick change in elevation back and forth that it's so hard to stick to the low ground as you're having to climb and crawl your way through. No eliminations on the Chinter, but he doesn't have too much of a concern for Storm Surge right now, able to use his jetpack to get up and a little bit of visibility to see where everyone else is rotating into the map. As I said, Shio, this is a very mountainous range right now, so a lot of players with this mobility are going to use this to stay up in the air because they do not want to have to deal with the builds down below.
Yeah, it's a rainbow show in the skies. Everybody's just trying to fly by. And it's just insane from Chendo to be able to stay up a bit longer than everyone else, find his way as his own kind of eclipses the snow, and then get a box next to everyone too. We talked about how many of his hard mats fell off the last mountain. This time it'll be tough to just be able to survive with 430 players now left alive. Skyjump getting a little bit active, and Blasphemy, who just found the last elimination, is going to be on the pressure from Chen.
Oof, also seeing Yuma get some eliminations there, but also some big names going down early, if I'm not mistaken. Aiden going down right now, Chance as well. So a lot of big names going down, but Chinter staying on the low grind right now. A player behind him trying to get elimination on him, but Chinter does a great job boxing up, making sure that he's able to block himself off from the other player. Doesn't have the best loadout right now. Unfortunately, doesn't have the pump, so as far as getting a good elimination quickly, it's not going to be for him right now. Surviving is the name of the game, and with only one build left to his name, surviving is not going to be lasting too much longer. Can he get the elimination on Skyjump? No, unfortunately, Skyjump does turn it around onto him. Actually, Gnome Aim exists, gets the full elimination, and now we're taking a quick look onto Cyclops. Also 0 eliminations, also dwindling down for his builds, but he's taking a moment, taking a breather, seeing what is around him, and actually drops his launch pad. Interesting, okay.
Yeah, no jetpack for now. Gonna see what else he can pick up fast. Do inventory management first, so you don't get left in last. Cyclops finally choosing to move. Budget situation. 4 builds, 3 builds, 2 builds, none. No more pack again. Looking to see the next shot he can take, and the combination is there. Creon down. Second player around. Arsenic picks him up.
Arsenix with 2 eliminations now has a decent loadout, but he's looking to just make any kind of moves right now, healing himself off, realizing that there's probably going to be a lot of aggression as he moves on. Kind of picking up for the high ground right now. Is there anyone above him? Actually, I don't know if anyone is above Arsenic. Actually, yes, there is one player just above, sticking to the second high ground right now, able to get just a little bit of visibility of all the players rotating down around him. Looks like he's going to be dropping down a little low, aware of the player behind him. Gets an elimination onto Scare. What a great refresh for Arsenic right now. Jumping up, looks like he's going to be pushing for that high ground, potentially taking it back away, but taking a quick pause right now, Shio. This is an opportunity for Arsenic to recover and get more eliminations.
Final zone, 6 players left as Killick picks up another one. Arsenic, yes, 360 degrees of pure firepower, but you need some resources to feed it. No builds means less chances to shoot. That's the last one kind of dropping down. The timing here now from the backside on the Yuma down below. Not going to find much just yet. Back up to Silic. He's just switching layers, dropping in, hitting a shot, getting blocked. 50-50. Wants to jump back up. Arsenic playing the safe route. Yuma runs around again. 5 now. Down as Mongrel takes another one up. It's Reet going through the grave next to Arsenic as Glows finds him and takes him off. Now up to 4. 1 on high ground. Yuma below. Could be anyone's game. More shots. Yuma behind the box. He's doing such a good job at staying elusive. Glows will take the bait. Get some bats. Get right back up. Yuma failed to line the shot though. Build to build. Box to box. Glows is the bigger man. And he makes it a 1v1.
With it being Glows and having that mythic pump, you do not want to 1v1 him. Even with the big phase Mongrel shout out up above, this is not the situation you want to be. 7 eliminations. Can he make it 8 in these final moments? Just taking a quick moment, waiting for Mongrel to drop down below as the zone finally closes. Who is going to be walking out on top right now? The shot comes out. He doesn't get that. And it actually looks like big phase Mongrel is going to be walking away in first place for game number 3 of the PlayStation Fortnite Cup.
The spirit of the GOAT reigns true on height. I like that little bit of a base steel floor place double pull up there from our guy Glows towards the very end. Almost had it. The headshot from that mythic pump did hit. Unfortunately, can't take down Mongrel no matter who he is. So at the end of the day, if you know that rule, you end up in first place if you adopt the name. That game though, Kelly, from the perspectives that we saw, genuinely amazing.
It is definitely going to be shaking up the leaderboard. We saw some big names going down, including the name that we were watching, Slepsy, who was in 3rd place at the start of the game, going down just a little early. It'll be interesting to see if Clixie and Scare, our 1st and 2nd place players respectively, are going to be holding their spots on the leaderboard, or is someone new going to be jumping up on top? Well, everyone, we're going to have to wait just a few short moments to make sure that our leaderboards are tabulated and ready to go. But if you guys are just joining us right now, we are having just a few little issues with technical difficulties, and because of that, our observers are not able to all jump into the game, so we are limited to the amount of players that we are able to watch. But we truly appreciate your patience. A lot of these players are probably streaming their perspectives, so please go check them out. We have some huge names right now, Shio, and they're all really showing up today.
Yeah, one name that's just kind of rising. You mentioned him already, Scare in the business. If I look at the leaderboard and if it's updated or not, Yeah, Scare should be first place overall right now, and the gap is embiggening. I think it was like 120 to 140 a pop for each person, very close, like a 2-point game between Scare and Clixie. Now it's 198 for Scare, 182 for Clixie, 18 elims on Scare over 3 games as well. It is phenomenal.
Ooh, yeah, that is really good. 18 eliminations, and we're only halfway through the competition is pretty good. What I'm looking at, though, is his average placement. He has not dropped below 9th place in all 3 games right now, and that's really what is separating him from Clixie, who's gone 2 second places, but by getting that 17th place in that 3rd game, drops him down to 2nd. It just shows you how important consistency is. And King Cringe, actually, it looks like the player that did win was King Cringe, and that is not too much of a surprise. One of our competitors for the PlayStation Cup, I believe he actually got 3rd place in one of our solo competitions. So to see him in 3rd right now feels very apropos.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to just approaching this game from different players' stories and who they idolize, it's cool to see one of the mongrel fanboys in the business winning one of these games, Kelly.
Man, I'm just looking at the leaderboard right now, and there's just there's just so many big names. Shai, I want you to answer your own question.
For sure. I'm looking to see maybe if, for some of these people rising up through these ranks, we expected Reet to be up top in the business. I think he's the place, so he's kind of looking outside in. It might have been a bit of an issue with some of these zones so far. Very similar zones. If you're on certain parts of the map, it might be harder for you to navigate them. Max pulls for the whole lobby as well, so you might not be getting the luckiest. Luck is involved a little bit. We saw Silic in that last game as well, kind of running around in low ground, 18th place overall. When I look at Noisy even, not going to be towards the top side, but hey, we knew about Noisy already. Finishing top 30 should be the goal towards the end of the 6 games. Some of the GOATs, though, we mentioned Higgs a little bit in that pre-show. Coming through top 8 at the moment. So he's in the top 10, looking good. Again, we're having issues showing some of the leaderboards to you, visually. I was about to say eye-wise, but visually. So
yes.
we're gonna do it mouth-wise, which is verbally instead. So you're gonna be able to know exactly what's being dropped down. If you want to know names to remember, here are a few. We got Scare, Clixie, and King Cringe, or Mongrel. If you see it inside the game, these 3 guys are tearing apart the lobby.
Yeah, and they've done it in the past as well. We also have Lex, who's actually our rating champ for the solo PlayStation Cup, who is currently in 4th place. So a lot of big names are there. We've seen Yuma. We've already talked about Slepsy. We got Plaz, who actually is the rating champ for the Reload Cup that we had most recently. So a lot of console kings right now competing. And I mean, we could just go down the list and just see all the big names right there. But with 3 games left, Shio, there are still plenty of opportunities for things to shake up, things to change, and a lot of opportunities for our players to kind of change what they want for the meta as well.
Yeah, opportunity for change with the audience too, because if you don't like all the bills that are in the way of watching these beautiful players hit their shots, an hour after this tournament's done, we have an entire no build tournament that's also a PlayStation Cup that's going to be hosted by us again with 100 brand new players jumping into the lobby. So if these players are focusing on getting that 60th place to get into that prize money, we're gonna have 100 more focusing on that top 60 as well to try to get a bit of the money without a lot of that protection of the walls, the floors, the pyramids, and the ramps. I got all 4 first try. Nice. Right now, though, these 3 games have been, it just seems like Height wins. Height is the one that's dominating towards the very end when it comes to just the shots being taken in that 1v1. These zones, Kelly, have been a bit rough. Do we usually see like desert zones? And we see a lot of that inside the solo series as well, because it's kind of owning whoever's on low ground.
Yeah, it's like I feel like what we got from the water zones in the last chapter, we're getting with these kind of mountainous zones as well. And yeah, there is a few deserts, but the deserts all have these kind of like plateaus, these mesas that are all around that like allow for there to be height take, but then it also feels like you're still on the low ground once you are on that high ground. And also with the addition of the wingsuits, just the mobility in the game has changed so much that I really think that that's kind of shaking up how players play the end game, because it's so much easier to kind of traverse low to mid to second height than to like high ground as well. I don't want to say that it's like Hammer season where you never really know who's going to be up on top until the final moments, but I think that there is like just a lot of things that we can't really predict how the end game is going to go. And that's exactly what I want. I don't like it where you can see by 7th zone, oh, this player's going to win. Zone's pulling in their favor. They're going to tower up and they're going to control high ground. I feel like there is a little bit more nuance in the end game.
No, you definitely want an opportunity in a situation where there's some way to adapt to who's in the lead. There's some way to counterplay height a little bit. You mentioned hammers. I'm not saying I want them back because that season was insane. I think it was trios as well. So you had like 3 people jumping straight up in the sky. Hold up. Flex. Top player, 148 points. That's a scary sight. No shield in the inventory either. This is a very early engagement we're watching, and he's being hunted down.
Oh, we knew Bellwood Boulevard just had so many players in there, but I didn't think that Flex, one of our reigning champs, was going to go down early with 148 points. He's not going to be getting any more right there. And that is definitely the worst position to be put into jumping into the second half of the tournament. But now, shifting focus on the Chully, landing over in Painted Palms. There does look to be another component in the mix right here. A few players that they have to be aware of, but nowhere near as bad as Boulevard. Looks like Chell's going to have a little bit more of a passive start than Flex did.
Painted Palms, yeah, very different to the Boulevard, as we're kind of alluding to. A lot more passive. I think there's just a lot more space to be able to farm in this POYs. In the Boulevard, everything's kind of connected. Everything leads to someone else over here. You got your own hangers. You have the chance to be able to just get your loot up while things are looking good. I want to lock in the Chully here real quick and see exactly where they're looking at. Chell for now looks like, yeah, 73 points, 23rd place. So having an average performance right now, being inside that top 30 that a lot of people should be striving for, and then pushing towards top 10, Shelly is that perspective. So landing somewhere that's not completely outskirts, landing a bit more passive, but actively looking for fights and pop shots like this. That is kind of what the 20th place experience is right now, and I'm kind of liking it, Kelly. This is looking kind of good.
I mean, look at the loadout. 3 big pots, mobility, slurp, 2 great guns, and then also taking a few shots right now, so they're not going to probably have to worry too much about Storm Surge. And it doesn't look like they're taking too much damage, so with the new changes to Storm Surge, it looks like they're going to be fine. So yeah, this is a great place to be in. Where were they before this game? I'm trying to look right now. It looks like they're kind of in like the 25th position.
Yeah, 23rd, 24th, 25th.
Yeah, so this is a great start to Chully right now. We know that they definitely have the potential to get up there. They haven't been able to break into the top 10 just yet for the end game right now. So it looks like that's just dealing with, you know, what like mid-ground are they landing on, if they're able to have like a good loadout towards the end game. But with there being the issues that we've been having with observers, it looks like we're going to be able to focus on Chully for a little bit. And so we're going to be able to watch their gameplay.
Yeah, we'll lock in, see what 20th looks like. Again, lots to learn from every situation. Yes, you're not going to be able to watch some of the top, how's the first place looking, but what does 20th look like? What's the context around that? How do things look like for half of the rest of the lobby when they're playing in the business as well? So for now, Shelly, just like we saw from some of our top 10/top 5 contestants, is going to be sectioning out as many people as possible. Is that Surge also hitting Serum at the same time? Shelly might have done enough.
It was very close. Definitely the last shot, but Rise is going to be going for it. But Shelly is the one that is able to get the final elimination. However, he's getting shot from cover below, and he knows that there's another player, Rise, on the other side of him. Shelly has put himself into a pinch position, and he's going to have to be real safe against what Rise and the other player is going to do if he wants to get out of this.
Guys, escape option right now is one of these wingsuits. The issue with it is that completely vertical from this angle against someone that has height, very easy to shoot you down. Maybe even brain off easy levels of aim required to end up just completely ruining your run here in match number 4. Charles, an example, where as a result, we'll have to just keep it low key for now, try to find a different out. It's still in the toe to be able to get a better beam from long range. We saw in game 1, person we were spectating using it a lot, and it seems like with those light bullets in tow as well, you'll get more chances to rail out more 20 pot shots across the entire world of this island.
The pistol is so good. It
Really?
Even long range, honestly, a lot of people are picking it up over the AR, especially if you get a legendary like Chully did. Yeah, it's one of my favorite guns in the game. Looks like Chully is gonna get an opportunity here to kind of get back into zone. Probably aware that Coven is close by, as we can see him boxing up right now. And it looks like another player as well, and actually going to be engaging onto Chully. But with the wingsuit, I don't think Chelly's going to be in too much of an issue right now. Definitely doesn't have any white heals, so he doesn't want to be in this position. And it looks like Coven is actually going to be backing off a little bit after some early aggression there. But I don't see Chelly finding any heals right now. It kind of looks like he's just looking for a med kit or something right now. Oh, finally finds just a barrel or two to get himself back up. But with the zone pulling far southwest, Chelly is definitely going to have to make some moves right now if he wants to get out and not be at like 10 HP when he gets in the zone.
Yeah, no med kits to juggle this time. A little bit of a different situation overall when it comes to perspective. 10 bandages though? Is that enough for you, Kelly? Does that work?
Oh, I love bandages. I know it only gets, there we go. Okay, that's better. But honestly, I'll hold on to 10 bandages. Listen, that right there, that's a lot of HP.
Sometimes even if I'm 1 HP and like I'm going down the storm, I'll hold the bandage, but I'm not using it. Nah. I'm so anti-bandage. Medkits only for this guy.
What? Oh, all right.
Yeah, no, I'm joking. Anything to do to win. I'm locking in that bandage 100%. Shelly though, up inside these palms. No one else towards the right side. I'm wondering how far left this zone really is. So from our last perspective with Slapsy, right? We saw a lot of the zone. We saw a lot of people inside that zone still when the zone was close. When it's so far away, I'm wondering if this is even worth it with the 10 bandies.
Yeah, I know that there's a few launch pads near here, and obviously he does have the wingsuit, but this is you're going in the wrong direction, Chelly. You are going farther and farther away from zone, and there is just no one else around him. And hopefully Chelly has a map pulled up somewhere on Fortnite GG or something so that he has a little bit more mobility rather than just the wingsuit to get him. Because like we said, it's only bandages right now. He's probably looking for maybe another med kit and just to get some refreshes on his brick, but there is not too much for him waiting here. And hopefully he makes his way to zone soon.
Needs to hurry it up just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
A little bit, just a tad.
I mean, you know, the pressure that we're only watching you. You know, maybe put on a good show for the audience, Chelly. Come on. What are we paying you for?
It's true. Actually true. He's inside that money. 76 points overall. We'll take a little bit of time. This is just the most surprising thing for me, like coming back from not watching Fortnite in such a long time, Kelly. The amount of time you can spend in the zone now.
I know.
Things that, you know, players are comfortable with. I mean, I'm not saying I'm against it or I'm for it. It's just really cool to see that people are opting for it. These machines as well, giving you these set heals that you can kind of go for it too. I mean, it's a no-brainer. You have to be able to play this type of Fortnite to, you know, get ahead of the competition that's just playing inside the zone.
Yeah, the changes to gold in the game has really changed the way the early game works, especially getting these vending machines, the mending machines, and then there's the llama machines that have a lot of legendary weapons and a lot of like utility items in it. It definitely allows you to kind of play a bit more of a passive early game. And I know that the devs have been making changes to make the mid game a little bit more like action packed or at least a little bit faster. But I think that's kind of changing the early game to be a little bit more passive. Obviously, that changes, you know, situation to situation. But for me, I'm okay with like the changes that the game's making. I kind of like the changes to like how much more gold there is and what you can do with the vending machines. Anytime that you can have the opportunity to deny things from people, I think is really interesting. So denying people vending machines is an interesting play that we've seen people do in the past, but I think it's something that we're going to see much more over the next year. And Chelly here getting very lucky, just finding heal after heal, still in storm. I mean, they're not even at storm sickness anymore, Shio. This is like the storm flu. They're going to have like pneumonia or something.
Storm disease is what it is. I feel like it's crazy. Is it curable? Is there a Fortnite hospital? That's my second follow-up question. For match 4, I mean, the biggest thing and the funniest thing for me is when I see these players play like this and it's so passive, it's big chilling, there'll be one moment that they're going to strive all the way to words where they just fail a shot and it's done. Let's just take that shot early. Like, if
look
you're gonna
behind him. There's a player right behind him. Can you imagine? He spends this entire time rotating in storm.
Here it is. If there's anyone in here, they might also be looking for a fight, just like we saw last time with Hypex. This time, the aggression will be diffused. Dart will run. 400 damage above Chelly after all those early game fights. But yeah, now he's being stopped by a bunch of people. You get closer to that zone. I mean, I'm even more confused. Why is everyone here, man? Let's move it. I know it's possible, but holy, the unk in me, the old head is just madly confused.
You know, like people like to, you know, dance in the rain or whatever the saying is. So Chelly here dancing in the rain while taking a few shots. We got Amp, one of our top players, also right behind him. You know that there's probably players stuck in Storm that don't have that much Storm damage or Storm Surge. So they're probably getting any opportunity they can for players lagging behind to get just a few tags onto them. Finally, Chelly using his wingsuit to just get a little bit of distance covered, but unfortunately hits the wall, takes a little bit more damage, and now he just has 2 apples to his name. There is a cooldown for that wingsuit, so now Chelly's just gonna have to wait. His loadout, now the builds are slowly going down. This is not the position that Chelly wanted to be in. You have to just think that if he rotated a little bit sooner, this would not be the position that he is in, Shio.
Yeah, Clixie doing the same thing that we saw from a previous game as well, making the situation that Kelly's describing harder for Chell. This is gonna be a tough one. I mean, you have someone that is what? Let me just triple check to make sure. First overall, we're fighting for it in the lobby. Second for the current moment. Okay, someone that's just playing so passive. Very clutch hit on top of the splashes there, but this is tough.
Wow, those splashes, even though that was an accumulation of 80 health, immediately gets dwindled down. And now Chelly just trying to get any opportunity to get some distance between him. But look at that line. Look at the path he's taking. There are 3 players standing right in his way. And we know that Chelly, with just 16 HP left, is only going to have a split second to find some kind of heals right here before all is done and dusted. And he's got the lettuce. He's got the fiber. But he doesn't have the survival, unfortunately. Chelly, that is going to be the end of your run.
Make sure you prep your veggies, my friends. You never want to get, caught lacking, not being able to stuff some lettuce in your mouth when you need it inside the zone. Me personally, it probably happened to me too, but that is just, I mean, this is the house that he wanted. This is the specific house he wanted to get to lock it down.
Yeah, what? There's med kits, there's bandages. Where was this?
I mean, Clixie was on this line. A little bit of desperation. He'll get some pot shots, but not going to find too much extra here. Clixie is such a calm way of approaching this game. This is a night and day difference between someone that's inside the top 30 and someone that's inside the top 2.
Yeah, even just like the mobility, you can tell that he's not second guessing himself. He's aware even when he's getting shots, he's not immediately boxing himself up. This is confidence right here that we're seeing from Clixie. And even while he's getting a few tags, he's able to kind of still stay in the air, avoid any more damage, and just slowly make his way into zone. You can see those arrows, though. A lot of people are going to be looking towards this eastern side as they're aware that so many players are still stuck in Storm, and they're going to be going for those tags. But Clixie does have a little bit of a hill right here, so he's not going to be at a total disadvantage as he makes his way into zone. And honestly, this northern rotation that Clixie was doing, very, very lucky that zone pulled north, and also great elimination coming out of Clixie there.
Yeah, second one on rotation, looking so good. And as you say, Kelly, very protected coming in, knows exactly where he needs to go. A group of 4 people kind of boxed up, looking inside the zone to see what's up, but nobody sees him coming because of the way he used that cliff, like you were describing. 60 players now. He has one of the best positions in zone to be able to move as well and get inside that circle after the fact. He can let everybody else base up, still take a few shots, by the way. I mean, 413 above damage threshold. When we're looking at surge from other players, Kelly, it's always going down, down, and down. Every time I get an update for Clixie, it only rises higher.
Yeah, Clixie, especially with this Enforcer right now, doing great work. Only 2 eliminations, but we know that eliminations aren't the name of the game, especially in this PlayStation Solo Cup. Right now, it's all about survivability. It's about getting those placement points. Even with eliminations being 3 points each, it just seems like everyone's focusing on surviving. And Clixie, a part of that is to get those tags. Make sure that you are above Storm Surge threshold, because we've seen a few big names go down just to Storm. Pretty good position here on the edge of zone as those last remaining players do make their way into zone. Able to get just a few tags on, and now he's just kind of sitting on the edge, taking a few peeks. and probably going to be playing this a little bit passively as he is 500 above Storm. He does not need to be making any tags. He doesn't even really need to be positioning himself for high ground, but we know that Clixie, being the in-game player that he is probably going to be taking any advantage that he can get, even just preemptively pulling one of these big pots right now, not getting the full use out of it, but he wants to make sure that he is primed and ready to go, and that is a far western zone pull. So honestly, Clixie making this play, making sure that he is topped off, is the right play to go.
We'll have a long journey here. It's going to start with the wingsuit use, I believe. C22 is also inside this game, still alive and getting a few eliminations before this thing gets to roll. So high ground will be contested if Clixie is looking to use it. Half bad type of situation to be able to just push out with that launch. It's kind of nice. 24 HP though, kind of cutting it close. He's going to stay up for the moment. Later you land, the better it is, as this is going up into really rocky terrain.
Wow, great rotate though from Clixie there, down to 24 HP, but with the med kit and the box up, he's not going to be in too much of dire straits just yet, but able to get an early position beyond everyone else is going to allow him to kind of see where everyone else is going to go. I don't know if he's going to be confident enough to get a few tags right here because so many people are going to be just dropping right on top of him. That is not the position that you want to be in. And for now, Clixie taking a moment, taking a breather, does do a quick edit, but then immediately closes back up because he realizes that there's just too many eyes on him right now. He's got 2 eliminations, Shio. I don't think he needs to be making any risky plays right now.
I can just lock it in. Lots of damage there too. That's the biggest part of it. Jeremy will fall just for the moment, but after that, nothing else is going to be too scary around where Clixie is. It's all about where you're going to be ending up towards the end of the next zone. You look at the position he needs to go to. I believe it's almost through a mountain. So Clixie needs to start landing now, maybe reusing someone else's pad. He has 7 uses of that wingsuit too, so things should be good. Clixie will start his rise in just a moment. Meanwhile, best ref in the business getting another Vixie down instead of Clixie. XO's getting streffed as a result of a trade. He's going to be looking to get active here inside these lower builds.
I don't know if active is the right word. Looking a little
Inactive
passive.
a bit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
a little inactive.
He's waiting though. He's waiting. This is good.
This is much like a viper, coils up before the strike. He is waiting patiently, seeing where everyone else's go. His opponent's now flying in the air with him. It is like one of those, you know, where they have 100 people drop down. What are the Red Bull events where they have like 1,000 people in wingsuits making some ornate symbols up into the sky? But the symbols that they're making right now, it's just a bunch of loops, a bunch of circles as they try and wait to see where everyone else is going to be landing below them. Going for the mid ground right now. Clixie shifting from low ground, a little bit more visibility to see what is going on all around him, and the potential to go for high ground right now as everyone else still just playing a little bit more passively. That's definitely what I've noticed in these solo competitions, especially for the console cup, is that height taking is less confident. There isn't just one person going 7 builds above everyone else and controlling high ground. Everyone kind of has an opportunity right now to take height. So with that being said, Clixie jumping up once again and just looking for another opportunity to drop down as that zone does pull towards the west.
He's riding that skyline. Gonna miss a few of the upper builds, but he knows exactly what's going down around him. So far, no one contesting it. A few people right above. 32 alive, so there's lots of opportunities to be able to get a refresh if he needs it, but mats are also looking good. Again, we might just watch someone else's POV if Clixie ends up going down, but context for this guy we're watching right now, 2nd place overall, has only come like, what, top 2 or high place in the last few games we played. It's match number 4, needs to keep locking other people out, stay on top of that podium.
Yeah, between 2 second places and then a 17th place out of 100 players is pretty good for your worst game there. Another elimination for Clixie now, going to be pushing him up even more the leaderboard as he does get those 3 points per elimination. And now with it being in the top 27, he's also getting more and more placement points. But unfortunately, that placement is going to be stopping right there. 27th is where he goes down. And now it looks like we're going to be watching VFX, my favorite virtual effects being put into the game. No, he's staying to the front of zone. There's only 23 players left to go, but sticking to the low ground right now. Not too many players around him. Actually, great awareness going on for FX right now.
Yeah, his player awareness around him is kind of insane, Cully. From his perspective, in his position, he's kind of trapped one player that we just watched and got that elim. After that, dodge pressure from another. Sees one more weak around him and is looking at the side that has the most pressure at all times. That's really good. sees the ground's also dropping, understands where the zone is going, and knows that it's not the best path to maybe go where the rules allow you to play. Break the rules, go into storm, 9 HP, has some shields, breaks the wall to maybe push forward, drop a few layers. This is risky now. All into this one. No, Mats picks up a huge refresh. That risk pays off. Can you get your shields up? Can you find some heals to keep disrespecting the storm?
9 HP, and then tries to get into a position where he stays up on that mountainside but falls down, but then able to recover off of that and then get the big pot off. I was not expecting that from VFX. He's definitely going to be running on a high right now, but Ben 10 is close to him, and if I'm not mistaken, that's actually Higgs right there. So a big name next to him. He definitely doesn't want to go box to box up against that player right there, but he's not worrying about fighting anyone. He is just worrying about surviving, and with only one build, I should say 0 builds left, it is all about just playing the sneaky game, crouching down, making sure that no one is on the same layer as you. He does go for the quick shot right there, but unfortunately not able to connect anything. But he doesn't need to connect Shio. Right now, he just needs to live.
Had a chance to maybe break that floor to get more down, but at the same time, 6 people left inside that final zone. VFX can't really disrespect it. Has to play with what's kind of given to him. No one else really taking contact just yet. Cyclops kind of takes down Chance, so that's looking good for now. VFX forced to keep mining through. Player drops down. Nothing for him. Cyclops is tearing apart every last player left alive in this zone.
You know, you got no heals. You might as well hold on to 3 guns right now. Cyclops does get eliminated himself by Aloe. Aloe now looking for it to heal the burn that he's feeling. Not too much damage into Storm, but he doesn't have that many shields. He is going to be able to pop it off and get fully topped off. He does have a big pot. Is he going to be able to get it off? Yes, he does. And now he's low. There's a player in the mid. There's a player on the high ground. Cold is going to be dropping down below. I don't think this is the real Cold because he went down really quickly. Aloe, though, is only helping for burns. Is the player up above going to be able to burn him? He's at full HP right now, dropping down below. Is it enough, though? Well, his name is enough, and it looks like that is not going to be it. 1v1. It comes down to these final moments right now, Shio. Is it going to be enough? And Aloe is going to be able to take the 4th game.
Expert slithering movement from Aloe, being able to get that low ground situation set up for himself and then kind of, you know, counter it, usurp it almost, and jump up, you know, on top of his own builds, drop down at an angle that Enough did not see coming, and lock that game down from Aloe. That's a really hard spot to win from. You saw every last game we've seen so far, low ground struggles. In that situation, they don't have priority. They don't have a chance to win, but you know, Aloe sticks it down, ends up getting a few eliminations, ends up in that last 2v2 and plays it really, really well.
Whew, that was, honestly, we can just see the evolution happening throughout these games. Like, that to me was textbook Fortnite right there. The control of high and low ground, understanding what your advantages are, and then just waiting out to play the game, forcing high ground to kind of drop down below. It didn't work out in the end for him, but still, out of everything he had, that was the best way to play that game.
Absolutely. And as we see more of these players level up, we'll take a break to level up ourselves. More games coming after this. The end of the PlayStation Cup Build Edition will be here right after this.
PlayStation. PlayStation.
No 2 competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
I'm confident when I'm drinking rain. I hope you get a taste. I'm feeling lonely, so I hope she stay. I'm confident when I'm drinking rain. I hope you get a taste. I'm feeling lonely, so I hope she stay. I'm confident when
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the PlayStation Cup featuring Fortnite. We are doing Battle Royale right now, and we got 2 more games to go before we can crown our winner for this PlayStation Cup. And my goodness, Shio, there has been some big names right now, but the biggest name right now, it is Scare, currently in first place with 57 elimination points.
Yeah, I gotta give props to Scare in that one. I think when we saw that like 10th or 8th zone rotation, he was half HP at the edge of the circle, not looking too good, but he still translated that game into points. One of the few VRs that we saw overall today as well, kind of making that gap between him and Clixie bigger. The issue, Kelly, is Clixie, he is not leaving behind anything in the dust game after game. He is turning every game into big points.
Yeah, especially, you know, we saw 2 back-to-back great games out of Clixie, getting second place back-to-back. We have started to see him slow down just a little bit, but even with the slow down, he is able to get a few eliminations, and we know with it being 3 points per elimination, that means that he's still able to hold his spot up in the leaderboard. And my goodness, we can see the separation right now. The top 5 is definitely separating. It's almost about 50 points that separates first from 5th place right now. So currently sitting in 5th place, Higgs, if he wants to get the back-to-back solo wins, he's going to have to get a few more points right now. Moose not going to be getting any points in this game as he does go down, but Sindago currently chilling by himself on the northern edge of the map and taking it kind of easy.
Sindago will take it slow. Looks like there's a few fights around the map as well, as we can switch between POVs, which is really sick.
Yeah.
Breath of fresh air. I thought we were going to be watching another north side extravaganza here, which, again, I don't mind. We haven't seen Sindago's POV of this one just yet. I'm learning a bit more about the map. Okay.
Honestly, I love the map. Like, I just drove through the Redwoods recently over the holidays. And so this area obviously is supposed to be like, you know, San Francisco, like Humboldt area. And it's just giving me those vibes. It's cool. It's very surreal to see your own neighborhood built into the game that you've been working on for the last 6 years.
Yeah. I mean, is that a dog?
That's a pug! It's a pug in a sweater. What the heck, Fortnite? What are you doing?
I mean, listen, it's amazing. Does it do anything in the game for you? Does it get loot?
No.
It's just aesthetic?
Oh my
Look at that
God.
guy. Look at the little guy.
And his name's Sindago, and he has a dog. Oh, chat, I know this isn't what you want, but my God, this is what I want right now. Sindago taking a peek for a player that isn't there. So just going to be making his way, rotating over into the lovely waters. Have you ever swam in the Pacific Ocean?
Okay, does a ocean connect to the, what's that place that everyone goes to? Does an ocean connect to the Bahamas, or is it just like a body of water?
There technically is a connection between the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean, but I believe the Bahamas is between the Gulf and the Atlantic, not the Pacific.
And I have not swam in the Pacific Ocean, no.
It's very cold. That's all I was going to
assume.
say, is that he's swimming in water, and I know that that is frigid water right there. The Atlantic is nice and warm and has a lot of coastal air that brings in warm waters, but the Pacific is a desolate, cold, barren wasteland. Never go in it.
Yeah, that's why they call it a fridge, by the way, because the water is so frigidly cold, and then it's just like, that's where the fridge is with all the stuff you put in it, the food and whatnot.
Man, I feel like you're so close to making a connection. So close.
We're there. We might make the connection like Alex is. No, he's just like me. I can't make the connection. He can't land his shots. That was noisy, but ends up winning that. The person we were watching in game 2, big chillin' Virgo here, is inside Bumpy Bay. Rate this POI out of 10. Kelly, how do you like it?
Bumpy Bay, it's cute. It's got the alliteration. I feel like they've gone a little loose with their alliterations recently, so Bumpy Bay works for me.
Okay, even in like the shape of it and whatnot, like you like the POI itself?
I love the shape. The shape is my favorite part about it.
We're rocking with Amir as well. This is a very pretty POI. What is Sandy Strip? We didn't get to see this before.
Yeah, I'm guessing this is supposed to be based off of the Vegas Strip, so maybe this is more of a northwestern region and not necessarily a California region entirely. But yeah, we got some desert biomes up in here. You know, we got some lush redwood forests. There's all the biomes. Ooh, there we are. You know, we got the mending machine. We got the vending machine. I feel like out of all games, as far as puns go, Fortnite's top tier.
It's facts. It's actually facts. If we had time to read half these advertisements all over the strip as well, we'd be able to know. Nice skin here from Virgo as well on the gun, the wrap, excuse me, should I say, and past that 5. He's getting wrapped. And a cask is what it seems like, but you know, a cask just kind of transports you back to the lobby, and then you just get out of it and you go into another game. There's a chance. So match 6 coming up for anyone that's going down in here, and Virgo is kind of playing from a perspective we haven't seen before. Someone who just got their first points on the leaderboard and having a rough day. The goal for Virgo here is to be able to hit that top 60 mark. That's where you end up getting a little bit of the cash prize coming in. So to kind of differentiate yourself between I came here and I didn't do much, and then hold up, is that a box from Pumps? I mean, while Virgo tries to get a few more eliminations under his belt, Pumps will try to get out of this truck and hopefully win this fight. Complete boxed in, opens a door, but that might just be a door that kind of lands him into even more trouble. He has to find a way out of this tunnel. This is like the worst place to get keyed, man. This is horrid.
I mean, he's able to kind of like wall himself off, but we can see that he only has 13 builds, so there's only so many walls that he can build. Oh, what just happened there? Okay, Pumps able to, oh, there is just so much going on right now. Pumps able to kind of get away and actually going back for the tunnel again, using his builds to protect himself. But is he going to be able to get out of here? Just turn around, fight, Pumps. I believe in you. Honestly, you might actually have the advantage in this 1v1. If he just turns around, there's so many builds in between him. Hypex versus Pumps. This is it. Let's see it happen. He has only a Sovereign. He doesn't have a Pump Shotgun, so obviously the 1v1's not going to be in his favor. But I believe in you, Pumps. You can do this. It's in your name.
A lot of his floors are his. Both players down to the same amount of HP. One build left for Pumps. On the left side, he can kind of push through. I'm not sure if he got to press that button if things do end up going down. Being chased still. 5 more pads to use, but there are risks to pop down now. The issue is you have no idea if anyone's looking at you. Launchpad up on the business. Could use it to get all the way out of the way. But again, you need to get back into the game. No shields, no health, no chance. Unless Coven falls for this trap.
I don't think Coven's going to fall for the trap, but Hype is peeking in the direction of Pumps. He knows that there was a few crash pads thrown, and it looks like he's actually going to be taking that right now. But he might actually... Oh, I think he's going to be able to hide, and now it's going to be Hypes versus Coven.
It's going to be an intense fight. I think Hypes might just think that this is going to be a fast one to be able to get. Unfortunately, Hypes goes down. The trap is set for Pumps. No more pressure on him now. He can kind of stay inside the zone. Found a med kit, and then this is what the heal game inside the zone in the early rounds is about, or the early moments of this match. This is where you can get all your mats back, find some heals. He's getting his entire game back. Meanwhile, Hypes is spending his time in the lobby.
Wow, what a great opportunity. And you could see Hypes took a moment and waited before he engaged. But Pumps just played that so well. Sometimes the best aggressive play you can make is to just do nothing at all. And Pumps just waited a few moments, understood that there was another opponent there, and allowed those two to fight each other as he is able to take, you know, what we saw from last game where that player was in Storm for 20 minutes. I would totally be okay for Pumps to now be in Storm for 20 minutes because of what he just went through right there. But shifting focus onto Cam Slam right now over on Bumpy Bay. Looks like the other two players are going to be kind of engaging with each other, and Cam's going to kind of take a moment to disengage. Shifting focus once again. We got a few players up on the little hill right here with where their towers are built, getting a few tags. Khan just trying to get a little bit of a tower here just to get some visibility on those around him, but unfortunately not able to get any kind of vision on anyone around where he can get a tag. And it looks like he's not too interested in focusing on the other towers around him right now.
Yeah, this is just tower gaming. Don't want to get these guys tilted, am I right? Zcon gonna be doing his thing for the moment.
Oh my God.
I'm liking that. Movement is simple this season, and that's kind of really interesting. The fact that everybody just has these wingsuits, and that's all you kind of really need. I'd be seeing like jump pads being used more a little bit, but no one's really using those at all. It's wild. It's kind of wild.
It's really interesting you say that, because I've seen in previous FNCS finals where crash pads aren't in the competition and then they get added in the final weekend, and then, like you said, everyone uses them. And you're right, we do see them, but we do see them less. And honestly, these wingsuits, how far you can go with them is absolutely incredible. But I do feel like they are so balanced right now that no one's really worried about them being taken out of the game. The amount of times I've seen the FNCS start to build up a meta, and then everyone's like, oh wait, this item's too powerful, and then they take it out in the final moments right before FNCS, will completely change the way that these players, compete. But I think the wingsuit is just so balanced right now. You only get 10 uses. It has a bit of a charge up. It gives you that contrail so people can follow you easily. It just has to be one of the most balanced mobile items I've ever seen in the game.
Yeah, when it comes to mobility inside Fortnite solos, you always need something to be mobile. In the past, we've had grapplers, vehicles, rifts, and some of the most unbalanced things in the game, like the hammers. But this time, I think the wingsuits are a really, really cool addition to the game to be able to lock it down. Otinia also playing this one. The fishing strategy.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what type of fish you would be if you were a fish? Do you know?
Oh, a swordfish.
You'd be a swordfish.
Yeah.
They're fast.
Oh, yeah.
They really end up. Yeah, that's crazy.
The fastest, right? Aren't swordfish the fastest fish in the sea? Chat, where are you?
Chat, let us know. If it's swordfish, press 1. If it's not, tell me what fish it is. Christian, this spot is fishy, man. I mean, building with wood as well. Some of the developments are a little bit slower. You're trying to key this one, but okay, as fishy as it is, the guy you're facing is not doing anything back to you. I mean, sometimes the best form of defense is a little bit of aggression, my friend. Actually running away from the build, so you're able to get a fully refreshed wingsuit. You don't need it. You need some ammunition badly, so chasing this Elim might actually be the wave. Unfortunately, it's going to be a bit farther away from you now. Vibes is going to go right back to you. Big 80 to the dome. Trying to find more with this one. One of the most chess-like fights I've ever seen in my life.
Sometimes the best fish is the one that tastes the least fishy. As far as, for me, sushi doesn't have that big of a fishy flavor. So sometimes it's better about being a little bit passive in your fishiness than it is about that over abundance of flavor and everything. And I feel like that's exactly what we're watching right now. There's a little bit of fishiness, but they're kind of playing a bit passively. Kurama, though, not necessarily the most passive player we've seen, but look at this loadout right now. He's got the slurp, he's got the heals, he's got the movement, and then he's got that tac pistol with that pump shotgun right now. Full builds. He is positioning himself for a great end game. And honestly, we kind of need to see that out of him right now. He hasn't had the best game so far. I was expecting him to be a little bit higher up the leaderboard because we saw him just have such a good qualifier 1. But with the position that he's in right now, this might be his game to win.
Yeah, you gotta hope that, this is how I see it. Every time you get a loadout like this, it's like winning the lottery. You get to decide, though, what currency that lottery is in. You feel me? So if it's a good game after this, you've got some, I'm guessing, US dollars, the European, pound sterling type beat. If you end up failing, it's like, unfortunately, currency that no longer exists, but it's not even rare.
Pound
like it's
sterling for Europe.
Did I mess that up?
You mean the euro?
The euro, there we go. Because you're okay. Listen, I literally, I could get into how bad I am with history, geography, everything. The people target me. They make Jeopardy games that include these. I'm not even getting into it. Actually, I'm not even getting into it. I'm getting into it. Minished, who's a player we've known for a while. It's been quite a day for me so far. I've messed up so many things. I thought that Italy was the United Kingdom. I thought that pound sterling is what Europe uses. So I'm gonna stick to the North American Central players in front of me right now.
Yeah.
Kurama did find a Minish in that moment that we just saw, and ZFX even popped off in the business right now.
Oof, yes, a great shot. Also, Doggo, a player that we were watching last game, does go down a little early right now, but for his loss is the win for Sky right now. 1 elimination onto the board, and he's got a pretty decent loadout. Now taking a quick look at Monarchs. We were talking about a democracy, but might as well talk about a monarchy right now as the king of the hill. But look at all these potential kings on the eastern side right now. That is half of the lobby, and everyone's going to have to be rotating over onto western side, and you can just tell that there is no one over there. It is a barren wasteland, and when I see a barren wasteland, all I think of is Manifest Destiny. Everyone's going to be looking to claim their spot over on that area of the land. And we're talking about North America right now, Shayo. That is the most manifested destiny I've ever seen.
Yeah, you got to make sure that flag is raised high. Rises XD's gonna get high with the wingsuit all the way up in the air. Find his way to the other side of the map. And yeah, oh my god, the low ground disappears below him as well. He's going to be able to even get more distance on this one. Maybe past Void He does one more flip. Not like this. Not again the flex. Winning the last PS Cup, but in this one, another elimination, another life that's not going to go his way.
Oof. Rise right now, though, building with those woods, is going to be having to shift on over into his heavy builds right now with only 19 above damage. Everyone is going to be making sure that they have more damage on the board. Rise, though, going up a little bit, meaning that other players are dropping down right now. He only has a few more players that he needs to wait out before Storm Surge is closed off. But speaking of closed off, that zone is slowly closing off right now. And Shio, if we have another Western pole, like we have seen with every game, the congested zone just gets more and more congested, and we know all of these players are going to be going down. Zay, one of the players that has to worry about going down because he's below Storm Surge.
I gotta know, with these jungle zones, you might be a bit more tuned into it at the moment. Are they kind of played differently than the Barren, Wasteland, Western zones?
Yeah, I've seen a few players play on top of like treetops, and it's fun. It's an interesting end game, especially with how like mobility has been working. So I would say especially with these kind of like redwood areas, it's a lot different.
Gotta be locked in for it. Arsenic, one of our more aggressive players, not scared to use that rifle when needed. Scare actually finding a few more elims inside this entire circle right now. It's gonna be huge for just making that lead harder to hit.
Wow.
For anybody behind him, our first place player is popping off.
But Shio, look at Arsenic right now. He is the only person in zone. Everyone is going to be rotating over to him. And it looks like he's actually a little preemptive in his rotate over. I wish he kind of stuck to where he was, because all of these players are going to be making his way over. Maybe he was a bit concerned by how close he was to the edge of zone, that people were going to be directly landing onto him. But we can see his early positioning, how much of an advantage that is giving him. These tags onto these players are going to make sure that he is above that damage threshold.
Just wanted to get height and keep it if it was likely. You're going to be able to see Christian leave that box and knows that one person's still there. He hasn't missed before. He's not going to miss now. Nice pickup for Arsenic. I'm looking to see if it comes through. No, it was actually Monarchs that picks up Arsenic, or picks up that elimination. So it'll be tough to even find an elim here. Every single person is so aware of where the weak spots are on the map. Everybody's got those eyes looking down below.
He's got the heals. He's got a decent loadout overall, but I don't know if he has exactly what he needs for that end game. He's only currently sitting around 100 points, but now looking to Noisy with 47 points. Definitely going to be looking to shake some things up in this end game, but with 2 green guns and not that many heals, I don't know if this is the game to shake things up for Noisy right now. But fortunately for him and the PlayStation Cup, there is so many more tournaments that PlayStation is going to be hosting all year round. Honestly, one of the best places to join Fortnite tournaments. So if you guys are looking to join some of the action right now, follow PlayStation Cup as we follow Astro Noisy and the rest of our competitors in game number 5 of 6 for our Battle Royale mode. And you hear me say Battle Royale mode, well, that's because we have a whole nother tournament for Zero Build coming up in just about an hour. Shio, myself, is going to be casting all that action once again. I'm ready for it.
I am too. I'm Shio Wager. And this is Noisy inside the box, trying his best to get a few picks as he keeps moving. What we've seen from Noisy so far in this tournament is that damage is a problem for him. He doesn't do enough, so the server starts to deal more to him when people need to go down a surge. So far, I haven't seen him hit too many pot shots on anybody when he's rotating. I haven't seen him stress up and get ready to fry people in the box as he moves either. He's been kind of in a shambles situation with less mats moving. One of the best things about Noisy, though, if it's not the shooting that he's the best at, the greed and rotations. He's really good at managing these materials, finding moments where he doesn't need to build. That's important when you're down to just 9 mats. Monarchs, we saw him get a pick, not able to actually get those mats from those picks that were at like 200 meters of range. He's gonna be low on mats as well. Second last box to be able to make. Velo beside him, Jargu up top. He's trying to go for a trap play here. It's not going to work just yet. C22 taking out Cyclops that was owning high ground in the game prior. So looks like height is changing. Full box dot is all the way up top, and he's not stopping. Lots of builds to use here, Kelly.
Lots of, but look at his ammo. He only has 16 ammo left for the only gun he has in the game right now. It's all about surviving. He's not going to be taking too many shots, and if he is going to be taking some shots, it has to be the elimination to get that refresh, to get some more ammo. But right now, taking a quick look onto Oreo, 0 eliminations and only metal mats into his name with that gray pump. He's not going to be looking for one shot. He's just going to be looking to kind of rotate on the edge. But a quick shot right here and goes for the 2 shot and does get that refresh. That's what I want to see. But does he get a better gun from it? No, unfortunately. Still sticking to the loadout that he has right now and sticking to the mid ground. But as I say that, he does drop down to the low ground right now, quickly looking around him, seeing if there's anyone else that's potentially staying to the front side of zone. And no, Oreo right now kind of has this mid front all to himself, and that means a lot of action is going to be happening around him, and that gives him plenty of opportunity to just get some more refreshes, maybe load up some more mats for those wood builds right there, and take a quick moment to see where everyone else is around him. However, he's now staying on the back side of zone, and that means that things are going to be changing up really quickly for him if he's not able to stay on the aggressive.
Yeah, Oreo right now, very lethal on the outside, accurate in the middle, a tasty treat to have and dangerous to be on the low ground with. Tomit though, or Tommy should I say, the cats, slinky and mysterious, elusive up on top in height. Not gonna find much action just yet, but maybe just trying to play the placement. Lots of mats to work with, heal him in the business of the chug jug as well. Vlex still alive, finding a few down below. That guy is just trying to get his game back online, missing one of the opportunities to be inside an end game. Tommy's finding more builds. This is just wood though. One person looks up, we're in trouble. So Tommy knows that. Drops down below, tree to tree. Just like a feline is trying to find a way to scratch at any box that he's going to be able to see down in front of him. Sharky's still finding more with Matinia, but Tommy's got some time. How do you use this advantage?
With it being Tommy the Cat 6, you have to wonder if those are his 6 lives down with only 3 remaining. He is going to have to use those lives to his advantage in these final moments of game number 5. I am enough, but with only 8 HP, that might not be enough. But with the refresh coming in, he does get just a little bit more life, a little bit more opportunity to climb up those leaderboards. But Tommy the Cat clawing his way up the leaderboard right now, holding on to that high ground. And as we know, if a cat does drop down, he's going to be landing on all 4 feet right now. So he's not just out yet. Velo does go for the elimination. Gets another one down there below, holding down the low ground, but another player's right there. Is he going to be able to get onto Tommy? It is a 1v1. Tommy the Cat versus Big Face Velo. Who's going to be coming out on top?
For Velo on low, up top on high, Tommy had all that height, trying to find a way to end the game. Not many builds left for Velo here. Tommy pressuring it down. No builds for Tommy. It's completely just shots. Velos are raining absolutely true. A win for Velo on the board. Tommy so close on that one in second place. Everybody else in that game as well played so well. We saw some of the top names get even higher. Scare was getting eliminations. Everybody in the business was doing a really good job at upping themselves in the standings, Kelly, and that's what matters. Over 6 games, it's not just about that one win. It'll feel good when you have it, but getting the consistency is what you need to keep on board.
Especially in this final moment. That was the penultimate game. We just have one more game to go before we crown our winner. And if you're going to be making some plays, it's then and there that you want to do it. Shayo, with just one game left, and I'm looking at the leaderboard right now, it's pretty close between the top 4. I feel like this is still anyone's game to claim that $5,000 first place prize.
It always comes down to that last game in the PlayStation Cup, and it's why it's one of the best things to watch. It's one of the best plays to play as well. If you thought that looking at the stuff is intense, download Fortnite on the PlayStation, play it there too. It's a really good place. I would say even the best play. Fortnite, get involved in these competitions. There are more coming too, Kelly, when it comes to, you know, the opportunities to play on this platform for money in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing this for years now. Shayo and myself have probably covered at least half a dozen different PlayStation Cups, and they do reload. We've had solos, we've had duos. They just provide so much opportunity for you console players out there. So make sure you're following, make sure you're playing on PlayStation right now, because it truly is a great opportunity. If you're looking to get some competitive competition in, or if you're looking to make some money, PlayStation is the way to go. But we just have one more game for Battle Royale finals. We do have Zero Build finals that's going to be starting at 4 p.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. Eastern time. So if you guys still want some more Fortnite competitive for your day, well, we got more coming your way.
Yeah, so much, and a lot of variety throughout the day as well. And that last game, what I liked is that we weren't in the desert. Usually, I like the vacation outside right now. It's like -20, snow everywhere. I'm in Canada. for context, but the desert we've been at so many times, I wouldn't have thought that I didn't want to be there anymore. A jungle biome, Kelly, I liked a lot. The levels of height that we saw were crazy. Like Tomi was really high up in the sky.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. They say that the reason why the movie industry started over in Los Angeles is that you have every biome within distance. You can go to the desert, you can go to the ocean, you can go to a forest, or you can go to like a tropical area. And I definitely see the resemblance out of the new map that we're having in here. And honestly, I'm just loving the changes that Fortnite has. I love the competitive changes that we've seen. There's so much more vocal awareness between the dev side and the player side as well when it comes to changes and the patch notes and everything. And I feel like we're kind of seeing that all culminate right now for this tournament. We're seeing just with these tiny little tweaks of competitive changes, how good a tournament can end up being.
Yeah. Kelly, did you grow up in LA, by the way? Real
No.
question. No? Because I was about to say maybe that, you got to play Fortnite before it was out. Like you got to experience the Fortnite map. If it has all this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Let's look at the experience from that last game. Clixie up in the business, 291, the biggest gap we've seen between Clixie and Scare. If you're just tuning in, you're trying to figure out what's going down. Scare and Clixie have been kind of going back and forth. Scare usually at the front end of things, but Clixie's in the business, and Flex, who missed an entire endgame, Kelly, he's third place.
Wow. I mean, the separation though between third and second place definitely shows you how tight the competition is between first and second. And the fact that Clixie has not even gotten a victory royale right now shows just how consistent he's being. We saw the back-to-back second places and we wondered, is that going to be it? Clixie got a 17th, then got a 27th. Maybe the momentum was slowing down, but then turns it around for a third place 9 elimination game. That is what I want to see. So many players, when they're in that downward turn, just allow their mentals to destroy them and it gets worse and worse. But that is not the case for Clixie.
Not at all. Some other people that we just saw rising up within the ranks. Cam Slam, who wasn't near that top 10, is getting closer. Saw I Am Enough lose out on a second place overall. Still towards that top 12. Reet falling low, but not too low outside the top 20. And Cyclops Asmafy still holding on inside those ranks. Jargu will be the one at top 10. We saw get a few eliminations holding on to the 10th place slot. You don't want to let anyone up take your section of that money. If you're in that 10th place position, you're trying to hold on to it. If you're ahead of it, you're trying to push yourself even further. Right now in that last game, I think every single place is up for grabs. No one has enough of a gap to stay all the way ahead.
And that's exactly what you want to see in a Fortnite tournament. You don't want to know who's going to win until the final moments. And speaking of final moments, we do just have a few minutes before we jump into our final match. I say a few minutes. I should have said a few moments. A few moments before we jump into our final match, everyone, for the Battle Royale mode. It's going to be exciting to see who is going to come out on top and win the lion's share, of course, of that $100,000 prize pool we have between all the regions going on right now. Whew, Shayo, I know it's a little, starting into game 6, maybe it's bad taste, but is there someone you think is going to walk away as the winner?
For me, I think there might be a chance for a Scare comeback. It might be a Scare comeback mode. I mean, guys been getting elims. He's been getting torched by Zone every single time I see him play, which is unfortunate. Give my boy Scare one Zone. Give him a chance. Give him a chance to be in control. Give him like 2 Zone pulls back. Let me see what he can cook.
Okay. I like it. I do love the story of Clixie having 2 really good games and then kind of going rough and then having a great game 5. But second versus first, I want to see Scare versus Clixie. I want to see Scare come out on top. He got first place in game number 1, and then it's kind of just been doing well, but not doing great the last 4 games. To just end things off with another victory royale for Scare, bookending it would be amazing.
Yeah, I want to know for anyone else that's watching right now in the chat, let me know who you think is going to be winning inside this game number 6, because it's you that matters. The people that are watching, this is what the players are kind of playing for. Next to the money, there's also glory, reputation, and that game is starting very, very soon. Game number 6 of the PlayStation tournament, of the PlayStation Cup, featuring Fortnite for the moment. Just the build section is full underway. Full box dot is up in the business, or full box bot, should I say? Maybe I was just trying to be too polite. Starting things off, Latte Landing.
I like this little mountainous zone that they have. They have a, what was it called? An atoll? An atoll when there's like a little mountainous around like a tiny ocean lake. I'm throwing out some geographical terms right here. I don't know if anyone's following along, but I believe that's called an atoll. In full box bot right now, taking a lot out of the atoll and just taking a few opportunities here to see what's going on, loot up, and make sure that he's ready to go on to Latte Landing. Wait, Latte Landing? Come on.
Yeah, it's not lucky this time. It's all latte. Isn't a toll what you pay to get across a bridge or something?
That is a toll, but I don't know if that's a toll.
Yeah, a toll. That's what I said. We'll have to investigate. We'll have to investigate and see what's up. For full box, 77 points, Kelly. If I'm gonna be looking at things correctly on this side, I just want to update exactly where 77 is for the people that are watching right now. You are kind of in the top 60. You're not close to top 30. What would you recommend? Do you just go for the top 30 or do you try to push, go crazy with it? Is it consistent or do you have to pop off this game?
Seeing how there was not too many other players landing around him on the north side, I would do what we've seen a few other players do and just kind of find some heals, toss them into zone, and hope that zone doesn't pull too far away from you and you can kind of heal off. It doesn't seem like eliminations are the name of the game for that player, so surviving has to be what he focuses on. But surviving for Ben 10 is not going to be too hard. He's got the Omnitrix, he's got surviving, and actually he's running away, which I was not expecting to see out of Ben 10, especially going up against a player like ZFX Sky. You would think that someone as a competitively veteran as Ben 10 would be turning around and fighting this, but instead going for a few hits, getting some bricks, and turning around and running away.
See what Ben gets up to in a little bit. Shell up with the business though. One of the people that made it a little bit deeper in one of these games. You got to see some context as to how they play. This time not going to find too much. Creon, who was also up in the business, ends up going down in this final game to Enough, who we also saw. Actually, it was the Pumps, I think, who we were following. So lots of stories that we built up right now for some of these players. Ending. C22, the person that we watched in the very first end game on Heights, is also here. VNZ. Box fight on top of the mountain.
Against Slepsy, one of our top competitors. Definitely.
Yeah.
Slepsy has dropped down just a little bit, though. Currently sitting in 8th place after game number 5. But with a good game right here and a good fight, Slepsy might be able to find their way back into the top 3.
Well, we blinked, and so it looks like at least I missed it. That fight went so fast. VNZ, no chance. Slepsy in the business. We'll start to get those points on over. Reed taking out Plasmaphy as well. We talked about Plasmaphy's win con right now, sitting just inside the top 20. He will fall faster as he's gotten down to Reed, and that just means that that money is going to be escaping the pockets as more players stay alive. Reed, though, taking out people who are placed right next to him to maybe get just a little bit higher, consuming whoever he can in front to rack those Elam points up. Meanwhile, Strikes near Lethal Labs. Can you rate that POI, Kelly?
Ooh, Lethal Labs is pretty good. First of all, being in the center of the map, very nice. There's also a lot of opportunities around Lethal Labs. Some good loadouts as well. They have this really weird collider thing that's like landing on top of it right now. But as far as me, I like Lethal Labs. I've been landing there a lot recently.
I looked through one of those one time and it was really weird.
The collider
you know what I'm talking
thingy?
about? Yeah, a kaleidoscope.
Oh,
Is that what it's called?
The kaleidoscope,
Oh.
yes. I
Yes,
think
the
it's spelled very
kaleidoscope.
differently.
Very. It's also. I'm trying to go for. I don't know why I'm.
No,
just
I
getting
liked it.
maximum
I appreciate it.
horrible pun with it today. Okay, we're chilling.
Collider, it works.
It's there. It's there. It's right in front of me. I have to say it. Strikes, by the way. He's gonna see a lot of people in front of him. Gonna be watching one now, and trying to find either an Elam or a way to push him off. Yeah, he's gonna be able to just disengage and play his own game.
Well, much like looking through a kaleidoscope, I feel like Strikes right now is playing a very fractured game where he's just kind of trying to get anything he can. And 2 eliminations at the start is a great way to start, honestly. That's definitely a more aggressive start than we've seen some other players go for. Pumps 2 in EV with the hot dog skin, going on the aggressive, going up against someone that is much lower than him. But actually, that opponent does get a great shot onto him. No aim exists. Well, with no aim, he's got some pretty decent aim going on. Pumps, though, not giving up just yet. Does look like he does want to go on for the aggression here. However, kind of doesn't. I feel like he doesn't know what he wants to do, honestly.
He's a bit indecisive. Just like me when I'm like, looking at a hot dog going with the mustard on it, ketchup, or we're talking relish.
What?
What exotic toppings?
You don't have just your go-to toppings for your hot dog?
Dude, sometimes the omission of a taste is a taste itself. Sit with that. Sit with that real quick.
Oh my
It
God.
goes crazy. Let that simmer.
Shio. I
Yeah.
feel like you just changed my life.
I'm telling you, sometimes don't put the butter on the popcorn. You taste something different. Sometimes no ketchup, just mustard. Holy. Whole new food unlocked.
Wow. Wow. I mean, I don't know about the butter on the popcorn. I feel like you have to put butter on popcorn every
Yeah, I
single
do it
time.
every time. I lied about
Yeah.
that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. But Pumps, he doesn't know about this one either. Brandon from Something is going to be taking some shots onto him. However, he quickly boxes up. 60 builds left, but with this tree, he's going to be building up that number just a little bit. Still just taking a time. Looks like the zone's going to be pulling pretty north, and that's going to be pretty good for Pumps.
We're trying to do a bit of a build fight here, but it's a bit dodgy. Lots of mats used, and now we're sticking smooth with it. Pumps looking fine for the moment, but not going to find too much after that. Jeremy in the business and in the distance is what I was trying to get at. Has been, unfortunately, at the receiving end of a lot of punishment from other players. So I'm not sure if anyone from that Latte Landing side will actually try to impede on this fight that's happening. Again, last game means that whatever decision you make, it's going to be an all-in. You can't just go for some of the same risks you were looking at before. This is the only time it's going to work, or you're going to be done with your attempts at getting points inside the game. We also mentioned so many players have been kind of sitting inside Storm 24/7, trying to find the best way to attack after the fact or get all their mats built up before they actually find their first fight in the Fortnite Island. And right now, Pumps is kind of doing the opposite, forced to use so many materials. We talk about this a lot, Kelly. If you're getting pressured this much, at some point you have to shoot back, or you're going to keep getting bullied 24/7.
I feel like one of my favorite things to talk about for a competitive player is that you can tell a top player not by what they do when everything's going right, but what they do when everything's going wrong. And I feel like Pumps isn't necessarily playing the best as far as a bad situation goes. He is using a ton of resources, but one of those resources that he's wasting is time. And a lot of time right now that you could be using to just disengage, loop back up, and then restart once again towards like the middle of the game. But right now he's just kind of sitting around in a box, using up his materials and using up that time that he needs. Sov, though, right now looking to engage potentially as a third party, but it doesn't look like Sammy and Glow, actually, as I say that, it does look like they're entering an engagement just a little bit more, but still a very non-engaging engagement. Is Sov going to be able to use this to his advantage and slowly creep up behind? Unfortunately, it does get exposed, but actually goes for the kill and gets it. Sov with a great elimination there.
I secured, sir. What are my next orders? Is what Sov's thinking for the moment. Not sure he's going to be able to keep all the loot that he got from that fight. Has to make sure that the box is still connected. It seems as though, yes, he can actually pick apart some of that util. Glows kind of backs off again. Might see this fight going a different way if it wasn't the last game, but it's obviously very good invasion of that box. Really cool way to lock things down.
And, you know, we're just talking about disengaging, and if that were me, that is a great opportunity to disengage, right? Speaking of disengaging, already has 3 eliminations right now. Doesn't have to worry too much about getting any more Storm Surge tags, but he's not backing off just yet. You know, with it being Reet, the WP King, if anyone's going to be taking a few shots onto him, he wants to turn around and return the favor. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case for right now. He is very, very deep into Storm, and unfortunately, with the position of the other players, he's not going to have just a direct line to get into zone. So instead, he's going to have to take a few moments, probably rotate to either a POI that hasn't been farmed or to an area that he's already been before and loop back up because those white heals are dwindling down fast.
If that's the case, just be able to move around less inside the Storm and be on more pressure. Clixie, first place in a fight. Amplify up in the business as well, as had a few points up in here. I still think they're updating on the HUD real quick. This is a troublesome thing, but you can see the focus both players have right now is about still playing out the game. No one's getting too crazy. It's just running into each other's boxes.
And for Clixie in our first place, you do not want to go up against Amp. He's been a competitor for a very long time here, especially in the console scene. He is a veteran if I've ever seen one, so definitely don't want to take your chances up against someone like him. especially not this early in the game. No placement points allotted, and we can only imagine that Clixie at the most has 1 or 2 eliminations, so definitely not going to solidify himself in that first place spot. But it doesn't look like he has to worry too much about Amplify. Amplify just building up right now, giving himself just a tiny little bit of a tower to see where everyone else is. I'm a little shocked. This one area is so congested, but if you look north and south, there's just no other arrows around. So this just one area right here attracting a lot of our competitors. And we can see Tommy the Cat, who we've watched in the last game, building himself up a little tower. A few players just kind of landing on around here, but there's not really anyone else for them to fight. So they're going to have to turn on each other eventually. But with zone closing for zone 5, we're going to have to see where is it going to pull. Is it going to be another western north zone that we've been seeing so far?
If it is, that's trouble. And right now for Amp, the journey looks like it's going to continue exactly where his box is. Anyone that's making some of these high bases might be very rewarded.
Wow.
In terms of damage, what a zone to pull.
There is 70 players alive, and the 8 people we've been watching are the only ones in zone. You can only imagine everyone on the western side. I can't even imagine what that mini-map looks like. Is going to just be rotating on over, and those 8 players are going to have such a heyday of just shooting fish in a barrel.
Now, Cartman Land, going to be a place where everybody just sifts through as things are going on.
I love Cartman Land. It's so cool.
Favorite part about it?
The shooting range, 100%. The fact that you can
nice.
actually shoot a shooting range and get some gold guns, chug jug out of it. That's pretty cool.
No, I'm liking that. I didn't even know. That's what I like to see. What I do know is some of our middle of the pack performers are getting some elims as these zones start to move.
Oh,
You're funny. Oh, this is the perspective of not having any of those free uses of movement. I mean, unlucky
no.
after unlucky.
oh, pure fun. Oh gosh, that's okay. That's okay. Pure fun. You still got this. You're gonna be able to make your way in. You don't have any white heals. You're still stuck in storm, but it's okay. Arsenic, we got you. Oh, good. They made it in, and they got some med kits. What? Did they just find med kits on the top of this, or did they find the chest that no one else was able to get? That has to be some of the luckiest rotations I have ever seen. Pure fun with the med kit to save all med kits, and now able to rotate themselves into zone after getting stuck over and over again, just behind some builds or behind a rock.
This is good though.
What's the skin?
That's why I think I've seen it a few times. I mean, I like it a lot. It flows really well when you're moving as well. I think it's like a zombie bride almost, or like a
Yeah.
bride costume that's kind of, you know, singed at the bottom. It's kind of sick.
I like it.
I like this position as well, really close to the next portion of where you want to be building, and let everybody else move right above you. Go for some shotgun shots as well. That's how close people can get to your box, and then once everyone's builded, you can just easily walk in, build above them as they heal from all the shots you put down. So no matter how the map changes, the overall flow of the game in this moment will not. And we saw patterns like this before. CBP getting a little bit of an issue with Storm Surge. You're going to try to heal through it. It's a lot of shields you're kind of all in into. This is where you need to hit your shots. 2 people flying, 60 over top of the board. You need to be hitting a little bit more than that, though. Unfortunate. We fly, and as we do, this bird will get striked out of the sky.
Oof, especially 100 damage down below. Flying is not going to be enough. You got to rotate on the ground and hope that you can just get a few shots on other players that are rotating too. Just a little too late for CBP right there. That might have been one of his only opportunities to get players rotating at the end game right now. Still, once again, he's just taking a few opportunities to look around and not in the right area as soon as players are rotating around him. He is going the aggressive right here and going on the aggressive against a player that looks like they're not in a position to fight him. Chance going to be disengaging right now, and unfortunately that's actually not a good thing for CBP. Still 100 below, and there's plenty of players next to him that need to go down early. So unfortunately for CBP, he has to do something right now, or this might be the end of his run.
Trying to push forward. All those shields you put down get absolutely erased in the matter of just milliseconds. Virgo up top hits a nice shot, and right behind him, Exotics is in the business to get even more damage down. Noisy inside these boxes too. Virgo has moved from 0 all the way up to 41 points closer to this last game. Velo taken out by Exotics as well. So all up to just Virgo now to see how this rotate will go through. Another wingsuit box lined up to be able to get more horizontal reach. I'll wait for everyone else to keep moving before he launches his as well. Insane zone to move with. It's a max pull for the whole lobby. Let's see how Virgo holds it down.
Really early rotate there, which I personally prefer. You can watch a lot of players that will kind of pause and wait for everyone else to go and then they'll rotate. But as far as early rotations go, if you like to control the front of zone, that is the way to go. And we can see just what an advantage that's giving Virgo right now. He's kind of getting an opportunity to see where everyone else is landing around him. He's still at the front of zone. People are going to have to build around him, and that's definitely going to give him a few chances at a few shots on other players there. Kurama, though, speaking of few shots on players, one elimination now is going to be launching forward to get himself into zone, and looks like he's sticking pretty high, but actually, once again, looking to the front of zone, does miss what looks like to be a connection there for the mid ground, but sticking to the front low, not the worst position to be in right now. He is probably going to be expecting a few other players to be landing all around him, which will be limiting his mobility going on from here, but 57 points right now. He doesn't have too much to prove. Right now, he's just looking for a good game.
Just trying to look at an angle to fry, though, just like Fruzen. No aim exists and no defense exists in this box either. Looks like for you as well, my friend, no damage exists because both these players, all three in front of us, are getting ticked down by Storm Surge. 6 damage below. Find something. One shot somewhere. Different box, maybe? Lexi to your right? No? Nothing? This is tough for Prudent. Or Pruzin, should I say. What do you do from this spot?
I mean, he's got some decent angles. I just don't know if he's taking the right positions for them. Kurama there has a good position below the build that he had, but not able to get anything as Kurama does launch off, and we can see that Prozin was just not in a good position there. He does have to rotate before he can get any more shots on, and I just don't know if that's going to be enough. And as I say that, looking at I am enough, you might not be. 29 HP, no heals. It might not be enough for you. 11 damage definitely does not seem to be the case, but where are you going to be landing? I actually like this high ground take. We've seen a lot of players not really focusing on the high ground, but focusing on the mid ground. So by enough taking this higher position, actually a lot of players aren't going to be looking towards him.
Has some scraps, has some rags. It's a shot on the Sharkman. Not going to be able to find too much after that. Wingsuit available. Where do you even fly to after this? It's a few builds as well to work with. Got to be careful. Not going to last you all the way the entire game, but Storm Surge is looking fine. And I'm thinking about what lane he wants to actually impart some damage on. Let's find one. Drops down a little bit. Is going to go all the way for the full drop. Every single missed mat here is a huge cost. All the way down just to find some refreshes over someone else. This guy's doing tricks on it.
Honestly, that could have been way worse for him. Alexito also in a position that could be way worse. He is a little bit above damage right now, but he is in a position that'll allow him to kind of rotate, take a few more seconds. Reet, though, 4 eliminations. If anyone's going to have elims, it is him right now on the low ground right now where we know he likes to be, but he does get eliminated. That is rough for Reet, and that is going to spell the end of his PlayStation Cup right now. Shifting focus onto Astro Noisy, also on the low ground right now. Below damage threshold, so he is going to have to get a few shots in, but currently just focusing on rotating around. Can he get a good position for himself right now on the mid ground, though, to get an elimination? It is going to be so hard, and unfortunately, that is going to be it for him right now. So many names still on the board. 30 players left alive in Shire. We're already in zone 10. So many players have to go down.
Yeah, stacked, and I think the most stacked game we've seen so far. In that game 12, or that game 6, should I say, it's always about making sure you survive as long as you can. Oreo, we saw how much he can work with pressure. One of the best ingredients for his end game type of gameplay. Going to be going down on all soft mats, just has some metal left that is actually going to be able to extend his base inside the storm to cover more ground, to be able to hold it as that zone bounces back. Oreo still can't find anyone just yet. Amir going to be taking down Scares, so Scares points stay, and Suanu Clixies is down as well. Ben 10. Higgsy, he's up in the business, and he looks to maybe take some points all the way on the top of the board. The wins will be worth so much. The elims will rack up as well. The podium is open for anyone that wants to climb, but that height is high, maybe even higher than where Amir's sitting right now.
Ooh, Amir, I love this. This is one of the strongest height takes we've seen from any player in the PlayStation Cup right now. You can see with 76 builds, he's still doing pretty well. His loadout also really good. He's got heals, he's got builds, he's got mobility, and right now, just playing the Puppet Master game. Amir taking some shots onto the players on the mid ground right now. those wood builds, so he knows that they can take those shots. But are they actually, might be a different story? And we were talking about Oreo, but I feel like much like Oreo's, the story is not so black and white right now. Any can win. Ben 10, one of our top competitors, Higgs, actually on the low ground right now, getting 5 eliminations, but he's low and he's out, and that is going to spell the end for him, the reigning champ from the solo series. Amir still sticking hard onto the high ground right now, and looking now onto low. Pumps with 6 eliminations himself, but no heals. He's going to be going on the aggressive right now, waiting for little players to drop down into his little fish trap that he has, and hopefully going to walk away with a few elims.
Final 9 players. It all comes down to this: whether you're waiting and try to fight for that podium, whether you're trying to get up all the way just to 60th, you want more points, you need to get elims, you need to stay alive. Amir up top has been doing that. A 9 to 5 for height. It's a job for him. He knows exactly what to do, when to build down and when to spray. More fights though, as boxes get pressured to just meld into each other. Oreo's gonna be the one that's in the center of all of it. Schley all the way at the top. At the backside, not going to find much as more bodies fall. Darsify is up in the business next to Cyclops. It's a C22. No shields in the business. Just spears of damage being thrown into boxes. Amir is not stopping this rain of fire. C22 gets a few shots. Dart is going to be put down in damage. So low to going down, and C22 picks it up. This time Amir wants to get close and personal. Final shot, box to box. C22 opens up with the spray. Amir, it's enough to win, and it's just too good. He's done it with the final victory royale.
Much like his gold, his power was infinite, and that right there is what I love to see. The high ground control and just how much dominance it can give you if you're able to control it all the way like Amir was. Congratulations to him, but we do have to take a few short moments to tabulate our scores, make sure we got all the points in before we can crown our Battle Royale winner for the PlayStation Cup. Shayo, 6 games down, 1 tournament done, but we still have a whole nother show to go.
Yeah, cinematic masterpiece towards the back end of that one as well. You could tell and see kind of the tension between all these players from like 30 alive down to the final 9. And in that last moment, that 4-way box fight, insane to watch.
That was exactly what I want to see out of a Fortnite tournament. So thank you to the players right now for putting on an incredible show. Excited to see who's going to be walking away with that $5,000. We did have 2 big names on our top. That was Clixie and Scare. But out of those 2 players, we're going to, again, I thought that was the leaderboard for a moment. We are going to have to take a moment to watch some of the highlights before we can crown our champion.
It'll be so close to see who's going to be there. As I mentioned in that last game as well, lots of that top 10 was out and down for the counting when that end game started, when there were still like 36 people alive. So when it comes to leaderboard switches, it's going to genuinely be insane. We saw some names that were not awake for the last 5 games. In that game 6, Kelly, I feel like everybody tried as hard as they could and put their bodies on the line.
I love that you say that when we see Karama on the board too, because truly he had incredible games during the qualifiers, but like you said, not the best games through games 1 through 5. So if you're gonna wake up, show everyone your ability, you might as well do that in the final game. But just so many big names in those final moments right now and right there. And honestly, I feel like the chaos is just what I want to see in these solo competitions, with it being 100 different players and 100 different levels trying to just survive the end game. Chaos is the name of the game, and being able to kind of find some organized chaos throughout that end game is what really separates our top players.
Oh, really? And playing inside that chaos in an organized way as well, not just finding it, but owning it. That is definitely what ends up making the winners strive so long, and then have them be able to replicate it in another game, in another tournament. That's kind of what it's about, leaving your legacy alive, whether that's on Fortnite, whether that's on PlayStation in general as well. That's kind of what you want to do as a player who's playing inside these games today. So far from what we're seeing though, that top spot, very hard to beat, Kelly. I know both Scare and Klexify kind of went down at the same time. They had a phenomenal day.
They did. They really did. Big shout outs to those 2 players, and big shout out to everyone. If you guys are here in this competition today, that means that you've gone through the qualifiers, round 1 or round 2. And by being able to do that, that shows that you have earned your spot here. So you should be incredibly proud of yourself. But there is one person that we're going to be just a little bit more proud of, and that's our first place winner, walking away with $5,000, of course. But waiting just to make sure that our admins are ready to go, making sure that the back end is making sure. We don't want to announce the wrong winner, Shia. We want to make sure that everything is tabulated and we announce the winner of our PlayStation Cup Battle Royale mode.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the big thing too, it's not just that first place. Of course, we're going to be super proud of them, but some of the work that the players need to do to get more money doesn't just start at first, right? The top 5, everything is shifting as the more you wake up in placements. Top 10 is a big echelon to be able to hit. If you're in the top 20 comparatively, 10 is where you get a boost. 20 is where you get a boost. 30 is like almost doubling your money when you're walking into the tournament today. And if you're any player just playing in general, bottom 40 make no money. Top 60 is where you're aiming for. Even if you had 5 bad games, you wanted to make sure that you had a chance at least at the top 60. You were kind of cooking. In this one though, the battle for the top was, I think, between 2 players the entire time. In the top 10, lots of people shifting around. We saw names from the top 20 stay in the top 10 in the beginning, then fall out. We saw some people jumping in, jumping out. You mentioned Higgs pre-broadcast. Watching Higgs now, did you like the performance that you saw? I think it was like a top 5, at least a top 10 finish.
I think even better than that, actually. Honestly, to literally win the solo series on PC and then to play on a completely different scheme set, like with Reet, we know that he's a controller player, so there isn't that much of a shock going from one to the other. But for Higgs, being able to play on both consoles, both versions, and then to still be at the top level is shocking. It's jaw-dropping and something that we don't typically see in the FNCS or into other like third-party tournaments. So to see him perform at this level is absolutely incredible. But Shio, if I'm not mistaken, as I'm waiting for the ... to disappear. Just kidding. Oh no, just kidding. It's going to take another moment, everyone. We love to build up the momentum. We love to build up the suspense. So chat, thank you guys for waiting for us before we crown our champion here. But Shio, we still got 6 more games to go right now. And with it being 0 build, who even knows what's going to happen there?
Yeah, 0 build and the map that we're looking at right now, we're going to dive into it a bit more like in a few hours, but it's crazy. The opportunities you have to like stay in cover, some of the hills. If we're going to West Zones again, there's nowhere to hide. It is the Wild Wild West. It's whoever shoot first wins. So anything can happen there. If you yourself play Fortnite, you don't like the builds, you want to see who's the best no builds. I could beat these guys if they couldn't build. Well, they put their money to where their mouth is. They played in the qualifiers. I wish you could play in them now in these finals, but they're going to be here 0 build in just a little bit playing as well. For who the winners are in general in terms of build mode, we'll get to it, but highlights for me today too. Some of those zone things, man, in the early game. I've never kind of this meta really developed. I got hints of it in the last PlayStation Cup, but Kelly, people are just staying inside the purple the whole time. The rule was don't be in there and be in the zone in the past. Now it's switched, it's changed.
Yeah, they thought storm sickness was going to be enough to kind of deter people from sticking into storm, but unfortunately that is not the case. But fortunately for us, we do have our leaderboard, everyone, and your winners for the PlayStation Cup. It is going to be Clixie with 318 points. Absolutely incredible. The most amount of eliminations out of anyone that we watched today. But of course, we do have to give a shout out to CYN Scare. He played absolutely incredible. You'll love to see him getting that victory royale and just sticking up into the top of the leaderboard. And I mentioned his name earlier, and I'll say it again. Higgs in 3rd place, going for the back-to-back solo series finals, and then here as well at the PlayStation Cup. I love to see it, Shio.
Yeah, all across the board. The other thing to also highlight, all 6 VRs are in the top 20. So Aloe Vera there, I'm not sure if they're the ones to win the final game, if it was King Peace Exist, maybe it was Luke and Dog, but as the names are different between this leaderboard and who's in game, if you just look at the fact that it's all 6 and one of them could have been inside that top 20 from that final game, just goes to show you every win matters. For 2 a.m. Darts as well, 2nd place in that last game, I believe, or I think 3rd overall. He was getting really pressured on the low ground, top 5 finish. So even if you're not winning, you're winning money. And what's not better than money?
Nothing. It's all
friends. Friends, Kelly, because me and you are still here. Everybody that's watching in the chat might have not won money, but they had a good time.
Oh gosh, wow, that was deep. That was emotional. I feel like I learned something, and I feel like everyone in chat learned something as well. But what you're learning right now is that we are taking a little bit of if I'm not mistaken, in about what exactly we will be starting our zero builds mode. Shio, a whole nother 6 games, a whole nother tournament, and a whole nother prize pool to give out.
Absolutely, Kelly. But right before we, as we go to that, I just want to mention it is the PlayStation Cup. I feel like if you're playing Fortnite anywhere, jumping onto a PS5, jumping onto a PlayStation, playing it there is one of the easiest ways to get involved inside the game. I know that the PlayStation Cup, if you're watching everyone play, but you yourself can get involved, play some PlayStation, get in the business. So many other games as well. If Fortnite is not what you're feeling because you're watching some amazing stuff, you're playing it all the time, dive into that catalog, see what's up. And if you've dived into the build mode, you want to see some no build, we'll be right back after this break.
PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation. PlayStation. PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
Hello and welcome, Fortnite fans, to the Zero Build Fortnite PlayStation Cup. If you guys are just joining us now, well, you missed an incredible Battle Royale tournament where we wrapped up our finals, and it was Clixie that walked away in first place. But now we have a Zero Builds competition, and Shayo, you know what that means. 6 more incredible games and 100 of the best Fortnite players in competitive competition.
Yeah, the best Fortnite players that don't need builds, don't need that extra form of defense. It's all offense when it comes to Zero Build, and it's fun, Kelly. We watched a lot of sweatiness, a lot of these crazy packed endgame lobbies. Over here, it's more about, working the terrain, knowing the map knowledge, and approaching things from a different perspective inside Fortnite.
Yeah, and honestly, I was just looking at the numbers, re-looking through our top 10, and I must say, it's relatively passive as far as Fortnite finals go. We only had 1 player get double-digit eliminations, and we only had 3 players get 20 eliminations overall. So I am calling out to all the players before they get into their first game. I want to see some W key. And if you're going to ask for W key, Shayo, then you need to ask for that in the first game. But before we even get into the first game, we got to talk about what we can expect to see here today. And if you're just joining us for right now, well, we've already had 2 qualifiers. In those qualifiers, we've had the top 50 from each qualifier make their way into the final event, and that's what we're watching right now, Shayo.
Yeah, absolutely. 100 players in this one, as well as 6 games to walk in. It's going to be fun to look at exactly the overall broad scope of what we're playing here today. The biggest difference between this and we just streamed a mere hour ago is that it'll be no build inside Fortnite. Now, we're not playing for nothing. There's a prize pool involved inside this game as well when it comes to the PlayStation Cup finals here in Fortnite. That's some money these guys are playing for right now, Kelly.
That is right. $100,000 overall between all the regions that we have competing here right now. But North American Central, well, they're going to be competing for around $20,000 or $23,000 overall. But that first place prize, the lion's share of that is what everyone is fighting for. That's what everyone is looking towards, because that is a nice chunk of change to earn after 6 games of Zero Build. But of course, to get that money, Shayo, they're going to have to earn some points.
Yeah, points are a big aspect in how things are run inside these tournaments. Dictates where you are in placement. Now, the biggest thing, each elim, 3 points. I believe that's up from the qualifiers too. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but 3 points means the more you're aggressive, the more you're active on the map, the more points you're going to be able to gain. Now, it's not just elims. There's placement overall as well. From 50th all the way to 25th. You got the 26th in total, but the VR, Kelly, that's what these guys are looking for to get their big points.
Hey man, when I first saw this like point allocation, I was like, oh, 50th place, that's got to be so easy. But we were getting into, zone 8, zone 9, and there were still people beyond the 50th mark. So you really have to be able to survive till the very end to even just get a few tiny points. And that's not even speaking to making it all the way to the top 10, where you can get 40 points just to survive there. And then, of course, that victory royale, 60 points. That means that there is over 2 elimination separation between first and second place. So although we could have someone walk away with a victory royale, if someone's on that low ground grabbing elim after elim, they might walk away with more points. But if it's anything like what we saw from Battle Royale an hour ago, I don't know if we're going to be seeing anyone kind of prioritizing those eliminations over just surviving the game.
Yeah, the biggest thing I'm wondering is, how does utility look like? How does mobility look like in Zero Build? Because in Battle Royale, those wingsuits, yeah, they're not going to be used all the time, but lots of people are builded up. Like, not many people have their rifles online all the time. What does endgame look like in terms of protection for something like Zero Build? Yes, you have, your little, you can throw down those porta-fort little mini bunkers, the porta bunkers, to make sure you're kind of locked down. But past that, for rotation, what happens with these wingsuits? I feel like everybody's just gonna be on their shot. It's gonna be a tough time.
You remember, I forgot what season it was, but the Rift to Goes, where pretty much every end game was just everyone in the air. I feel like we already kind of saw that with the wingsuits in Battle Royale, but I feel like for Zero Build, that's just every end game is just going to be like 30 people up in the air, just going in circles, waiting to get shot down or hopefully land before they get eliminated.
No, actually, I feel like if that's what it comes to, I just think that charge time of it, you could punish easily. If you're on the ground, you can still punish it. But 10 charges, Kelly, you might be onto something, because a lot of these players just like flying in the sky. You have to get placement somehow inside these games, and I feel like the wingsuit is an awesome way to do that. Past that as well, though, one really cool pattern that we saw inside the Battle Royale tournament, if you guys didn't watch that, that just happened previous moments ago, there were two people kind of owning the leaderboard the entire time, right? They had a top 2 finish almost every single game inside the top 10. They held first and second back and forth. I'm wondering if that's the same thing for, you know, zero build. Do we have people that are really good at it, rocking in? We'll have to wait and see, but it seems as if you have the lead, like if you get the lead early, it's pretty easy to hold on to it if you play consistently.
That's very true. We did have, I think it was Clixie that got 2 second places back to back, and then actually kind of had like a rough 3 games, but then coming back in that final game to climb up the leaderboard and make sure they solidify themselves in that first spot. Yeah, if you can get just a few good games and then just not go down below like 40th place, you can pretty much sure yourself into the top 10. But with it being zero build, and also, you know, looking at the names and everything, I feel like there was a lot of veterans in our Battle Royale mode. But with both of these tournaments for the qualifiers going on simultaneously, I think we're actually going to have a kind of a cool, unique opportunity with this tournament where we kind of get some more new names, some opportunities for players that haven't been able to shine before in the console cups, and have that chance now to really shine.
No, absolutely. Like, this is kind of their home ground. A lot of people, I feel like, are also discounting some of those zero build only players, like guys who know the meta, understand the rotations. Prep matters so much in a mode like zero build. Builds in this game let you just adapt to every single environment. For this zero build, planning, knowing your pathing, knowing exactly what the terrain looks like, when a mountain's coming up, knowing exactly how to capitalize onto it, managing your utility is that much more important inside zero build. And I've seen in tournaments in the past, right, some really big ones with lots of money on the line, the people that do the research, even the pros, it's a whole different game. The ones that do the research end up with the wins. It's hard to adapt inside zero build. So I'm wondering who's done their homework.
Yeah, you know, I was actually just looking at Twitch chat right now, and someone said zero build is stacked. That made me re-look at the leaderboard right now that we have. And you know, now that I say that, I am looking at some of the names that we have right here. We have Alex FNR, you know, we got Andy, we got Milo. I definitely do see some big names, and that's just coming out of the second qualifier. I'm sure if I look through the first qualifier, it'll be even bigger names as well. Coming out from the first place there, we have Qual. Fridge, of course, has been a big zero build player. We got Basti, a lot of big names. That's true. It'll be exciting to see, like you said, Shayo, the differences that we see as far as playstyle and prioritization goes for the loadouts. Obviously, with it being zero build, typically we're going to see more mobility, more utility, whereas more in the Battle Royale mode, maybe they'll pick up more weapons, maybe they'll pick up more heals. So I'm excited to jump into our first game to see exactly how people are going to be changing things up. Oh, and of course, we have someone else named Mongrel in the Battle Royale tournament. Of course, we had someone Mongrel, so we have to at least get a shout out in both versions.
Absolutely. I mean, you gotta pay respect to the GOATs. At the same time, they're telling me I'm gonna be in for a surprise. The chat right now in the PlayStation chat saying I'm in for a big surprise when it comes to zero build. I want to be surprised. Me and Kelly want to be surprised at the level of firepower zero build has to show us. I'm really excited. I want to see exactly what these guys have. I think I haven't watched zero build properly for about like a year maybe when it comes to casting these types of tournaments, so it's a very different ball field. Kelly, have you played a lot of zero build yourself? That's my question. Have you kind of dabbled inside what it's like to not have builds?
That is all that I play. I've tried builds. I can't. I'm old. I have arthritis, so I just can't be, you know, cranking those 90s, as the kids say. You don't have to fake laugh. Yeah, no, just only zero build. It's pretty much all I play, but I do play it a lot. What about you, Shayo? Are you zero builds or are you Battle Royale?
I'm still a Battle Royale head. Like, even if I'm losing game after game, I gotta have my walls. It feels weird to me when I'm playing Fortnite and someone shoots me. Even if it's other games I get shot, I can't build a wall. I'm like, oh, what's going on? But the thing with zero build is that the map has kind of changed its ways. The util's kind of flipped up to where you could pseudo have the wall with the porta bunkers, and at the same time, the meta is so different in the sense as well. The coolest thing over here though is that if you do make a mistake, 6 games, Kelly, and you said Klexify, the winner of that last tournament we just ran, had some of those bad games. It's not the end if you have a bad game.
You know, I say bad game, and it was like 17th place, which isn't that bad
For
of a
the winner?
game, right? In comparison to the rest of their games, that was like relatively bad. But I do still think you need to at least make some placement points, which I wouldn't even say top 50. I'd say you have to at least make top 30. You could get maybe one bad game in there, but you have to, like, consistency is always what holds our competitors up into the top of our leaderboard, and I don't think that's going to be anything new that we see here today, where even if you're not able to get eliminations, which isn't very typical in a console tournament such as this, you have to be able to survive. And man, just with it being a solo tournament, so many people are surviving for so long.
Yeah, I mean, especially in this one, for the solo tournament and builds, people get to live because there's lots of protection, right? Like, I'm looking at this and I'm approaching it from like the most basic perspective of like, wow, you can't defend yourself with walls anymore. I just feel like on this map, past like, you know, the first few early zones, what happens in some of these, you know, very deep moving zones? Is it like bunkers that you just kind of, you know, hold out to towards the very end? There have been some crazy moments though from Zero Build that I do vividly remember, especially when shockwaves were in the game, hammers were still in the game. Things went crazy with wingsuits. You might be flying high, Kelly. I think we're very, very close to game.
I think, yeah, we're going to see a lot of wingsuits. I also think it comes down to a lot of the players, like you're saying, with preparation, understanding the map. It is relatively a new map, and obviously with that comes some issues with, you know, like the trees providing high ground. There might be some players that have issues with that with wingsuits, or players that use that to their advantage. I've already seen some players using the top of trees kind of as this free high ground, and so with it being zero builds, I think we can see that as well. We've seen the differences in elevations in the previous Battle Royale mode, where there was kind of a lot of these hills representing the LA hills that we see. And so I think players that kind of understand the tunnels and hills of the map, as well as where there's going to be kind of free elevations such as these redwood trees, will have an advantage in the game. And that's, you know, very obvious. If you know the map more, you're going to have an advantage. Alex having a little bit of advantage right now, already grabbing 3 eliminations here at Lethal Labs. But honestly, Shayo, I think more than anything, I'm just ready to see some standard Fortnite.
Let's tap all the way in. Game number 1 is upon us. If you guys are not familiar with Zero Build and you were just watching that previous classic Battle Royale mode, the biggest change is, of course, no builds. The loot pool, slightly different. You can see those porta bunkers. I think that's the official term.
It is.
Let me know if I'm wrong. Hey, let's go. Nice. I know some ball. And then the biggest difference on top of that, since you're getting shot a lot more, you do have overshield inside this game. So you can see that value right there towards the top left of the screen. 50 overshield for every single player. You spawn with it. It does kind of take time to get all the way regen. You can't really drink anything to keep it all the way up or regen it. It just takes a little bit of downtime slash smart positioning from you as a player.
Now, something that I'm very interested in that I don't, and obviously we're watching it in a kind of a different perspective, but I don't think we saw anyone pick up one of the boss items in Battle Royale, and that's that little skull with a crown that you guys can see up on the mini-map right there. I'm wondering, with the disadvantage you get from picking that up by having kind of your health bar exposed, you know, it's already zero build. It's not like you're not already exposed. So I wonder if we're going to see some players pick up that item instead, because you get effectively 350 health. So that seems like a pretty dang good advantage, even with there being more visibility and more, you know, kind of a spotlight on you.
Yeah, if everybody doesn't have something, that means that you also, well, when you get a negative, it doesn't affect anything either, right? So totally true. We'll see if someone tries to spec into that. There's definitely people here that need to take care of personal problems first. Volta sharing the spawn with Siaz for the moment. Siaz Osbos as well. I kind of recognize the second name there. But let's see what goes down.
Man, oh man. Right now, it's not much. Not much is going down. We got some rooftop terrors going on, taking a few shots at each other, but Volta not taking too much damage. And it doesn't look... Oh, actually, I say that, but Aspis is going to be going on the aggressive right now with the purple shotguns. They're feeling pretty confident. Porta Bunker does go down to give Volta just a little bit of protection. And with that being said, they just rocket into the sky. And looks like they're going to be getting away with this one. Aspis, though, does now have this little region to themselves. And hopefully that gives them just a little bit of extra loot that they might have lost in this engagement.
Yeah, Osbos is scary on Corrode, scary on Split, also scary inside Fortnite, it seems like. Nice shots. Good momentum. He's like the GOAT of that other game. So
Oh.
very fun times. Yeah, it's like saying if this guy's name was like Siaz Faker.
Oh, Oh.
be equivalent. Yeah.
Oh, good to know.
If that's even referencing that, maybe I'm just too Valve pilled, but here we are. Can you actually go into those hot air balloons?
Yes. Oh, you can. You can traverse them. There's a few, I wouldn't call them chests, but it's like little loot packs on the corners of them that give you some decent loot.
Nice.
Yeah, and they have little stations everywhere so you can know where the loot pathing is. It's not like, or not loot pathing, but the pathing is. It's not RNG. I don't think too many people use them, but with this being zero build, maybe they will.
Maybe it's a nice way to stay on height. Marquitos, gray skin, and you're hiding behind a gray counter. I'm liking the synergy between you and your hiding spot, but someone else is really trying to get into Riptides and fight you for the moment, so the sneakiness might not pay off.
I feel like, and I know that players have done this for a long time, but using any advantage you can get is the best. And I know that, like, what is it? It's female skins are like smaller, not necessarily their hitbox, but their model's smaller. So like it looks smaller and it's more advantageous. I love that. Oh, but I don't love that for Aaron Collins 10. Now I'm going to be going to Aaron Collins 11 as he goes down. DR here with a couple of coconuts in their pocket and now an elimination in their loadout as well. Has a pretty decent start. Going a little bit for a swim right here, and I'm wondering if we're going to see them go for the boss. And it looks like, no, they're going to be avoiding that and instead going for the other player on the eastern corner right here.
Gotta key it up. You asked for it. And here we go. Jumping in. Yard knows there's someone around, but can't really track exactly where they ended up going to. I was about to say farming up mats, but that's not even a thing that exists here, so trying to look for an opening on someone.
I've had to stop myself from saying that too. You know, we've been doing it for the last 3 hours. It's going to take a second to shift gears.
Gotta lock it in. We gotta lock it in. This is Bobby Poyton. Not gonna be in the business to really look for a fight either. I think, yeah, the most interesting thing to me is like once you're kind of done looting and you have like your utility, have your shields, have your ammo, everything else is just a tactics game, right? You're looking for a little bit of more damage. You're looking to see where you can find the next elim. There's nothing else to hunt. You don't have to kind of path yourself to having the best mats or anything. You see everybody right now is just absolutely stationary on this map. They all own some type of room somewhere in this desert.
Yeah, it's I'm sure once we get through the zones and get to some storm surge, there'll be a little bit more action, but wow, it's literally no one.
Yeah,
okay.
This is the craziest thing. Like, at least people are editing through pyramids. Like, it's big show. These guys are not moving, man. We gotta get the Windows screensaver on there. Almost going down. Gotta get the PlayStation homepage to pop up for a second. This is crazy.
It's not even us. You can tell as soon as there are any kind of audio signals on the map right now, players are running towards each other. They want some action. They want to get this tournament started, and so do we. Astro Milan right now going towards the northern side. There is a little bit of engagement going on at Four Fields, but it doesn't look like anything that he's too interested in right now. Honestly, there's actually a lot of players down right now. I can understand why people are being a bit more passive. It looked like the early game was really aggressive, and now everyone has kind of an opportunity to kind of farm. I say farm back up, but not farm mats. Farm some ammo, maybe get some more utility items if they can find it. But for Astro Milan right now, going all the way to this northeastern side, there is going to be a few launch pads for them to rotate back on over, but hopefully they'll find a little bit more heals because they're kind of pushing themselves into a risky spot. But just look at the arrows. Nothing. No one's moving.
Everybody's at their spot. Coming soon, kind of baiting this slurp juice if he wants to, but nothing gonna happen here yet. Past that. Some more people starting to get into the zone over here. I'm wondering if like central zone is the best for zero build. I'm trying to understand like where the best spots might be in the end game as well. But the pattern that I'm seeing in everybody's util like pool right now, everybody's inventory and loadout is a porter bunker does exist almost every single time we swap to a new player. So although it is no build, the people need builds to live. Interesting.
Who knew? Also, I love this the stealth bombs that we got going on right here. It'll be really interesting to see how Ming is going to be able to kind of like utilize them. They aren't the most valued item, but I've actually seen them in some finals for some other tournaments, so it's not too surprising to see them here, especially in a zero builds tournament where any kind of utility is going to give you a little bit of an advantage. But Wow. Okay. Oh, and we got Patu coming into third party, a recently eliminated player. A player now throwing down the porta bunker. Unfortunately, that crash pad not doing much for him, but able to throw down another one. Unfortunately, not able to get a tag. Throws down his own porta bunker. Going to be healing up. Is the other player going to be going on the aggressive? Yes, they are. Are they going to be able to turn it into anything? What a chaotic 1v1. Just so many crash pads coming out and really nothing to say from it. So many items, so much utility lost, and to really say they got nothing out of it is a bit of a shame.
Kind of tough. Tree style. There is someone right above him, but I'm not sure if Patu knows. There it is. Out, down, and just absolutely gone for the count as well. Patu, more bunkers to recycle. Has his own to use now. Gonna chill and shield up.
Oh my goodness, I thought I had more time. I was taking a sip of my coffee there.
You're chilling. I was also... We can have a sound. I'll pick it right back up. You go back to sip and hold up. Give me a second. 76 players left alive. Sus Studio, I haven't really seen it, as a POI inside the circle before. We did get to see it outside. Now people are rotating around it, but not this time. Patu trying to go for more of that northern dead side rotate. Will actually dip into the storm to maybe get away all the way around or go towards whatever this flag is. I'm about to see this for the first time. Kelly probably already knows what's going down, but no, he's actually pushing past the flag for something. Also interesting, you just have the dual shotties here. Gonna be fun to work with. Does swap things up a little bit.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Looking for some hidden loot. Yeah,
most people prefer the pump, but if you get the, what are they called? The twin something shotguns, they're pretty decent. They're not terrible.
Nice. Mid-range fighters, mid-range weapons. Not gonna see too much action for the people inside zone this time. Patu does pick up Milor as well, so it looks like dipping into the storm did find some boons, I guess. A little bit more damage.
We need to use more terms for goons. What did you just say?
I said boons.
Oh
Boons,
my
like
gosh. Oh my god. I thought you meant like,
No.
Kevin,
You're
peace
thinking about something else.
All right, we got some. Look at the utility we got over here. My goodness, so many heals. One weapon. See, this is what I was saying for Battle Royale. I feel like you'd see more weapons, but just one weapon, waiting for those single ticks to go down before popping the med kit. A great recovery right there. Boy, Bobby with just like a sliver of health, able to get that elimination, and in return, able to get that siphon as well.
It's nice. Epic AR as well in the business. Bobby looking really good. I'm wondering, like, I know, like, it's completely unwarranted, but, like, what if there was a separate slot for bunkers so you could pick up more util or guns, and then your bunkers, like, auto-gen? I mean, listen, if people are listening, they can make the changes, If we just want to limit the amount of builds, so you can still call it zero build, but if everybody loves bunkers, if they're needed like this, man, give the people a slot. Maybe that could work, but my job is to present what's going on here, not change the game entirely. And what is going on is center is king from what I've heard inside zero build. In 5 seconds, we'll see where that center is. And if it's even more center, ooh, bottom right side. I feel like that's a bit more emptier on the map right now.
Yeah, just looking at what the arrows we have right now, it definitely seems like everyone is kind of over in the northern western side of that, rotating even more southeastern as we kind of get towards these classified canyon portion of the map. It's going to be a big pull for everyone else, but I think, with 67 players left on the map, a lot of players are going to have to start going down early, and with some players still sticking in Storm, and you can even see all the way over into the boulevard, there's even more players over there. Going to have to make a long rotation. Hopefully for Fridge over here, getting this med kit off, he's going to get some tags onto these players sticking on the western side. Cubis, though, taking a few shots as a lot of players rotate over towards the east. Not going to get too much for it, especially with these gray shotguns, but Storm Surge finally active, and with him down below, we can kind of understand why he was going on this aggressive. Even with just the gray shotguns, he needs to get something on the board, or else he's going to have to answer to the lightning.
The tough spot for him overall, too, because on that chase, he accidentally shot the crash pad, which did not let him keep going. Stuck inside whatever that facility was, but we'll move past Classified Canyon. Get into the circle shortly. Cubis trying to go for just a little bit more greediness when it comes to close range to his enemies. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find much. Could get shot in the back still as well, so has to be very careful. This is going to be a tough one. 52 below, needs one more fight. Can't really land the shots in the sky either. Might be a dive here onto Miguel. He's gonna go for it.
It's already zone
All right.
5, and we can already see so many porta bunkers being established. This is honestly not exactly what I want to see. We do still have a few in their loadouts, but if they're able to hold off while the zones get closer and closer, being able to hold on to that utility is just going to make the end game easier and easier for them. For them to use them this early is just, it's kind of rough. But also you understand as the zone does get closer and closer, there's only so much you can do to protect yourselves. You can only hide behind so many trees, hide in so many sheds before there's just no cover left, and you have to use those porta bunkers. But I do appreciate players like Nate Davis, who doesn't have any bunkers left, but is using the natural map around him, getting this coverage and kind of being aware of what he can use, but still not able to get too much damage. Just looking around him, a lot of players already positioning themselves into this zone. Far eastern pole, but Shio. I'm just looking at all these arrows over to the west, and all of them that are going to have to make their way over.
All have to move. All can't insta build when they come down, but can drop the bunker. Milan about to share one with Felix is what it looks like. Coming soon up top as well as a 2-layered bunker. 50 people still left alive.
Oh no.
Official moving in. This is crazy right now. So many bunkers all around.
Yeah, just watching all of these players whittle themselves down, trying to find a bush, trying to find anything to give themselves an advantage if they don't have that item in the game. There's only so little options that they have, Shio. For me, hiding in a bush is probably the best you're gonna get.
Got to be careful though, because so many more people will be looking for that bush to come in. Have to be aware 360 degrees of your vision all the time, and that is a lot of stress at once. Got to be very careful. Space field up in the business as well. Slick's right beside him. Bunker to bunker. Not gonna find much just yet. No building, man. It's crazy. Every moment matters. Every decision is the thing that might just change everything. There's no just, you know, go for a little bit of damage and go back to your builds. It's an all-in every single decision you make regarding another player. The zone's gonna move in past everybody. Oh my god, max zone pull. Half the people have to work past a ravine. This is crazy.
You just have to hope that everyone is gonna have a backpack. Everyone's gonna be in the air at the same time, so no one can shoot anyone down, because I just cannot imagine having any other rotation opportunities here. Everyone's gonna be in the sky, but you can see everyone's waiting. No one wants to be the first one to start that rotation. But with 5 seconds left, you can imagine all of these arrows at once are gonna be moving, and with that timer now down, everyone is starting to launch into the air already. Slicks being one of the last people to make his way, even though he's one of the farthest in the southeastern side. He's gonna have to make his way, and first he's gonna pop this slurp to make sure that he has some heals. I like that. It's a little bit overprotective, but he wants to make sure that he can take just a little bit of storm damage before he launches himself up. Now looking to Cumming, who's sticking into the bush. Not gonna be one of the players that uses the backpack right away. And honestly, if you have an advantage through the environment around you, you might as well use it.
Backpack just used for free entirely as well. Huge for coming soon. And instantly lands to closer towards the front side of the zone. Bunker's up, but here's the awkward part. If you don't know the elevation you're at, that bunker can just spawn up on top of you. That's going to be an issue for anyone just looking for a little bit of protection. Breaking the crash pad, so mean, and now Sagan has nowhere to move. Shotgun straight to the face. That's karma, Mr. Coming Soon. Unfortunate. Has to get the slurp back up. Looks for more things around him. Can't find much just yet.
It's so rough too. You don't want to put yourself out into the open, but you still need to get a few shots in. But you just know that if you see a porta bunker around you, that there might be a player there, but you aren't certain just yet. And we saw just coming soon, having that little bit of a peek for too long paid out in such a great opportunity for Yolando right there. But coming soon didn't take too much damage. They still have plenty of heals to their name. So right now they're going to be sticking to the sky, and it looks like they are going to be playing that rift to go strategy that I was talking about earlier, where they are just going to stay in the sky as long as they can. You can see them kind of peeking down a little bit from here and there, seeing if there's any opportunities. But for right now, it is everyone in the sky. Look at the mini map. It looks like a tornado.
Actually does. All these sharks just circling bloody waters right now, but no one's chomping. No one's eating. It's not that scary. Everyone's in the air. And a few people might start to drop now just to pick apart where exactly they want to land. Coming soon is going to be able to turn around. They could actually just go for the entire zone, taking a few shots. Might have to fall in a second now. Has 4 more charges of this, finally. finds a bunker, pops a zone, can pop a slurp in a second and do it all again.
Whew, coming soon. That could have been really rough, but they were able to find a better position for their porta bunker right there, and now able to get a full heal. Not a full heal, I should say. They're still going to be a little bit low on shields right there, but for right now, this is exactly where they want to be. There is no one behind them. That storm is going to be closing, so this will give them just a second to launch back up into the air and find a few more seconds to kind of play, what would you call this? What do they call that? A murmur? A bird murmur when they kind of fly around and make those weird shapes and stuff?
A glide? I've never heard of the murmur before. I heard about a flock of seagulls, maybe. Crows are, I
all
don't
right,
even know.
all the bird people in chat, hear me out.
People let us know.
It's called a murmur. When you see all those birds in a big group together that move in shapes and they move in big shapes together, I think it's called a bird murmur.
Hey, let's see if these guys are murmuring or shouting in these builds for the moment. Coming soon gets his first big voice. Siphon up in the business as well. Second, oh my god, the twin shotgun's looking too good in this guy's hands. 42 points, placement already rattling through. Past that, the eliminations are looking so good on a coming soon for the moment. Waiting for his shields maybe to recharge as well, and at the same time, trap play for anyone else coming in. 3 more charges to get back up in the air. Crash pads in the business. He can't use them right now. Alexa rocket through. Now, another one. Bouncing back and forth. Crash pads all over the ground. Everybody flying around. He can't throw his other one. 10 HP. The blunder from coming soon. He's gone. As we move to our top 10. Are they in the sky? Are they on the ground? I don't know. Isophi is dead. Klibbler gets another. And he's actually canceling the crash pad into a heightened big wing glide. That is crazy. Getting more air, but it's too much to handle. He can't even breathe it in. Trouble. He's down. Takes his last alive. Timothy in the business. Shooting everyone side by side. Where is the last person? What's going on? There's 6 still flying in the air.
4 players left. We are in a trampoline park right now as we go down to 3 players. 2 players. It's now a 1v1. 1 player down to 32 shield, 100 health. Goes down. The other player dropping down. Who's going to get the final elimination? Little Fox Smokes walking away as our first winner of the PlayStation Cup. 0 build mode. Congratulations. And Shio, that is the chaos that I wanted to see.
That is just like, it's not even organized chaos. That's just craziness all around. What an experience 0 build is. And honestly, those twin shotguns, the only gun I feel like you need in that moment. Those crash pads, good, but people were actually just losing their lives to crash pads and mobility at the end of the game. You can't even fly without just, taking damage to the storm. I can't even solve that. That just seems like an insane game to play.
You can see the desperation, I feel like, is when we get to the end game and everyone's using their wingsuits, that's desperation level 1. And then when we get to the end game and everyone's using their porta bunkers, that's desperation level 2. When it turned into a trampoline park, Shio, that is the ultimate form of desperation. No one cares if they're even jumping in the air. Maybe they can throw it onto someone else, but they need to do something. You have no heals. You probably have no ammo. So your only hope is to throw whatever you have and maybe something sticks.
It's genuinely insane. And the fact that like you're trying to track where people are throughout that chaos while trying to keep yourself alive, way too much, honestly. Genuinely way too much. And the fact that everybody has this close mid-range weapon that like 2 or 3 taps you, I understand why that gun is meta. And I understand why some players might find it difficult to play against just a little bit, because it does so much. It's so versatile. It's the only gun you need. That means there's more utility up in the business. At the PlayStation Cup in this game 1, things are going crazy with this twin shotgun.
Ooh, speaking of crazy, we got some highlights for you all to watch just how did game number 1 go down. And we started off pretty early aggression with Alex right there. Aaron doing whatever he could to stay alive, but unfortunately sees a watery grave right there. Shia, I was talking to you earlier about how we see players using the trees to their advantage. Well, that's exactly what we saw right here. Unfortunately for Outpid, though, it didn't really work the way that he wanted.
Yeah, you can hide, but you have to be able to have that bite as well after you bide your time. And unfortunately, this was not the case when it came to some of these players hiding inside the trees. That being said, some of the bunker plays and this care package delivery system from Official, it's tough, man. Anything can happen in 0 build.
I mean, something that I always see said during zero build tournaments is shoot every bush. But if you are flying into a bush, there's not much shooting you can do. So you just have to hope that there's no one going to be waiting for you on the other side. But here we can see the trampoline park happening. So many crash pads down below. And as these wingsuits do lose their uses down to 10 all the way to 0, there's only so much you can do. But with 1 HP left, Slam doing a good job staying alive there and grabbing just a few more eliminations. But of course, it did go to the way of our competitor, Little Fox Smokes, with 4 eliminations, and that victory royale is definitely a good position to put yourself after game number 1.
Absolutely. We can see exactly where he's at. 72 points. That one VR with the 4 elims gets him just pushed across the board. That being said, takes Taka and Tizzy at the moment. I've seen some love for Tizzy in the chat. 5 eliminations, looking good at just getting the firepower active and looking good on the leaderboard as well. I mean, everybody right now is getting a nice game 1 locked in, at least inside the top 20, Kelly.
Yeah, this is, I mean, obviously, it's game number 1. The point differences aren't going to be too much, but to see everyone kind of have the same chunk of eliminations, that to me probably means that we're going to have a more evenly paced game between the competition. So hopefully that means that once we do get into that final game, it won't just be 1 or 2 players that are vying for that first place spot. I love it when it could be anyone's game and you really don't know until that final moment. But what do you think players have learned after game number 1, Shayo?
After game number 1, they just learned how crazy these zones can get. Kind of learned how how jam-packed things are between players. So maybe going for more fights early to get those guaranteed elim points, or to survive longer. Enough for the AR. I need to buy or just have a twin shotgun as well. Might have to be the case. Wingsuits needed. Some of those players still had 2 or 3 charges inside those wingsuits, inside those jetpacks after the game ended. I mean, that item looks so strong. There clearly is a meta to play, and if you're not playing it right now, the thing to learn, play the meta. Get these items, get in the game.
Yeah, it's really going to be interesting to see if the meta is going to be shifting at all. It really felt like it was, 2 utility, 2 heals, and then just 1 weapon. There was several players there that we looked into that only had 1 weapon in their loadout. And honestly, with it only being max of 5 eliminations in that game right there, I can understand that maybe people are just looking to survive. They're not even looking to kind of make the difference with eliminations that we might have seen in Battle Royale. So maybe it makes sense to just kind of carry 1 weapon. You don't need to fight if all you're doing is trying to live.
No, actually, if it's just about going for those final fights, those top 10, those top 20 situations, you don't need the weapon. You don't need the extra SMG. You don't need the extra pistol. Maybe start with it a little bit, and then as you move around the map, pick up some fish, pick up, a med kit you might find. If you get a refresh, if you're thinking about all the items you have as a possibility, crash pads, pick those up. Med kits might be the way to be able to move through these zones where you're not, affected by the pressure of who's watching. You can stay inside the zone. It's really cool. There's so many different things you can do inside Zero Build. I think one of the best things that I've seen so far is that action in the end game. I understand why there's some people asking for a Zero Build FNCS. It's because it's a different game entirely, completely in its own right. And the craziness of it too, we've got crazy inside Build. They've got a different type of crazy, Kelly. I mean, this is really, really fun Fortnite to watch. And
it also takes a different set of skills. There's something called footsies inside of fighting games, which,
Yes.
is essentially just reaction time. But I feel like with Zero Build, it relies a lot more on footsies. It relies a lot more on those immediate reactions and waiting for someone to kind of do something and then you to kind of give a response back. And that kind of changes the way that Zero Build plays compared to normal Battle Royale mode. So it's interesting to see just how different it is.
Yeah, less footsies, more just whoever's gonna spam a Hadouken first. Basically, it's a lot of poke game. It's a full screen zoner game, I feel like. But at the same time, if everyone's zoning, the best thing to do is just to play rush, right?
Yeah.
Play a rush down. And you saw that in those moments, right? If you're sitting in a bunker waiting for a pot shot somewhere, if someone rushes your bunker and shoots first, you are in so much trouble.
Yeah, especially because no one really expects that either. Everyone's kind of expecting everyone to be a bit more passive. Yeah, there might be opportunities for people to kind of land into the same bush or into the same bunker as you. And so then that's when you're going to be reacting. But it's really these players are kind of sneaking up on others and then just launching into them. It kind of catches people by surprise. And if you know how everyone's going to be reacting and playing in this mode, then you might as well use that to their advantage or to your own advantage. And we definitely saw that in game number 1. I can imagine that we're going to be seeing that in game number 2. And we are just waiting a few moments, everyone, before we jump into the game. We have had some issues throughout the day with observers. We were able to get it a little bit solved throughout it. But also, I say that if you guys are just joining us right now, we did have a full tournament of Battle Royale mode, 6 incredible games where Clixie came out on top. It is all streamed here and on YouTube, so please go watch that right now. Or no, not right now. Watch this right now. But go check it out later if you did miss the action, because it was a lot of fun.
It was really a lot of fun. The build stuff was insane. We're learning about a lot about the zero build things that are happening inside these games right now. The leaderboard's looking pretty close as well, which is really fun to see. And in general, the way this game is played is awesome. Whether it's zero build or build, if you guys wanted to have a chance to rock into this game as well yourself, PlayStation tournaments, man, they're a good place to be. It's not just Fortnite. There's a bunch of things that are up in the business as well. But if you like Fortnite too, I like playing it the most on PlayStation myself, Kelly. It's a really fun time. People are popping off playing it on the console as well. You saw the big names before. Now it's the big names of no build, the big names of zero build, and they don't miss their shots when they shoot. Honestly, I think the best thing I've seen so far is some of the accuracy from people inside this zero build tournament.
100%. And honestly, if I was Collect right now and I just pulled out that legendary tactical pistol, I would be pretty excited as well. And they already have one elimination. My goodness, they are the best start you could have to your day. And it looks like they're just going to keep going with it. Little Fox Smokes, our winner from game number 1, already taking a little bit of damage from that player. So hopefully they're able to recoup, make some better choices, and find themselves at the end game later on. Karul, though, another elimination to their name. Some early aggression, definitely more aggression than we saw from the Battle Royale, which makes sense. I feel like splitting POIs and drops is a little less friendly in zero builds than it would be in Battle Royale.
Yeah, a little bit less obvious to be able to, I guess even like as a risk, like if you try to split a POI in general, like you're getting shot at so much. With builds at least, like you can force the split by just taking one of the sides, building things off. But if Cruel wanted, completely all-inning that individual, definitely possible. Get him away from anything when it comes to sharing the POI. Hero alert, some action in that last game from this individual. Looked really good in the way he was playing, putting pressure down on the mid ground. And now we know that he lands at Sandy Strips and is able to get all his loot from these fine establishments.
The finest establishment, my goodness. Oh, okay. Also with the stealth bomb, I saw one player hold them last game. I didn't see them use it. I would love to see someone use it for this game, just to get a little bit of a taste to what you can use with utility. And as far as zero builds go, it definitely seems like one of the items that can give you just a tiny bit of an edge if you're able to use it in the right way.
I think that's the entire ethos of what it means to be a zero build player, is getting some of these items, being able to use them in the right way, kind of getting the maximum value out of them as well. Yeah, no more stealth bombs needed. All good.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Killer is saying I'll use the medkit the right way instead. Oh man, so much fun so far tonight. Zynox finding another elimination as well. We saw Patu before, up in the business. Now Patu is here once again. Match number 2. Again, 6 total matches today, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to mean that if you do flop on one, you have chances in the others. They are cumulative across the board, so every single match will add up. It's not like we're taking your best 3 or your best 2. Should be a fun time. That'd also be a very cool format. Maybe we got to pass that along, right? Like, we play 6 matches, but you only keep your best 3. What do the scores look like?
Well, I think we've seen that before in some other tournaments. I don't remember which series, but we have seen it before where they've played like 5 games and they've taken their best 3.
That's cool.
Not in the FNCS, but I have seen that in some other third-party tournaments.
Things are going fine then. Disregard the suggestion. It's already happening. Thought I was Einstein, but
I mean, you are.
Newton,
It's okay.
I thought it was Newton, but the apple already fell. You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought I was Newton.
You know, not the case. It's just they say time is relative, and so is ideas as well. You know, that idea was great a year ago, but now relatively not that great of an idea. Camoose.
I mean,
oh, not a great idea for him either. Does go down early right there too, and Trust. And Trust looks like he's going to be going for the loot a little bit. Is he going to be able to reach it, though? Yes, he does. There is still another player in Cartman land near him, but it doesn't look like they're going for the third party.
Oh, he jumps the wipe. 86 alive as Cartman land finds some peace finally. And again, no need to even have any wood. So we're doing this. So we're actually getting towards the machines, getting some ammunition, doing what we need to do.
Man, the level designers really just knocked it out of the park with this one. The amount of references, just a load in Cartman Land, and that's not including the other South Park themed items throughout the game.
It's really, really good. I'm enjoying it a lot. Seeing a lot of these new POIs all around the map this entire new season, which probably is a little bit older by now, but at the same time, first eyes on some of these locations for me. I'm liking this pull-up tech that's happening, but here's the problem, right? You get seen by one person, start losing your HP, overshield's down. Russ has to find a way to get completely out of this, and that's going to cost a lot of the util that he has.
Oof. It's a good thing, though, there was another player that landed near him. He was able to kind of disengage. I thought for sure that person was going to be able to third party, but quick movement, quick reaction, and never trust a bush. I love it. Quick shots over there just in case, and he's able to kind of recuperate. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be going on the engagement onto him. For me, zero builds, all about awareness, and I feel like we are seeing that right now really well out of, I'm going to call him Andy. I don't know if his name is Antrust or Andy, but I'm going to call him Andy. And just looking at bushes, looking at towers, anything, any awareness, any situational awareness you can give yourself is only going to give you advantage. It might be exhausting after 6 games to constantly just be aware, but that truly is what's going to separate him from making those placement points. Coming soon, one of our top competitors also taking a quick second, watches another player go for the shots and then just decides to not shoot himself. If that were me, I'd be shooting as well, but I'm going to take a moment to kind of wait to see maybe if someone else is going to expose themselves. But as I say that, we now look to Aspas, another player from game number 1 that we were taking a look at, and they're sticking to Boulevard right now, where they seem to be in not too much of a pickle.
Yeah, where we left him, he was in a big pickle. That was like towards the end of a game where he's trying to hide in a bunker, gets absolutely W-keyed. Now into the Boulevard, just like before, we do see happy startings for him, and I can't blame him half the time either. Some of those zone pulls inside no build are ridiculous. If you don't have a wingsuit, if you just have crash pads, I feel like you're not even allowed to play the game.
Yeah, pretty much. It's definitely limits your opportunities, but also I think it allows you to kind of put yourself into a different mindset. I think sometimes when you have that get out of jail free card, players get a little bit complacent, and they end up allowing themselves to fall into positions where, oh, well, I can just get out of this. By not having that opportunity, you have to force yourself to be more aware, be more cautious, and kind of alert. So I don't necessarily think it's the worst thing. It's definitely not the best thing, but I think that there is definitely workarounds, and especially for our top competitors right now, they definitely have some strategies in mind if they aren't able to get those wingsuits.
Just find someone else, get an elim, get a wingsuit is what some of the top are doing.
Who knew?
Who knows? Yeah, who knew? Aggression is key.
Yeah, get a bunker, get crash pads, get some heals. If you can find a wingsuit, awesome. And then don't get eliminated, right?
Yeah, oh, true.
There you go, everyone. That's my master class. Pay me $200, please. Thank you very much.
At $200 per hour per person. Get your bag.
Let's go.
Boss baiting inside Fortnite as well. Some things just don't change. Ooh.
Oh, well.
That's what happens when you try to save. It's tough.
Yeah. Yeah, war never changes. And unfortunately, they're going to be going back to the lobby and hopefully watching the rest of the competition to see where they went wrong. Maybe doing a little bit of VOD reviewing to make sure that doesn't happen again. But Zyno sticking in a storm, a few players around him. So he's not going to be able to just freely make his way into zone without potentially taking a few shots. So looks like he's playing it a little bit cautiously. He's not looking towards anyone or anything in particular. So a little bit curious as to why he's taking such a passive position. I would imagine he thinks other players are going to be landing down here and potentially searching. So he's hoping that he's going to use that to his advantage and get a free elimination. But for right now, there is no one to sneak around. He's pretty much just sneaking around himself. So hopefully gets either elimination there or disengages. Felix, though, going for a far zone pull all the way over on the western side. Got some friends up in the sky with him. Birds of a feather flock together, right?
That's true. Until one of the birds decides he wants to go solo, the other bird does not know what to do. It's a tough time. And that bird goes through an identity crisis. Maybe joins up with some other birds, but they're not the same birds with the same feathers. I mean, That
Wow.
first feather though that you had together, that's the wave. And Felix is not going to find a needle in this haystack, a feather on a bird, or anything at all. He's going to find the lobby staring at his face after that one.
That right there is why you never trust any bush. But unfortunately, if you're in the air, you can only shoot so many things, which is nothing. You can't shoot anything. So False gonna get an opportunity right here. Dancing, showing us what it means to be a bush champion. But sticking in zone right now, he's actually in a great position. A lot of players are going to be rotating from east to west, and hopefully that'll give them a few chances to attack some of the players on the edge right here. He sees that gun. He's not going to pick it up. Oh, wow, and with a fourth slurp juice right there. That is tons of heals. Hopefully zone pulls in his favor so he's able to hold on to that, because if not, he's either going to drink that for just some, 20, 30 shield. Oh no, Isafai, can you get away? No, you
There's
can't.
no way. Yeah, it's such a good loadout as well. I mean, that is just tough. Kaijo gonna be seeing what he can get out of some other loot that he ended up picking up as well. I mean, hitting the wingsuit on that type of height just seems like you get to fly anywhere you want on this map. Meanwhile, DBK, Nate Davis, Kier. We're shooting with Kier right now, so while we tune out with him, let's go to we're checking in on everyone, Kelly. We're checking in on everyone.
All right, let me give you a breakdown of everything that we just said. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's a lot of people. Oh, let's take a big look at the map right there, seeing what some players are doing around us. It looks like we got 70 players left in the lobby, with us just going down to zone 4 right now. There's still plenty of opportunity. Oh, just not much going on right now, is there?
No, I feel like there's a lull mode always in between this stuff where, like, you know, not many people are build fighting either. There might be some desperate people, but they might just bush dive, and then you can't always catch that, and it's not the most interesting either. This part of the game might benefit from a speed up, but at the same time, I'm enjoying what I'm watching because we know how much action is coming. We can kind of pinpoint in our brains where every single person we go to in terms of observing is going to be. So far, for now, it looks like everything's good. A second time, we've also seen so much util in the wave with PS Cry False in the wave. Nice shots. 3, 4. That's huge.
Oh, and some more shots onto the player in the porta bunker just above him. And still, after shooting 2 players, is able to just still hide in the bush without anyone taking any shots onto him. So that is a great position to be in. Slicks and Storm, not the position that he wants to be in right now. But with a porta bunker and a few crash pads to his name, he's going to be able to make his way into zone. That is a far southern zone, though, and he is as north as you can get. So that is going to be a long rotation over. Some chances for players to get a few shots onto him. But it looks like that's not going to be the case for Slicks. Everyone is just focusing on themselves, making sure that they survive the rotation like him. And looks like that's going to be an easy rotate for him into zone.
Not fair. Too many of the people busy to try to participate in the race. That's just kind of tough. All good. Outplayed in the business. Had some rocky starts overall, but now ready to get in there. Comes right through the zone, and this little bunker is his.
Wow, I like this. This little, what would they call this? Like a cargo pod.
Container?
Yeah,
Freight container?
Yeah, look at that. You know, he's got some, that was like practically a porta bunker, free porta bunker, and he's able to hold on to those 3 for the stack. Doesn't have any heals, which is a bit of a risky position to put yourself in, especially when you're not at full shield. But with that overshield, he is going to have just a little bit of extra health. But sticking in the LA River, that is a bad position to be in. Not just because you're out in the open, but also there's plenty of diseases in the LA River. You don't want to be there.
This is the Fortnite LA River. The most things, you know.
Storm
Health?
sickness? Oh, okay.
So I was thinking about the floppers, the things that survive in there. They look pretty healthy when you fish anywhere. Even in Slippery Swamp, they were looking good back in the day. And that's the most lore accurate wise toxic places to be. I don't know. I
Wow,
don't know.
just look at this zone all the way to the south, and there's practically no one on the eastern side of zone. Everyone is north right now. I would imagine you can see that one light blue arrow onto the far eastern side, and that is going to be such a good position to be in. Practically no one else is there, but you have 40 players all going onto the northern edge right there. Regardless of if you have utility or even heals like we have for DR here, that is only going to do so much when everyone is looking up right now. But an interesting play right here. DR actually going for the far eastern pole, maybe a chance to get some damage, but he's 266 above. I'm a bit confused by that play.
I mean, odd one, but you have to risk it for the biscuit here. Unfortunately, some of our players have been watching for a while inside the mid game are succumbing to the pressure of trying to make their builds work for them in the end. And we talk about builds, I'm talking about the bunkers actually, because this is no build. The bunkers, you get surprised on, even if you're Lulu, you handle that util use, now you're down, you're gone. Nice try.
Curie here with one elimination and also no heals to their name, but plenty of utility right there. Look at that, 2 mobilities and then 1 porta bunker slot as well. It's going to give them a chance. And also look where they're positioned. They're practically the southern part. Unfortunately for them, though, that is a northeastern pole, and they're already starting to peek over in that direction, looking behind them, making sure no one's going to be collapsing onto them if they do rotate. And it actually looks like, as far as rotations go, they're in one of the more safer positions to be if they do want to do this far southern pole. If I were them, I would go for the dead side rotate. They know no one's south of them. There is 1 player to the east of them, but that's only 1 person they have to worry about compared to the 20 that are in their way if they go for the direct line.
Very true. The direct line could have better timing as well, though. You have to remember, those wingsuits might just buy enough time until there's enough space in the circle to keep things moving. You're right, though, Kelly. The dead side, right side might be the way to go. Distracted by some people inside the air. Oh, no way. There is no way. She flies, chooses the more difficult yet direct path, and doesn't get hit by anything, Kelly, so got off scot-free.
Man, it just seems like everyone is so worried about like surviving that they just aren't looking into the air right now. It feels like I'm watching Peterbot and Pollo on the high ground again, where just no one wants to look up because of the danger that befalls them. Himothy here with a great loadout right now, and we got that twin shotgun as well. 90 ammo is going to be more than enough to just get a few eliminations, but as we whittle down from zone 7 to zone 8, we are going to start getting into the more aggressive part of the game. But Himothy not worrying about landing. Right now he wants to stay in the air as long as possible. He's aware that there's still so many people alive that no one's going to be really looking too up right now. Throws down the porta bunker and honestly puts himself in a pretty great position as that zone does pull north.
We'll keep it rocking, keep it moving. Timothy in the business. Alu there too. Danny down low. Rescue on that tree, and no tree is safe. Rescue maybe in a bit of trouble, and yeah, Zagan picks him up. Naughty also gets locked down to maybe even trying to get active on someone else's elimination. We've got to move though, people. We're moving up that boulevard.
To some people, it's a boulevard of broken dreams, but to me, it's a boulevard of opportunities, and Daver is looking for a big opportunity here. 4 eliminations already is a great position to be in. We saw after game number 1, the most amount of eliminations was 5, so being able to pull himself up, get those points beyond what anyone else is able to do, well, obviously that's going to put himself up the leaderboard right now. Shooting himself up into the air, getting great height. He's going to be one of the last players to land down onto the ground as this zone does move on to 9th zone. Daver just looking at everyone else. He's not even peeking onto the ground. You can tell he's not looking for a position to land, Shayo. He wants to stay up into the air as long as possible.
Wants to make this delayed completely. Wants to make sure that placement is the name of the game. But 27 people alive. Zone's moving. No one is going down. That's the state of flying right now inside this meta. We've got 4 more charges of this from Dave. If I'm hitting, I'm landing high ground right now, and I'm going straight at it over again. That's just insane.
Wow, I can understand why they didn't want to land for that 8 to 9 zone, because it was literally right on top of the river. But right now, just no one is hitting the ground, and I can only imagine how chaotic it's going to be once all of our players do start dropping, and they already are starting to drop. Whoever is up on this tree is going to have a little bit of a height advantage. Daver wants that advantage for himself. He goes for the shots, misses. Mister does get a little bit of a ding there, but Daver not able to do too much. He shoots himself way too far, gets the preemptive med kit. I love that play for him. He is in the position to be able to recuperate, but unfortunately, we're not able to see what is going to happen to him. Slicks still up in the air, though. 6 eliminations now for him. What a great aggressive play we're seeing from him. Is he going to be able to get to heal off, though, before he dies to Storm? Yes, he does. He's still alive and in this competition.
Gotta be careful when you go for that wingsuit again. Could cancel it with crash pad up top if you want to, but Slicks is getting active. Shots on all sides. No elims yet on either way. Everyone's just falling around Slicks for the moment. He's missing every opportunity to find anything. There's a few shots rambled in the air. Slicks goes down, focusing back now towards our top 13 side. Angel Wing, the 64, is just hopping on side this crash pad. I mean, this is a strat and it seems to be working.
No, it's not. This should not be a strat. Why is this a strat that is working right now? Angel Wing, the 64, about to become the 65 as he loses his life in the storm. If he's not able to make it in with just 30 HP right now, he's going to have to hope that no one's looking towards him, and gets a great siphon and another one before he goes down. 5 eliminations to him, but Noka with 5 eliminations himself, looking for the final player down there. 1v1. Who's it going to be? And it is Noka FN with 6 eliminations, winning game number 2.
Noka FN locking it in, and the best thing I saw out of Noka in that game was the patience, waiting for those final shots to come in, and survival in what was, Kelly, one of the more messier zones.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane, and it went down from like 40 players to 1 player in the matter of seconds. So to be able to kind of control what's going on is going to be so beneficial. But we saw there, Shio, there was no control. This wasn't players launching up into the air and then finding a good position to drop down. This was everyone just staying in the air as long as they possibly could.
Yeah, there were on controllers, but there was no control 1,000%. And for me, inside that game, I can't even approach the analysis level required to figure out who's going down when, what's happening where. The intensity inside that game too, off the charts. I mean, some of the highlights we were looking at, if we just rattle them off of our head too, Kelly, is just, you know, what happens when you have no util left? What happens when there's no more wingsuits to fly with? You get desperate. A lot of that early mid game was a lot of desperation.
Yeah, and I love the preparation that we saw from Aspis right there, where he had 5 launch or crash pads to go. He understood that mobility was going to be the name of the game right there. Unfortunately, it didn't work out too well for him. Felix getting those preemptive shots into the bush, being aware that every bush is evil. Make sure you shoot every bush, chat. Oh, a good sneaky play from the player right behind Isso, and that can just show you what happens when you're not fully aware. Outpid also there in a bush with another player. Looked like that other player did not want to fight him. Hopefully sharing is caring, but outplayed, did get outplayed himself.
I like some of the decisions for these guys to go for camouflage type skins inside the bush. I like it, but for Slick, so many decisions to make at once. Everybody flying around him underneath that 50 health threshold. Unfortunately, could not land a shot anywhere, and as a result, yes, has a high placement. Should be happy about it. Could have been so much higher with what could have been like a 10, 12 elim game.
You know what, though? Still so much to go for these players to kind of learn from their mistakes, make these little bit of changes, and then go back into it with a renewed understanding of what they need for the final games. And here you guys can see Ninja Knight Fox, our winner of match number 1, and then Radiance Noka, our winner for match number 2. We still have 4 more games to go, though, but as our games do go down, we do still get more of an understanding of who is at the top of our leaderboard. And wow, with a 37-point lead, Noka currently sits in first place.
Yeah, that second overall board of scores I want to look at underneath the word elims there. Noka being the only one to be up top this close. I think Slicks is near there too, but the overall placement might not be the best. I mean, things are looking nuts for Noka, making these many end games and then just having those elims underneath the board as well. Consistency, I feel like, is key inside no build, because it's so much harder to be consistent game to game. I feel like so many random things happen to you inside no build. A player like Noka getting ahead this early might just be wraps.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to make, that, you know, there's just only so much consistency you can have inside of zero build. So that might be you know, kind of it for Noka right now. I mean, we still got 4 more games to go, and there's still players like Ninja Knight Fox up in the top, Tiger's not too far down below, and then we have Tizzy as well, one of our fan favorites. So plenty of chances right now, plenty of opportunities over the next 4 games. What I would love to see, though, Shio, are we going to see players kind of change up their drop spots? Are we going to see these players go a bit more aggressive? I already feel like between games 1 and 2, we've already seen more W key games from our players.
I feel like drop spots might not change, but the aggressive tone definitely will. There's some players who are not just going for the top spot inside, you know, this entire tournament when it comes to the PlayStation Cup no builds. They just want to make some money. That means get a few elims game after games. That means just be able to push that, you know, NOS button a little bit when you're up in these build fights, and don't hesitate as much invading these bunkers. If that's the case, might see a lot more aggression early. If I'm just here to make a little bit of money, I'm pushing someone every game, Kelly. I'm not sure about you.
No, I agree. I definitely think you need to bully people. You need to establish yourself as a player, allow others to kind of know that you aren't in a position where you can kind of be aggressed and kicked out of your POI, or maybe even just get eliminated in a 1v1. So I agree. Allow players to know that you're not here to just back down. And I think with it being a zero build tournament, there are a lot of players that are just here to survive, a lot of passive players. And there is something to be said about playing that strategy well. It does take some skill to be able to just live. So I do think some players that are going with that strategy we'll probably see at the bottom of our leaderboard, but it's the players that are going for that aggression, going for those eliminations, that I think are really going to be shaking up the top of our leaderboard and going for those wins.
No, absolutely. Like, want to make sure you shape up properly towards the end of these games. Want to make sure you get aggressive at the right moments as well. The next game is on the way, almost starting, but we got to see who's kind of pushing towards the lead in the first two games. Game 3, Kelly, is where the biggest divisive gaps we saw on the leaderboard started to form, right? So game 1 and 2, haha, fun times. Game 3, oh, I'm in the lead. Oh, I'm a little bit far behind. I need to catch up. So I'm wondering who some of those players will be. I feel like this is going to be the decider game, and where it ends up actually is the most important as well. We saw in that first, you know, build tournament, I'm going to keep referencing it, the Wild West zones, the kind of, you know, deserty places, made it for a very different endgame. In this one, having hills is huge. Being in water is a detriment. Like, having no options to build, relying just on the bunkers, it changes everything.
Especially these plateaus in the desert, now that you say that, because there was moments there at the end game where everyone has crash pads, but no one has any mobility or any momentum, so they're not able to actually jump that high up. And I'm wondering if people would kind of, you know, running around, using up all their endurance, and then they use these crash pads, they aren't able to actually get up these plateaus. That would be really interesting to see if that does happen. We're gonna have to wait and find out, though. You know, we do have and you can never really predict where these zones are going to be ending up. I would love to see some mountainous zones, especially in zero builds, but you know, you can only predict so much. We do still have 4 more games to go, everyone. And thank you all for joining us right now. If this is your first time watching the PlayStation Cup featuring Fortnite, well, welcome. I'm Kelly. This is Shayo. We've already had one entire tournament wrap up, have a winner, give out $23,000 in prize pool. And of course, now we have our zero build tournament. $100,000 between all of our regions are going to be given up today. That is a lot of money, and maybe you want to earn some of that money. Well, PlayStation Cups are going to be going on all year long, everyone. Make sure that you're following PlayStation on all social media so that you can find out when the next event is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, these tournaments aren't just for Fortnite. PlayStation has tournaments games-wise in general, and then at the same time, if you are playing Fortnite, try it out on PlayStation. The skill difference is there a little bit too. You have some very difficult top tier pros, but then a little bit of a lax situation approaching zero build inside PlayStation as well. I think it's a dope place to play. I'm personally going to be playing it after all these tournaments are done as well. Not sure about you, Kelly, but I want to tap in and see what the players are going through as well.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much only play zero build, and I'm definitely going to be playing zero build over the next few weeks. So yeah, I'm ready. You know, there's already been so much, and it's not just zero build. It's, you know, we had Battle Royale that just happened, and then a few months ago we had oh goodness, Reload. We had the Reload tournament from the Fortnite. Yeah, I know. There's so many modes in Fortnite now. I can't keep track of all of them. There's so many different modes happening in just Fortnite alone with these big competitive scenes. It's so cool to see them get so much recognition, because I feel like for the longest time it was just Battle Royale. So to see Zero Build and Reload and potentially others get the like notoriety that they deserve, because there's so many players for them, that just makes me happy. Any opportunity we can get to shine any light on our competitors is always a big W for me. Aaron Collins looking for the big W himself right now, landing over in the southeastern side. He is going to be dropping down and potentially looking to go towards Kier for an engagement.
Last engagements, we talked about game 3. Anybody else that's into your POI looking for it, it's time to rock them down. Legendary twin shotguns, and we're not going to push the early fight. It's crazy. What, do you not have enough mats? Definitely not the case. Like, I feel like you can get the job done, especially with crash pads as well, but a free pickup on a Miguel might just be looking for freer points, an upgrade in your utility belt to be able to have those wingsuits as well. I mean, this is I think one of the best fights we've ever seen inside build or no build.
Yeah, what just happened? They like
I don't
enter
even know.
this fight that they could have probably taken, and then they're like, no, I'm going to disengage, take a little bit of damage, and there is someone just waiting with 15 HP with a great loadout for them. Yeah, Aaron Collins, that is probably one of the best outcomes you could have had to a slightly rough start right there, and even more heals. That's great. Look at this, Aaron Collins with one of the best starts we've seen so far today.
Aaron Collins is the truth. That's all you need to know. And he's playing this really, really well. Now, we started on this side of the map as well last time. And fight players, but can't jump through a window. Interesting sacrifices we make to be good at the game. I gotta call it out. I gotta call it out. So, a rare weapon we haven't really seen too much action from is just the AR. Green AR variant inside Aaron Collins' inventory. And the reason is you can just close the distance and go for straight up 50-50 fight. Over this one, though, ooh, team there from Aaron Collins. And he's jumping in crash pad style. His elimination gets stolen away, but he gets to reap the benefits of the entire util loadout there. All the items in the inventory is looking good.
All right, you're in this position for Aaron Collins. You lose out on 3 points, which you're already pretty low, but you get the loadout, you get the loot. Which would you prefer? Points for the tournament or loadout for the game?
Points. I'll get the loadout somewhere else. Give me the points, because Kelly, we're moving through like purple zones for 10 minutes nowadays. If you ain't getting the loadout at any point of the game, what is happening? What would you do? What are your thoughts?
Both. I would go for both. I would get the elimination and I'd get the loot because no one can beat me.
True.
Yeah, no, it's true. I would go for the points. Right now, it's like you said, there's plenty of opportunities for players to kind of just stick into Storm for a really long time and loot more if they need to. So, unfortunately, doesn't get much of an opportunity to choose between points and loot right there. And gonna take an opportunity right here to engage onto Official, but Official does not seem to be too interested in that. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize they made PP's Lazy River yellow. Oh no. Wow.
The details. It's all in the details.
Oh no, I love this. It's so good.
Hands in the business. Looking for more and more shots. Not going to find stuff just yet. But it's definitely on the hunt for more points. I think a lot of people by game 3 and 4 realize how easy it is to shoot down. I think we saw this in game 5 and 6 the last time as well, but the lobby amount went down drastically in some of these later games when people realized that we need to fight early, get denied. Need to push that box, get denied. And as a result, like, yeah, double, triple the eliminations we've seen. Not in this game, but it's coming soon.
I mean, we've already seen an increase in eliminations. We might get those double-digit eliminations and in games 5 and 6 if the pattern does continue to increase. But Fridge right now, kind of chilling in Battlewood Boulevard, taking a bit of a tourist approach, checking out all the hot spots, all the sites. Have you ever been to Los Angeles?
I have. Worked a bit of Fortnite in Burbank.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah.
That's where Fortnite used to be.
Yes. Ancient times before the European switch up. But at the same time, yeah, it was really, really fun. Australian kit. Is he coming from the land down under? That's the question. I don't think so. I think it would be crazy.
We do have a few European players competing right now, so it wouldn't be completely unheard of to see OCE. We've already seen Muzz make the transition. Why not a few other players?
Truth. Wing gliders or wing suits. I think we've called it 7 different things already, but you guys know what we're talking about. Still up in the business.
Well, that seems very, appropriate for Australian kit with the wingsuit. They have sugar gliders, right? Isn't that an Australian animal?
I would think so, yes. They've got some very cool animals with sugar gliders.
I think that's one of them.
I've seen them before.
They exist. They're real.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And we have Patu here with just the most prime loadout you could ever have in a zero builds competition. Loving the outfit as well, the skin. Looking pretty cool. Oh, they are going to take a few shots though, but probably going to make their way out as I don't see them in the elimination feed. Bobby Point On says, I don't even need a bush. Let me just hide behind a rock and I'll come for you. I don't know if it's actually going to do too much, but it's Aaron Collins, one of the unluckiest players. Is he going to be able to actually get the elimination onto him? I'm not sure.
I would love to see a little bit of regression here, but at the same time, the first person that moves is probably the first person that ends up getting hit down. Everybody's just staying still until the next zone moves as well. The patterns we've been seeing so far, pushing for center is the best, but once you have a lot of your util, once you have a lot of your ammunition ready to go, it's tough to kind of still move throughout the map. It's all good though. Accuracy matters the most in these situations. Coming soon, bridge advantage. Aaron Collins down low, also looking good. Patu electing for the tree stat, or strat should I say, and is all inning just to delay time and make it to end game from this position. You can see the loadout that Patu's using right now. Can't really like enforce or influence anything from this range with those shotguns. Lulu taking 20 damage from 2 shots as Mr. moves throughout the sky. And that's going to attract his attention to maybe even going for a fight. All in here, back to back, toe to toe, blow for blow. Unfortunately, Himothy is just him.
Whew, him with 2 eliminations already and going to be rotating away as he's probably afraid that there is a player chasing him. And as you can see, there is one player going on the aggressive, but looks like they're not going to be chasing any further. Himothy potentially wasting a little bit of a wingsuit right there and is going to be going deep into zone right now, potentially going back into the area that he landed for some more heals, some more opportunity to grab what he needs. He really thought that player was going to be chasing him, and fortunately for him, that doesn't seem to be the case. Now going back to Clausy Lodge to just grab some much-needed shields before he re-engages back into zone.
More action all inside the grave. The one thing I've noticed is that not many people are, utilizing that type of zone looting anymore, because you don't have to go for mats as much. You don't have to go for a lot of the stuff you need to end up playing a Fortnite game. For these guys that no build, it's all just about position. Position matters the most. You want to make sure you're ahead of everything and you have as much information as possible. Having higher bases matters more too. Don't see as many whites as you do shields up in the business either. So we'll see what the switch up is here for Aloof. A medkit behind him, probably leaving this AR behind, picking up that medkit to be able to just push things through. It can stack it over as well. There we go. And make sure the health is looking fine. Campfire.
Oh, you love to see it.
Yeah.
Get that 1 tick, right? You might as well. Does know that there's still a few players around him and actually looks to be waiting for maybe a player to land on top of him to get just a free little bit of elimination as he's crouching down and just patiently waiting. But doesn't look to me like anyone's going to be coming in from the eastern side. They're already so far into Storm. Not too many other players going to be waiting for them like Alu is. But again, not too much going on right now. Very casual part of the competition. I do appreciate the changes that Fortnite is trying to make to have a mid-game be a bit more engaging. We've seen it in the past before where they have those kind of like mid-game objectives, whether that's Rift Island or some of the loot that would drop in the mid-game. But shortening the mid-game and kind of increasing the early and late game is an interesting choice.
That means if your drop goes wrong early, you can still mix things up. And I like it. I like the change too. It makes it just overall better. I've noticed it a lot between mid and end game, right? Where like it feels like there's not even a mid game anymore. Like past this, it's like you just wait to end. It gets kind of crazy. I'm lost in the sauce as to where I'm going right now too. I think Alu is as well, but
All right. I appreciate the effort that they were going for there. It looks like they were trying to reach one of those plateaus. And remember I was talking about that the crash pads aren't high enough to reach these plateaus? It'd be interesting if the game ends there just because of that. But yeah, looks Alu must be confident that there must be a player behind them, and I just don't see anyone. We do see a player to the south of them, so maybe that's what they're thinking, but there is just no one around them, and unfortunately, they are just wasting too much time, and we were talking earlier about how time is also a resource, and by having him just staying there, not making it into zone, not positioning himself into a good place to rotate, that is just going to be more and more of a deficit for him.
it's so fine. Doing something, or is so iffy, I should say, is doing something really nice that we see a lot of other people who are used to zero builds and want to just prolong their utility do as well, which is you let somebody else use their bunker, you get under it. If they want to come and fight you, they have to kind of force the all in. They probably take peppered shots as well. You get advantage in doing what you want to do. Outbuild is actually doing a really interesting thing here by canceling that opportunity. No one can build under you if you just throw your bunker into the rock itself. So This is much more protected. He's going to be checking those bushes like Kelly says as well. Outbuild is kind of that zero build guy.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that this is not new for him. He is aware that he has to use the map to his advantage. And these players that are able to kind of know not just where they're supposed to be positioning themselves, but also understanding where hills are going to be, knowing that they have a bit of a innate advantage as far as high ground goes if they're able to land onto trees and everything. But that also means you need to know where all of those things are. So these zero build players, they really do have such an understanding of the map around them and how they're able to use that to their advantage. It just separates them from the normal Battle Royale players to such a distinction that makes zero build such a different gameplay.
I'm liking the difference in that gameplay though. That time in between you would think would need tweaking, but it is very interesting the way these players like to segment how they get from place to place. And I like the fact that Outpilled is also using smart and little text like this. Again, have to move to zone, have some trees and some cover to use to be able to get there as well. Is the up in the way? That's one of our players inside the top 5. Not gonna find much just yet. Outpilled has a lot of time to work with.
Interesting aggression right here. Looks like he's aware that NRF is not going to be using his backpack to get away right now. It looked like he was actually, he knew that they're going to be using crash pads, so he ran up to them. I love that, knowing that they're not using their backpacks, so following them just a few steps behind to be using their crash pads for them. That is such a smart and efficient way to play, especially when you're down 1 in your loadout right now. 2 guns and only 1 mobility means that he actually probably is a little less utilized than the other players around him. Outplayed, also going for the low right here because he knows that there is a player just above him. He's not even going to try and peek for the player above. Instead, he's going to wait for them to either come down to him or just wait for a few more seconds before that zone pulls and he can escape again.
Outpilled definitely trying his best for the moment. 56 players alive as this zone starts to pull through. Some people still using that being inside the zone strategy. All the way up in the pink. And yeah, these players are going to be coming in very late. That blue arrow on the bottom left is actually looking inside the zone to the yellow arrow. So that's going to be a tough situation for anybody inside. Wingsuit though all the way to the shore towards the south. And wow, again, whoever we watch gets zoned. Maybe the broadcast is in the business now.
Wow. Yeah, everyone, if you want to contact, you watch Twitch, let us know where you want zone to pull. So Shayo and I can say it out loud, and then we can get that zone pull for you. But that could not have gone any better for him. And we already know that he's not in the best position as far as utility goes. So he can't make those big rotations like he wants to. So having the zone pull to you is the best case scenario for Outplayed.
Gotta ask him as well what the PLD actually stands for. If it's outpilled, outplayed, outclad, you'd be in trouble, no?
That's
so
true.
many
That's
options.
True. For coming soon, there is not too many options. He is one of the farthest players on the eastern beach right here, and he has plenty of players that are going. You can see him looking up into the sky, waiting for everyone else to go before he's able to rotate himself. I think coming soon actually already got eliminated out of the sky in last game, or someone else that we were watching, and so he doesn't want that to happen again. And it looks like he's going to have an easy rotation right now. A lot of the players are in the air right now. No one's using crash pads to rotate, and that gives him just a little bit more time to kind of get himself into a better position. But he doesn't have a porta bunker. Oh no, coming soon. Just a few seconds out of the way and you would have been in a better position. Is he going to get the final shot onto him? No, unfortunately does miss it right there, but he does get a porta bunker to give him a few seconds to heal up.
Unfortunately fortunate, but after that, people know when you're weak. People are tracking you. They understand it. It's very easy to just read one more piece of utility, get close to your target, take him out. Tough situation there. MKaz up in the business, lots of util to work with, and one of the best spots that will pull right towards her, as I was saying, completely far away on the opposite side. But
as far as you could go.
Yeah, mythic twin shotguns. I mean, these things, I don't even know what the range is on them. I don't even want to know because they sound insane.
Wow, mythic twin shotguns, as well as having full ammo, is definitely going to give you an opportunity to get a few eliminations. They only have 1 elimination. They're at 67 points right now, which probably put them around our top 20. So Definitely, if you're going to take an opportunity to get a few eliminations, now is the time to do it. You have heals, you have mobility, and all you need is a few shots. And being on this edge of zone, they're not going to get the shots that they probably want. Too many people are far away, and they're going to be launching up into the air, so you're just not going to get those tags that you want. But they are going to have another opportunity to rotate themselves and hopefully put them in a position that can get just a few of those shots onto players.
Kaz now. Trees track coming in. So many people all the way up in the sky. Again, the mythic variant of these twins going to be going crazy. I think the best strat here too is probably to hide inside the tree, wait for someone to line down, and then open fire. Maybe just bait and switch. You got to be careful though. If anybody breaks it down, you have to insta pop a wingsuit or things are going to be troublesome.
Great awareness right there. As soon as the player lands down, 1-2 shots, and we get another elimination onto MQEZ, and he's waiting for anyone else. And you can see there's a few players, a few birds waiting to land down and make their nest, and he is waiting for it like a fox in the tree to grab and bite down. Oliva, though, with 0 eliminations, is waiting for their first elimination in the game as well. Zone's going to be pulling north, so they're going to have a chance here, as everyone on the south side is going to have to go past them. Another elimination coming out for MQ right here. Actually, they might have just missed that final shot onto them, but as I say that, the other player looks to be going onto the engagement onto them, but a few seconds of respite right here is going to give him all he needs to heal up and another chance to backpack away to safety.
So look for it. Timing's everything. Being safe is just something you want to do after the fact as well. Here he goes, and nobody interrupting him on the charge up, and that just means we're going to be flying in the sky for free, making rainbows. This is craziness. But this is the pro way. This is the meta right now, and if you want to be consistent game after game, you have to be able to replicate this. Fly high all the time.
All right, hear me out, Fortnite. Hear me out. Let people shoot
wait.
while in the wingsuits. Let people shoot in the air.
That would be nice. Do you hear any shots? One gun, maybe?
You just won.
Right now. Try. Completely peaceful. Is everybody in the air? Is the whole server flying?
I wish we had observers working right now, because the view of it must be amazing to see just everyone up in the lobby, a rainbow cacophony of smoke as everyone just takes whatever opportunity they can to not hit the ground, because they know as soon as they hit the ground and they have no porta bunkers, it is going to be disaster for them. Himothy right now healing up, launching up, just doing anything he can to not stay in the air, as he does lose his backpack, and with only 2 more crash pads left, he has to make a play right now.
He's looking for it. Timothy dropping down, missing a few. Using enemy crash pads to be able to traverse the actual scale of what's going on. Unfortunately, taking a few shots towards the back shoulder, and it's actually Olu that takes him down.
Ooh, and we got Australian Kit, the sugar glider himself, representing Down Under, going for the elimination, lands down himself. He does still have 5 charges for his backpack, but being in the middle of everyone means that you can't launch up without everyone taking a few shots. If he's able to get a good angle, if he's able to see the distraction from everyone else, maybe he can launch himself up into the air before it is too late. A few seconds left, and yes, he's able to go into the air, and one of the only players left, but he gets hit. He's down on the ground, and with a med kit, it might not be enough to get him back into zone. He does see a player there. Is he able to get the siphon? No, he goes down himself with just 4 eliminations.
That is just so tough. Life all the way down to the final minute. Red Bull going for a little bit of shots for those shots. It's not going to work. Patu by himself inside zone. It's so small. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. He's biding time, playing out these placements. Finally getting into it. You could just port a bunker and then have ownership of one of the doors, but it's not going to be possible. Fry taken down. Patu moves all the way up, has a few more pot shots to shoot. 20 HP, still shooting strong. Zrax takes him down. Now a 1v1. You know exactly where he is. Zrax with the shots and the spray. Slam goes down for Twitter's Zrax. It's a win in another match.
Wow. Game number 3 wrapped up. And I feel like the chaos levels are only increasing, Shio. Like you said, I say the chaos levels, but also the peace levels. The silence that we heard as all 40 players were up in the sky, flying around in circles, like a swarm of buzzards waiting for a carcass to appear before them. There was so much and so little going on in that game.
I think there was one person was trying to shoot and then just gave up halfway through. He's like, oh, okay, never mind. That's the whole thing. That was insane. Reminded me of, like, I don't know, one of the PAXs back in 2019 where the entire arena like made everyone fly all the way up. But at the same time, it's like, what do you do in that situation? Do you have enough bullets even to try to shoot people out of the air? And a follow-up to that, if everyone just has twin shotguns, you can't even hit half these birds in the sky.
Yeah, it's no, it definitely brings me back to those Rift-to-Goes, the meta that we saw, where just no one is ever in the air and you have to just wait for everyone to drop down. And within that self, it creates a strategy. Players that are able to hold on to those items as long as possible are able to hold on to that bunker in the final moments and kind of position themselves where they're able to just kind of shoot all of these floating birds above them for free. And that's why it's so important to use trees, use bushes, use the natural elevation to your advantage so that you're able to hold on to your utility as long as you possibly can. And I don't mean heals or anything. I literally just mean the porta bunkers and the mobility. The longer you can hold on to them, the longer you're going to survive. And I know that sounds obvious, but that is what we are seeing time and time again in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the porta bunkers themselves are the more harder commodity. 10 instances of that actual wingsuit, totally fine. Half the time we're seeing zones actually use one charge for almost 2 zones entirely to rotate and to stall. So the actual art in it, Kelly's right. The painting though is just done with porta bunkers. You want to make sure you're not getting pressure to use them early. And inside this game, we did see a few get dropped down. That being said though, I think from both sides, from both teams, a pretty amazing game.
Ooh, and that is the halfway point now. So if our players are kind of in the bottom half of our leaderboard, they're definitely going to be taking these few moments of a break that we have between games 3 and 4 and just reviewing, VOD reviewing, looking at whatever they can do to change things up, because Shio, there is a big chunk of change waiting for our players at the top of our leaderboard right now. They don't want to get 50th place. They don't want to walk away with $200. They want that $5,000 prize in first place.
Yeah, solo, $5,000. That's where the glory's at. But at the same time, more PlayStation Cups to come after the fact. MK's up in the business as well in that game. Patu, we were watching the highlights for this one. Again, in a zone that's just so weird. The wingsuits in the air just solve all your problems. But if everyone has their problems being solved, if everyone's in the air, that's a problem in unto itself. Amazing game. Let's look at the overall results after that one, all added up together. Noka still in the lead, and I think he's actually pushed his lead forward. That's insane, Kelly.
Wow. What I'm looking at, though, is the point difference in how they're earning those points between eliminations and placements. We can see just how well Ninja Knight Fox is making it into the end game. Their worst game so far is 17th place, whereas Noka is kind of focusing on the eliminations more. Currently, in our leaderboard, they are the only player with double-digit eliminations. A few players that are close to them, and obviously that's going to be changing into game number 4, but I'm looking at these players literally 5th and below, Shio. You know, they're going to have to make a change in game number 4 if they want to reach that first place spot.
No, absolutely. This is where the gap starts to widen. This is where things will start to change. That being said, those games, intense. We might need a breather. You guys, we'll get some water, rehydrate up. We'll be right back after this.
PlayStation
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
I'm confident when I'm drinking rain. I hope you get a taste. I'm feeling lonely, so I hope she stay. I'm confident when I'm drinking rain. I hope you get a taste. I'm feeling lonely, so I hope she stay. I'm confident when I'm drinking rain. I hope you get a taste. I'm feeling lonely, so I hope she stay. I'm confident when I'm drinking rain. I hope you get a taste.
Welcome back, Fortnite fans. We are here in game number 4 for the PlayStation Cup Finals for our zero build portion of the tournament. If you're just joining us right now, welcome. I'm Kelly. I'm joined here by Shio Wager, and we are bringing you all of the action. We've already wrapped up one tournament, a 6-game series, so please go check that out once this tournament wraps up because it was absolutely incredible. Big shout outs to Clixie for walking away as our victor for our Battle Royale mode, but now it is all about zero build, Shio.
Yeah, it's all about tapping in. You said welcome to all the Fortnite people that love the game. I want to welcome all the Fortnite haters as well. Listen, the builds are no longer active. If you wanted just the raw display of your positional skill, here you go. This is the game for you to watch. This is the game for you to play. Time to turn haters into lovers.
I don't welcome the haters enough. You're right. I should.
Yeah. Well, don't. Honestly, just don't.
Oh, okay.
If I'm around, don't. It's dangerous. It's a dangerous time.
Well, it's not too dangerous right now for Zrax as he's enjoying his tip-top terrace. There's a few other players around him, but it doesn't look like too many players are engaging right now. So just healing up, getting those full shields before he engages. Already he's got those twin shotguns in his loadout, so he's looking pretty good right now. It's quite wild. You know, obviously I watch a bit more Battle Royale than I watch Zero Build, so to see people bypassing the pump shotgun is shocking, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, go for the twins. I'm not sure if they're vaulted inside the main game as well, but for this one, they seem entirely broken. Maybe the idea is if you can just keep shooting, things just look so much better. Yeah, you found a wingsuit. Maybe you don't need another launch pad. Oh, this is really cool. I'm liking this tech from Zrax. You're able to just go from like place to place, place like, you know, 2 pads that link as well. And then when the zone kind of pulls in, you can have easy rotates the whole way around. Lots of control here from Zrax. I like it.
Also, I kind of like the change of plays. You could tell that he was maybe potentially going to be rotating to this northern corner right here, but disengages when he sees the player already gone from it. I'm wondering if he was planning to either go for the engagement or go for just like another loot opportunity, but realizing that the player was already gone, that there was nothing there for him. So disengages instead of wasting some time to look up there or maybe go on the fight. So decent play. I know not much happened, but I do like these like little micro adjustments that we see from players like Zrax. So good start so far, and it looks like he is going to be using another launch pad to just kind of get himself back up into the trees to loot some more.
Lock it down, get that loot. Is that General Grievous?
It looks like him, but he doesn't have 6 lightsabers, so I feel like it's not.
It's just Grievous.
It's not
sense.
general. It's
not
average. Wait,
It's just average Grievous, yeah. It's Private Grievous, that's crazy. What's like a littler version of Grievous, or like a less intense?
Agree.
I was like general, like inconvenience, you know what I'm saying?
I love
Like
it. Oh, I love that. Oh my god.
craziness.
The name also giving me some 90s AOL vibes right here. But overall, Dan Hope has got a little bit of hope to get elimination onto this player that's chilling with him at Clausy Lodge. Zeld also making his way a little bit closer, but doesn't seem to be too aware. Shutting some doors, letting the air out. It's getting a little cold, or just you know, making sure that the hinges are working. I actually did that recently. Just repaired some doors in my houses. Dan Hope misses the player landing entirely. Okay, now he seems to be changing his position.
Kind of knows, kind of maybe not. We'll tune back in with a minute to see. Hizzy being challenged, and Frostboss here, the aim has been pretty accurate when it comes to medium and long range engagements. It's actually finishing these games out, and at the same time just, you know, playing on the back end defensive portions of them that's been the challenge. But actually landing the shots, he's been pretty good so far.
Interesting to see. Just looks like he's just kind of trying to find anyone around. Looks like they actually want to go on the aggressive right now, trying to find where the other players are in Cartman Land. And with these rails and the lazy river and plenty of opportunities to run around right now, Aspos is just gonna kind of stick around here. It seems like Zone's kind of sticking around to the center of the map anyway, so they don't have to make their way to a far rotation if they don't want to. But yep, shoot every bush. Well done.
You're right about that in a sense, where like sometimes people overcommit to the zone way too much, where like honestly you could have stayed exactly where you spawned and the circle could have came to you the entire time.
Especially with how
weird too, but yeah.
I mean, there's just so much early aggression too. These players don't have to worry about like Storm Surge right now. And obviously that's going to be changing later on. So you do want to get a few tags, but you kind of just can stick where you are right now. Carmen Land does have some verticality to it, so you can get some like free vision. But for right now, I don't mind where Aspis is. He's kind of taking this little hill position to see if anyone from the south is going to be rotating north. Maybe get a few shots onto them. So I like that. You know what I would like more, Shia, though, is someone to be into the hot air balloon. We haven't seen any plays from the hot air balloon yet.
No cash prize, no extra incentive, but yo, for the happiness of the casters, maybe can someone jump into the hot air balloon? Anybody listening?
That would be awesome.
Listening? Focus on the
That'd
game.
be great. Yeah.
I would personally love that as well.
Here, Aspis, and you're on camera right now. You know, I see your One Punch Man skin. I really like it. I think it's cool. I do think her sister is the better of the two. But I'm just saying, you know, like from anime nerd to anime nerd, if you could just jump onto a hot air balloon, that would make me so happy. Thank you so much. Also, get another elimination. You already have one. Look, Outplayed is right there. You can outplay him, just getting a few eliminations. No, not there. To the left.
We're helping him out if he's watching.
Is this collusion? Wait, am I allowed to do this?
No, there's enough of the delay. We're chilling. We're chilling for now.
I get fired and banned from Fortnite from collusion.
One of the PlayStation no build cups. Oh no, not like this.
Not like this.
Any other way. Just waiting to see once again how these zones end up forming. Kelly was absolutely right when it comes to the mid game. Like, it really finishes fast. It starts a little bit faster as well. I know there are slow starts in general, staying in that very first zone for a long time, but
Oh, Are there multiple people going for the hot air balloon right now? Oh my gosh, that makes me so happy. But I understand Aspa's shifting focus right now to go for the elimination onto Slams. That is excusable right now for not going for the hot air balloon. A few shots coming onto him, and now Aspas is going to be disengaging right now. Not too worried about going for the elim. And also doesn't look too worried about going for that hot air balloon. Oh well, another game.
I want to see the balloon strat. You can't shoot them down, can you?
No. Wait, yes, yes, you can. No, you can. I just haven't been shot down. You can shoot them.
Oh, you're just built different.
Yeah, no one wants to mess with me.
I love it.
What I love too is Spaze going for a few shots here, but not going for the full third party and just shooting at the tree. You know, just in case someone wants to run into that corner right there. The preemptive shot I love to see, but not going to get too much from it. And instead going to hang out inside.
We saw
Maybe
this be... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say maybe it's a little drafty out and they're cold, and so they wanted to go indoors.
Oh, it's true. Every window seems to be closed at the moment as well. These house layouts are the ones where like people can easily sneak up on you. You feel like you're doing enough up top. Looking at the doors and the windows is never going to be enough. Darko in the business. What would be the 5 items you would take now that you've watched us a little bit, Kelly, inside this zero build tournament yourself?
Probably more crash pads in case that just happened to me, like what happened to Darko, or I'm sliding down a mountain. Oh, great shots onto the bush right there. I don't personally like this twin shotgun, but obviously everyone's using it for a reason, so I would just, you know, to follow the meta, probably pick that up. Crash pads. I mean, honestly, what he has right now is pretty good. I love the tac pistol. I think it's one of the best weapons in the game, and I heard that they're going to be buffing it a little bit too in the next patch, so it's going to just get even better.
That's very exciting. Very big user of the tac pistol for me as well, way back in the day.
Oh.
All good.
Although the one thing Darko is missing is, of course, the porta bunker. That I would say, get rid of the twin shotguns. I know I'm not going to win, chat, so I don't need the shotguns. I'm not going to be fighting anyone. Give me some bunkers instead. You know, everyone's going for the one weapon loadout. Give me no weapon loadout. All heals, all utility, and that's how I'm going to make it into at least top 5. You know.
Yeah. Says we'll be trying.
Outplayed, going deeper and deeper away from zone as another player chases him. Slam does look to not be too interested in fighting. Potentially had another third party shoot onto him right there, giving Outplayed a chance to recuperate. Angel the Wing though, staying in the rooftop right here, has a little bit of an attic room. Have you ever lived in an attic?
No, but I think I've seen it all now.
I would not want to.
This is the room.
It seems dreary. It seems awful. Scary.
I feel like if you renovated a bit, I've seen people do some really good attics, like accordion the house type attic versus like regular attic.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I'm saying addict now instead of attic.
Oh, attic? Yeah, right. Yeah.
We're big chilling. With Causey Lodge taking over. Gonna be the central position to see what we can do now.
Ooh, that is rough.
Marco
honestly.
From the north side. Yeah.
We've talked about crazy zones. Shia, this might be one of the worst zones we see for the end game.
It's pulling down. Actually, no matter where this pulls, you're going into full aquatic territory, full just mountainous territory, or grass. And I'm not sure which one's worse. Out of the 3, I'm not sure which one's worse.
Ooh, great shots from Darko there. Can he get the final ding? No, unfortunately, Slam with just a sliver of health is able to get away. But Sizes says, no, I'm going to be going for you. Slam with the still able to get out, but not for long as Darko does get the final elimination. Aspas now in a similar position, looking to just heal up in this porta bunker right now if he can get away. But Darko is going to make sure that there is any opportunity he can get this elimination onto Aspas. He is going to take it. He's aware, but not fully aware of exactly where Aspas is. And that means that Darko is probably not going to have too many of an opportunity right here to get the elimination onto him.
Crazier things have happened. But yeah, Aspas is not going to get hit from that range, unfortunately. Dave is taking out our first game's winner, unfortunately, as well, at the same time. This is just Tough scenes.
Ooh, honestly though, out of all the Bush plays we've seen so far, this is one of the best. He's getting damage, so that means he's getting Storm Surge tags. He might not be getting eliminations and points, but he's also just surviving. He doesn't have any porta bunkers. He does have a lot of mobility though, but he wants to make sure that he can save that as long as he can, because with no porta bunkers, he's gonna have to use that mobility as a get out of jail free card. So, ooh, great refresh right here. Just getting some more ammo and just a little bit more. Milan right here. I saw you. Did I not see you in chat earlier? I'm not too certain. I know there's a lot of people in chat right now, but 180 above damage threshold with 2 eliminations, and they are still ready, waiting for anyone to get into their sights to just get a few shots. And as I say that, they do get another shot in there. They're in a pretty good position right now as we get into the second half of this game.
The risk is clearly worth the reward this time. Well, it'll be tough to translate it into points. That's the whole idea behind all of this. Everybody already in circle. You can see the difference when it comes to time in rotations. You want to make sure that when you're on 0 build, you're immediately moving to where you need to go. Things looking good. Past that zone will come in about 4 seconds. We'll see where the torture device is happening. Whether, you know, if you're long range, yeah, that's going to be torturous. If you're close range, it's just absolutely blessed all around. And for the majority of the server, seeming like it's long range, this is tough.
Aspas in not the worst position though. As soon as we join him, he does get another elimination, putting himself up to 4 elim so far, another 12 points. And as we can see, his point threshold is not doing too great. So just do anything to get himself up on the board, because if you want to make some money, chat, you're going to have to get into the top 50 right now. So Aspas doing a good job to solidify his position in that top 50. Darko also doing a pretty good job once again using the natural coverage that the map provides. I love to see it. Everyone else is using porta bunkers, running away, but Darko, every time we jump in, and he's either in a bush or in a building, and I know that seems very obvious, but honestly, out of everyone we've seen so far, Darko has been one of the best players to utilize the natural coverage that the map has.
Not as much left on this side. Have to really go for a hill. The buildings were almost in, but for latte landing, because it's such a small POI, might not be possible. Door to door at the same time, Darko is selling shots, and he's not gonna be able to find some either in the moment of truth there.
That wasn't even door to door. He literally door and said, "My house is yours," and kicked them out. That was such a claim for Darko, who doesn't have any bunkers to his own name. Instead, he's going to get squatters' rights and land in it in himself. I love to see that. That was such a smart and quick play. And you can see that the other person had to immediately disengage and jump out, giving Darko just a little bit of damage. Not any eliminations, but right now, Shayo, look at that zone. That is half in the water. Right now, you don't need to worry about eliminations. You just need to worry about swimming.
Swimming, surviving, whatever shape it comes in. Need to lock that in now. 43 people for this moving zone. Luckily, bounces back all the way to land. I'm not sure how many people have actually decorated this land with builds or any type of furnishings yet. That's the tough part, because everyone has come in from the southeastern side. This is about to be tough.
Oh no. Wow. And half the lobby is still alive and no one is in zone, obviously. Everyone is going to be polling, and there's only so little opportunity for people to rotate with it being just water on either side of these players. This is going to be the fastest we've ever seen players drop in our lobby. As that zone does start to close, we can see the storm. So players are not only dropping down of the storm, as well as going to be raining down. The rotations are already starting to come in. I feel like if it were me, Shayo, I would want to rotate early. I think everybody waiting. Aspas is not waiting for another elimination, though, as they are chasing down Lando there, going for shots to just 50 HP. Unfortunately, able to get the confirmation, but chasing Aspas. What are they doing?
This one's nuts. All the way towards the zone side, too. This is getting crazy. Still pushing forward. Aspas is able to find one of the elims, chasing it all the way down. 5 for Aspas for the moment, getting active. Slurp still there as well. Felipe going to be going down soon. And in the air, Aspas cannot be stopped. A Beyblade with super spin. It's crazy. Knives as a rotor on the edges. I don't know what it is, but this guy is just lethal, man. Next target gonna be chosen. Peps up the spin. Gira, my friend. Going for it. Not gonna see it happen soon. Crash pad into shot. 15 to the shield. Chasing through the bunker. Up, through, and below. I'm liking the choices that Aspas is making for the moment. Wingsuit up and glide as well. Felix is going to be right behind him as well. Not going to be able to find much just yet as a few more players start to fly. But you'll see Aspas and maybe some other people inside this mountain choose to clip their wings. Go to clip other players as well. And just try to go for shots. Felix going to be trapped inside his bunker for now. Aspas, 8 already. The 9th in front of him, going for double digits in one game.
This is what I wanted to see, and what a sassy character to be able to do it. Aspas with 8 eliminations right now. One Punch Man might be the skin, but they're going for the double punch right now with these twin shotguns. Launch up into the air, doesn't see anyone, and takes this bush as an opportunity for just a few moments, but actually going in the back end, he knows that there's going to be a few stragglers back here, and he wants those eliminations. I love it. Everyone else is going to the front of zone, but he's going to the back. He wants to find the weaklings. He wants to find where he can get more eliminations and be the first player to get a double-digit elimination game. But can they do it? Our players are dwindling down right now. ISO gets really low, but not able to get the elimination. Instead, he's going into Storm to get the final shot. Yes, 9 eliminations now. Can he make it 10?
Up top, I'm going to find some. I'm going to keep following. Is that it? 10 eliminations for Aspas. And he is not stopping. Sayaz Aspas is unstoppable in the server from build to build, from bunker to bunker. His shot range true. It's still going. High, low. It doesn't matter what your name is. Aspas is trying to claim it. 10 elims. Few stolen. But the influence is so sharp. 9 HP. And there's no way he's going to be staying alive in this one. No shields, no problem. Shots around him somehow. No one's touching Aspas. No one's seen him. Up in the sky, going for more. Finally down at 10 elims. What a performance by the man.
Wow, what an incredible performance. Even though they are not able to break into the top 10, those eliminations, 30 points is going to be added to their name for the leaderboard right there. After such an incredible run, you can only imagine with just a little bit more health, a little bit more hope, would they be able to get the victory royale? But Cry false right now, looking for his chance to get the victory royale. Another player with 10 eliminations and going for the 11, gets the elimination right now and going to be launching up. Hopefully they're going to be able to turn that into a victory royale right now. Now shifting on to Brick with just 1 elimination. They're playing the placement game. They know that they're not going to be going in the aggressive with just 3 other players remaining. They have to live, and if they touch that ground, it might spell disaster for them. He launches up into the air, bringing out the twin shotguns. Is he going to be able to get a shot off? No, it looks like actually he does go down himself. Trust is also down. It's just 1v1, and it's going to be Slicks that walks away as our winner for match number 4.
That's just insane. Slicks in the business. 2 different players with more than 10 eliminations each. Andy and I think it was Sayaz Aspas up in the business. Sayaz, insane game. No one's touching you in the sky. We didn't get to see the Rust POV on the other side of things, but that is definitely a change-up. We asked for it too, Kelly. Things need to change this game. They definitely did. I
love to see it. That is the shift from the first half of the Zero Build tournament to the second half. That is what you want to see. A lot of players start. They had 5 eliminations, was the most out of gate number 1. And what a change we have seen, a 180 from these players. They understand that, survivability, it's a big question mark at Zero Build. But what isn't is my ability to go for eliminations.
No, absolutely. When it comes to the way these guys are fighting right now on server, it's insane. Utilizing cover really well, staying inside those bunkers as much as possible, but there's players like Sayaz, players like Slicks towards the end, and then players like we saw Andy Rust also in the business. Dude, these guys kind of just usurp that factor, that bunker factor. They push your bunkers. They try to just siphon these eliminations straight towards themselves. Look at Sayaz doing it so early as well, forcing Slam out. It shows 3 eliminations. It shows 10 eliminations for Sayaz, but I think in total, this guy absolutely influenced more than 20, maybe 30 eliminations in this entire end game. Kind of insane. And then when it comes to the rest of the lobby as well, they were just trying to fly. They were trying to find ways to stop this damage from coming down, but Sayaz just a hunter in this one. While this was going on too, if you look over at the feed, Andy Russ was just in the business, frying elim after elim after elim. Also picking a few of these up inside maybe the storm line towards the back. That sequence was so sick too, all the way towards the top. I mean, this is just so cool. When it comes to players who are playing at the top right now, Sayas is there. I'm wondering if the placement was enough with paired up with his eliminations. Action-packed game.
Yeah, I mean, you could see, you know, what points he had towards that game right there. I don't want to say that it's too little too late. We do still have 2 more games to go, and we've seen what he can do in just 1 game. I can imagine him bringing himself up the leaderboard, but we have already so many big names currently in like our top 3 that it's going to be hard to break into that kind of that threshold to make it into the top 5 right now. And I'm excited to see our leaderboard, but just so many highlights in that game. Shayo, 2 more games to go. I've already asked for more chaos. I've asked for balloon plays. What do you want to see?
I want to see phrasing this early and mid. I don't want to see anybody stopping right now. I want to see these guys popping off 24/7. I want to see action from start to finish. Not a single soul still. That's my request.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's a good request.
Yeah.
I'm going to request the same thing for you all right now. But more importantly, with 2 games left to go, you know, chat, I just want to make sure that you guys are having fun. I want to make sure that if you love these Fortnite tournaments run by PlayStation, that you guys are following it, because PlayStation is one of the best places to compete in Fortnite. They have so many tournaments. Shayo and I have been doing this now for 3 years, and we have more tournaments coming your way. But we talked about them once, we talked about them twice, and we might as well talk about them again. Radiance Noka looking quite radiant in our first place spot.
Yeah, Noka up in the business, 1VR already. And continues to be all the way at the top. Olivarius also 164 climbing up. Slicks with that win is up in the business. Kiberlair, who we've seen game after game, is there too. I mean, high elims for Slicks being 15 in total. Apatu also playing super well. I want to see where some other of the, you know, double-digit elim players are. Might not be inside the top 20 when it comes to consistency. That wasn't the first time you saw Sayas pop off. Hopefully he's here afterwards when another game goes well too.
Whew. Players out of our top 20 are not just done yet, though. I do want to give a shout out to them. We do have so many competitors, and just to make it to this point right now means that you've been able to break through our qualifier, being a top 50 competitor right now. So everyone should be proud. Everyone that's competing right now should feel good about themselves. But obviously, that first place spot is what we are all gaining towards. That is what we are looking towards for our aim, our focus. And of course, the focus for a lot of our players right now is, what are they going to do in game number 5? Are they going to be doing the status quo and playing like they know? Or are they going to be shaking things up a little bit? Shayo, if it's me, I'm changing things up. If I'm at that like 21st through 100th spot, I'm making some big moves.
I feel like, yes, agreed with that, especially in the old build modes. But I think for this one, you might just get one more game of, I want to play slightly more aggressive, but I don't want to change everything up. That game 6, I'll go absolute, you know, guns to the walls. But in this one, I think you might be able to still get away with what we're doing, slightly just a bit more aggressive overall.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a progressive increase in the aggression from our players. So does that mean that we're now going to get a 14 elimination game? Maybe a 15? We're going to have to wait and see.
I mean, if Sayas is getting like a pick and then getting a crash bat to get a mid-air shot as well from the twin shotties, let me just see more of the same maybe. Actually, I'll switch my answer. More of the same is what I want, because that last game was nuts.
That last game was absolutely incredible. And same thing, whoever's picking the zones, because I know there's someone on Epic that specifically picks the zones. Give us more of that. We actually haven't had that many water zones. We've had a lot of mountainous zones, and we've had a lot of grass zones, but that was the first time we've really seen the water zones, and I feel like that is just changing the way that Zero Build is played. Obviously, you can't really have that much protection. There's already so little protection for you. In the water, you're just dead fish. So, love to see that. Let's get more of those zones in there.
Yeah, water zones will just end up making people use more of their util as well, more of their resources, more of their inventory and their loadout. That just means you have moments like what Sayas did there, less bunkers in the business, more shots overall, more people not having wingsuits enough to perma fly inside the end game. So far, so good. To remind everyone as well, PlayStation Cup is being hosted on and by PlayStation as well. If you guys haven't checked out Fortnite on PlayStation, I would tap in. I would tap in very soon. I would stop what you're doing and tap in right now. If you're playing in the tournament, stop playing in the tournament and then start playing in the tournament again. I don't know. Just find a way to launch that thing right now. And if you're not even in tune with Fortnite, you want to look for other things, there's PlayStation tournaments across from various titles, not just Fortnite. You can tap in your console and see yourself. Amazing company, cool games. It's the business, man.
Yeah, I mean, look at all my consoles I have right here. This took a minute to set up.
Ooh.
I took all my PlayStation stuff and put it in front to make sure that everyone got the full lowdown. The only thing I don't have is a PlayStation 4, but I got my 5. There's a 1 right here, a 2, and a 3. Oh wait, I'm pointing in the wrong direction. There we go, 2 and a 3. And then I got
PSP?
the PSP, or this is actually a Vita. We got a Vita right here.
The Vita, respect.
This is my custom Fortnite PlayStation controller that I got for the women's tournament. And then, of course, all of my PlayStation games down here as well.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, that's how I actually got hired. I had to show
stuff.
them all of my PlayStation knowledge before I got hired for the job.
So you have to go out and buy all that. Meanwhile, I've got like nothing in my background. So how did I get here is a question. But I shared the expense, I think, with you. But
Right.
It's all on your side. I have it for half the year. She has it the other half of the year. It's a complicated situation we have going on. But, you know, we're both basically invested in PlayStation is what we're trying to say. At the same time, invested in the next game. Let's tap in and see exactly what we are looking at for game number 5, the penultimate experience. Off spawn, watching the winner of the last game, Slicks, and seeing exactly how he was able to get, you know, zero pressure moments like that to happen again and again. This guy ended up shooting 3 people separately towards the end game. That shotgun never stopped rattling, and he ended up with a win because of that. Accuracy good, pressure manipulation good, aura maximum.
Yeah, I mean, he's already got a victory royale in his pocket. I feel like there doesn't need to be too much aura added right now, but landing over in Latte Landing and kind of having, I remember there being more players landing over here. So either players changing up their drop spot or literally quitting the game, as we can see that there's 89 players right now. Understandable that Slicks has a bit more of an advantage going into game number 5 right now. And with him having 159 points, he is one of the only players that could potentially be within reach of taking away that first place spot.
Wants to lock in, make sure that's a possibility. A lot of the people in first place, I told you, after the first 2 games, they just ended up playing consistently, keep racking up the points. It's tough. Sayas pops off in the last game, but then doesn't do anything for like 3 or 4 games. Means that he's not going to be able to have points to stay all the way at the top, right? Now, if there's a name change, there's something else we can talk about. Maybe I'm switching it up too fast. But at the same time, inside the top 20, everybody's just playing so consistent. You have to be consistent on top of having a pop off. It's really difficult to change the overall rankings once you get to game 5 and game 6.
I think if anyone can get a pop-off game, though, it's going to be Slicks right here. He's already gone 7 eliminations twice, one of those games being a 14th place. So you can only imagine if he was able to make it all the way into the end game, possibly getting a double-digit elimination game out of there. So Slicks doing a pretty good job, even when his back is up against the wall, like it is right now. And actually, looks like he's going to be going for the sneaky strat right now. He does have the Catwoman skin. Like, does give me a bit more of a sneaky feeling to it. And looks like he's going to be waiting for Kaijo and no longer sees the feet and decides that it might be waiting too long.
Might hunt them down a little bit because, again, you mentioned it, right? It's bittersweet when no one lands on your POI when you're playing really hot. You're looking for free damage. He's not going to find it. Might be able to leave a bit earlier. No chance to have an early fight either. This one's tough or Slick. Someone might actually end up coming down and seeing what they can do. No, never mind. You will have to move. The question is, when will he realize that this is the way to go?
Now, getting that mending machine means he's able to use some of this gold that is so accessible in this new season and turn that into 2 slurp juices. Fortunately, may not have enough for that third one to fill up the stack, but currently in a pretty good position going into zone 1, zone 2. But not too many people landing around him does give me just a little bit of concern that he's going to run into some storm surge issues later on.
I feel like if the lobby's lighter as well, storm surge might not pop out the same, right? So
Yeah, you're
you never know.
right.
Could be bittersweet. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's 79
Or the
players
lower
right
rounds.
now. What? I mean, zone 5, if no one gets eliminated, then they're going to have to worry.
That's tough. That also means thresholds will be different because not as many people are, like, you know, next to each other teaming up as much.
Now, if I were Slicks, and I know no one's behind me, but I've played my fair share of MOBAs, and I love denying people things. So why wouldn't you
Yeah.
just destroy that barrel? Just anything that can people could be behind you, just destroy it.
You never know. Could use it later. Could use it for the slurps themselves. Could use them for anything in terms of this fight goes awry and you have to turn around. There's so many things I've broken because I haven't needed them in the moment, and then you realize, facing the boss, man, if I just had 20 extra steps, which I did, get to where I need to go, it would be a different problem. That guy's also, who's, I think he was hitting a little bit of a, at least in a little bit of a problem spot. He's trying to go for Slicks. Double up on the bunker. I like that, to cover up which wall is open, and then he breaks his crash pad as he moves. Slicks knows some ball.
That, honestly, out of how rough that was, and you could tell that he was even paying attention to the bushes before, but just missed out on that one right there. That could have been much, much worse. However, it is not done and over yet. Now, taking a breather in the bush, and it does look like his opponent is going to stop chasing him. So, wow, that could have been so much worse for Slicks. One of our players that we were just talking about has the chance to break into our top spot. So, that I love to see.
Right now, sitting in the bush as well, just charging up, waiting to see where we can go next. I wonder if we have any other POVs up in the business, but all good if not, because watching Slicks recover from this spot should be very, very interesting. What he had last game that helped him out a lot was what, you know, Kelly's talking about. It's all about the rotational options, which I see no utility, and some weapons of firepower. This is going to be tough.
Hear me out. Look, he's already far into zone, right? Players are not going to be moving too much. He's going to get a chance to go into a different POI, farm up, but he has to pick the right one. And looking around the map right now, there is not much going for him. There's no way he can just sit in this bush with 2 gray guns and not do something else. Slicks, this isn't...
He's waiting. He's waiting.
I see the hot air balloon, and you know, out of everything that I want, I would love for you to get this hot air balloon. But you got to make a move, Slicks. Time is of the essence, and right now that timer is whittling down. No one is around you. Obviously, he's not fully aware of that, and he does know that players are aware of the general direction that he went into. But he's got to make a move.
Slicks is just waiting. Let it come to him. He's going to recycle everything that's been used so far too. Here for Fluger. Gotta be careful. Is this like Area 51 type stuff? Interesting.
Oh, I guess there is an alien boss, so that would make sense for it being Area 51. Oh, hey, Darko, thank you. Wow, see, this is the pro strat. Not only are you using the hot air balloon, but you're not using the little bucket they give you. No, you're riding on top of it.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Wow.
Still outside zone, though. That's the only problem if it does end up coming in.
No, it's going in, so they'll be fine for a few minutes. It does go on a path, so they're aware of where that path is going to go. So it's not going to be, you know, the worst situation if it starts rotating away from that. They'll know ahead of time. Now, I want to see Darko get a few shots. This is one of the first times we've seen a purple AR, purple Deadeye, instead of a shotgun in someone's loadout. So if anyone's going to get these long-range shots onto someone from this high of a position, it's got to be Darko.
Would agree. And has the opportunity to jump right on them as well. You know, he gets crazy when he gets an advantage, but haven't seen much just yet. This is the thing, right? For a lot of the people, you were talking about it, Kelly, one of the sides of this is, if you aren't aggressive, you will get super aggressive. But if you were aggressive before, you have something to lose, you will end up playing passive just like this. Let's see what there is to do next. Nothing much, just waiting for official ceremonies to happen, or at least that border ring to close down.
I already know the answer, but I would really like it if you could do a porta bunker on the top of the balloon. That'd be really cool.
Have you tried it before, or is this like a Reddit post?
No, neither. But I feel like I've seen when you there's chests inside of the bucket for the hot air balloon, and eventually they'll get floated away from just their positioning. So I can only imagine that being the same for bunkers on top of a hot air balloon.
If only we shall see. And yeah, we're emoting now. That's how much the zone is free for Darko here for now.
Okay, Little Fox Smokes, one of our top competitors, hanging out in Sus Studios as we're used to at this point of the game. Everyone's playing just a little bit relaxed. We have...
Yes.
Honestly, this is like, you know how they take those buses around Los Angeles and you get a tour? And I feel like that's what we're getting right now. We're getting this nice little Los Angeles tour.
It's nice for me. I haven't explored the entire totality of it yet. But we are into business.
Oh, Cammy is not in the business, though. Gonna have to land down real quick and throw down a bunker. Actually, using this chance, not using a bunker, even though they just got shut down. I love that. Making sure that they're able to hold on to it because they're gonna have to use the heals anyway. They would hate to have to use both of them. And so instead, using this wall as protection. What a great play. If that was me, I would have freaked out and used that bunker immediately. But Cammy, staying calm, cool, and collected, holds on to it. And that just means more utility for the end game.
How pivotal Cammy can be towards those times as well. Now we see Cammy moving around. The magical 67 people left alive as well. It's trouble, man. It's trouble when it comes to the approach. When you can see the lobby dwindling, but you want to have a say in it as well. Zone will start to move. Crash pads available as well. Not sure how many points specifically Cammy's on either, but you can definitely get that figured out in a little bit.
Oh, 0?
What? The Frost begins to move in, and I'm just wondering if this is going to be a problem. I call it Frost is actually the zone. We're all good. We're chilling.
Yeah, they're currently in 98th place.
I mean, this is tough. Really tough.
You know what? It's really tough too.
Business.
Red Bull fridge. Have you seen those Red Bull fridges? My goodness, those things are absolutely tough. The amount of conventions that I have been to have those Red Bulls stay cool, you know, very impressive.
I've seen it a couple of times at certain conventions, but at the same time, haven't had problems. What's up? I mean, sponsor is a sponsor. I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty of, you know, what the problems were with you, Kelly, but we're chilling.
There's a lot of problems.
Who knows the Rebels? Yeah. Oh, it was solutions. You only saw all the solutions. I understand.
Oh my goodness, what a solution!
Okay, this zone. Where are you wanting to base up before it moves?
Where Fridge is right now. You have this little position for yourself. You got a building. Why not just build yourself up right here? You have some, he has 4 bunkers in his loadout right now. If he wanted to build himself a little port-a-fort, he could probably get away with it. Right now, he's chill. He's kind of in a good position where a lot of players are going to be rotating to where he is because that is a very southern pole. So all of these players on the north side are going to start rotating onto him. He's got some free windows to take a few shots. And if it gets rough, he has another elevation to go up or down. So this is the place you want to be in. Look at this Fridge loadout he has going for him.
That one's just very healthy. This guy might be the truth. But that being said, the truth shall set you free to fight some elims to people, is what the quote was, right now. He's not fighting any elims whatsoever. It's kind of tough. Not the same main character we know.
He's got 2 eliminations. I feel like that's a decent spot to put yourself in with 530 damage above Storm's damage threshold as well. He is definitely in a place where he can kind of just play a little bit passively here in this building and let everyone enact the chaos around him. Interesting, going for the shot there onto the trash can just in case someone wants to go for that angle peek. He gets just a little bit more vision onto them. Hey, I mean, if you have a few seconds to do whatever you can, you might as well make sure that your setup is advantageous as possible.
Very true. Looking at what happens when it goes back to the limelight, unfortunately. Or should I say, fortunately, little bunker found at the same time, used immediately. Fortnite found, I don't know which one it is. We're big chilling. Tanner, up on the business. Autowood Boulevard. So many people here now, Kelly. This is insane.
And just look at that zone pulling more and more south. We are practically touching the southern edge now of this zone. And there's just so many players still in Storm north of the zone. They're going to have to be making these crazy rotates. And hopefully they're going to be able to just run their way through because they want to make sure they're holding on to those jetpacks, holding on to those crash pads until the final moment right now. Much like Cubis, kind of staying on the edge of Storm. He's going to wait for everyone else to rotate in front of him. He only has one porta bunker left, so he wants to be able to hold on to that. And if anyone is launching after him, that means they might have visibility on where he lands. Patudo definitely has a lot of visibility on him, but that's not going to mean anything when he gets the elimination and now gives himself just a few more refreshes. Another player they're going on for the third party, but that doesn't mean anything to Patu as he goes for the second elimination.
Very good from Patu. The whole server starts to move down the middle right now. I'm still looking at the kill, just the elim feed to see if anyone is relevant in terms of that top 10, still getting elims after elims. 428 up for Patu. Does a really good job of being scrappy in these situations. Nice use of that wingsuit to be able to get all the way towards the dead side, deep inside the zone. Hit up a little bit, but he understands that it's just, you know, shotgun pellets. They don't do much. And AR, though, pushing him farther and further in the sky. No way. Just fry. Exactly what you do, my friend. Your name is your action. That is insane.
That is just rough. And you could tell that he handled that so well for so long. But when that many players are focusing on you, there's just only so much you can rotate and survive. You can see no one else is moving. That zone pulled very little. So everyone's kind of able to stay in their spot. And because of that, everyone was able to focus on the players that were rotating. And that does spell disaster if you are the only one in the air. Now, if there's 50 other people in the air, rotating becomes a lot easier. And I'm guessing Cubis is going to be hoping for that moment, but he's kind of got a good position right now. He doesn't have access to visibility on anyone else, but for right now, he's just worried about rotating. Kurama as well, with only 14 points left, is looking to just get a few points on the board to solidify himself in this zero builds competition, but he is in the far back of Battlewood Boulevard, and he doesn't have a backpack, so he's going to be using these crash pads to rotate, but with this, he's going very quick and immediately finds himself at the front of the pack.
It's tough. Getting bullied left and right, but the bunker will just give him a bit of reprieve. That being said, half the battle on the ground, the rest of the battle being skipped inside the sky. I can see a few gliders starting to go, a lot of gliders starting to go here. It'll be very tough. Past that, a few people landing immediately, finding their space inside their bases. Exactly where the zone is. At both Fridge, 3 eliminations could be a lot this game if you choose to start to change a bit more. Jumping all the way down, zone bunker comes in. Things are looking good.
Great bunker placement right there. Actually gives him just a little bit more protection with the other bunkers kind of encircling him. He's able to still get a little bit of visibility, but that is an upwards visibility, so he's not going to have the advantage there. If I were him, oh, great play right there. He could just hear them, but another player does go on the aggressive for him. Is Fridge able to recover? He does still have the refresh. Actually, no, the refresh is now done. He's got 3 medkits to his name, though. You have to hope he throws down this bunker and is able to get the medkit off. Great plays coming out from Fridge right there.
And now moving over to what else he can do. Fridge up in the business, 32 left alive. The zone's going to be even smaller and moving away from everybody. The majority of the server is actually on that right side, so this should be a very, very tough move. When it comes to what's on the way, it seems like there's a hill that might impede some of the flyers once they're low enough, but definitely kind of uproots on who's on low ground unless they can get around it.
And there's the tornado. The spiral of arrows. You know, we need one of those twister trucks that they throw in. They can track everyone or something. That's what it looks like right now. If you ever seen the first Twister movie, it literally is a bunch of arrows on a computer screen going around in circles. So Dan Hope, with only 40 HP and no health, definitely seems to be sticking up into the air as long as possible. And I love these little moments where the players peek down, just quickly peek down, because obviously if they look down too long, their avatar is going to start dropping down as well. So to see them just to try and get whatever information they can with the littlest visibility is so funny.
They're trying to dip their heads down just a little bit. At the same time, make sure that they're not stalling by any means. Truly is comedic, and I'll hear even less shots as the next kind of group of flyers starts their engines. Up in the sky we go!
Wow. Tiger winner. with 162 points. Actually, one of our top competitors, hopefully positioning themselves to be a winner, as their name suggests. But with 0 eliminations, I'm guessing that they're going for more placement heavy than they are going for elimination heavy. They are currently in our top 10 though, but they're in our top 10 with 2 eliminations overall. So I love to see the different strategies coming out of our players, and we can definitely see the strategy from Tiger.
Yeah, his is just to be able to stay alive. At the same time, need to make that difference as fast as possible. Take Yolando up on low, still popping off. 20 people left inside this penultimate match. People falling right beside Tiger. You got to be safe. Sliding all the way down. Tizzy up for the business. Starting with 4, going for more. There's 5. Can we get 6? Superman status. Ring around the rosy. Not going to find much but a wingsuit to be able to get right back into the sky if he wants to. Let's see, he's a bit more. Lots of shotguns in the way. Finally getting it off. And now we have another porta bunker to put down. Tizzy is in control.
I love it. Waiting to use that wingsuit, though. You know, everyone else is using their wingsuits as much as possible, but Tizzy is taking this opportunity for the chaos down below to go for more eliminations. Tiger, though, does not care about elims. He cares about living. So he's going to go back up into the air, whereas everyone else without wingsuits is going to be down below. But honestly, Shayo, I don't think it's the worst position to have only 10 players left and being down below. Even with a shotgun, as soon as players drop down, you're going to have a chance to get a few shots in. Is Tiger going to go for shots? No, Tiger goes for the bunker and goes for the running away. He does still have the backpack. Is he going to get another shot off before he pops the slurp right there? Going to give him just a little bit of heals and another opportunity to pop off this backpack before the zone closes even more.
I don't need to fly now. It's just all about action. 5 false going down to the storm. A bit too much pressure. Luger also down 2. 4-way fight. Tiger Winter bursts it up. It's just RNF breaking up in the business. It's not going to be enough. It's going to be what? Noka going up with another win. Okay. In the business against Brick, the GOAT of no build, has graced us with a victory royale. That is insane from Noka.
I was not expecting anyone to get 2 victory royales out of the 0 build competition, but for it to be Noka, one of the players that started off the competition real strong, getting a 2nd place, and then said, no, that's not good enough for me. I'm going to get a victory royale, and then does it again. We can definitely see a player shining throughout everyone else, and that is the name of Noka right now. But we do still have one more game to go, and we're going to have to look at some highlights before we look at our leaderboard. But Shayo, I do not think it is just done yet as far as our first place spot is concerned.
Not at all. For now, when it looks at, you look at first place, you look at even the top 10 so far, everybody is performing out of their minds, and the ones who are not are getting placement every single game. So if that's the case, the top 10 is kind of shaken up, and then the top first 2 teams as well, the gap is getting even wider. So maybe first is solidified after that type of win. I mean, that was kind of unprecedented overall today in general. And again, Kelly's right. If you did miss some of the games so far, here's what was going down. That is a little bit ambitious. Oh my god, I mean, the flying is crazy on all sides.
And I love this play from Patu, but unfortunately for him, another player jumping into the third party, and that's what you have to worry about going just a little too aggressive. Oh, but I say the third party, but Patu was able to recover. I believe it was actually right here where Patu unfortunately did lose that shot. He played so well and just had too many players going on the aggressive for him. Kurama, though, not one of our more aggressive players that we normally see as far as eliminations go, but we saw him with 800 damage above Storm Surge. So definitely one of the players to get the most tags. The Fridge right here at this end run was doing such a good job finding all these sneaky players hiding.
Definitely getting a lot of rewards for it too. In terms of sneakiness as well, I'm liking the reads, kind of the opposite of people trying to be sneaky. The reads that some of these players have all the way towards the very end, like Yolando, some of the people, Break as well, knowing exactly who's where, going for the certain fights before starting others is really cool. I enjoyed a lot when it comes to just the approach here and some of these really high adrenaline moments. These players have their own way to deal with it. They're already so mature when it comes to competing. I can't wait to see where they are in a few years, whether they stick with no build or they do anything else, man. These guys are all so talented.
It's really crazy to see some of the players that I was doing research for that they have already been competing since like 2022, 2023. And so to see them, how much they've already grown from that, and you can already see the improvement. So you can only imagine where they are going to improve from here. And the only way they're going to improve is by being in these high level lobbies, such as these PlayStation Cups. So I know we like to talk about the prize pool a lot for these events, but also just give getting that practice, getting these like events under your belt just makes you a better player time and time again.
It's genuinely facts. I would not doubt that whatsoever. Again, looking at winners, Noka twice, Glossy in the business, Slicks, Vision iFox. The pattern here though is always to be able to make sure that you are performing as much as possible whenever possible, right? That's the entire approach. I think Noka's doing the best so far, the best chances to move up, get those elims. Now match 6 is coming up. It'll be a much different game. I'm with Kelly in the terms of like, I want to see a lot more water zones. I feel like they're the most interesting, or at least something that has like crazy levels of like elevation, because then that forces the players to have innovation. Speaking of the players, 238 for Noka, Disney close behind.
Wow. So close. That
Right?
is a 35-point difference. That is definitely within the realm of possibility of Noka having something go wrong in this final game and Tizzy being able to jump up. Even KRB, Curb, and Trippy able to kind of do whatever they can to just get those few extra points. This is not over just yet, but what I love to look at right now is how many eliminations our third and fourth place players have. That is just 4 and 3 eliminations respectively. And honestly, that might not be the gameplay that you're looking for, but regardless of how you like to play, being on the top of the leaderboard is the most important. And if that means that they just need to survive and not get eliminations, and that's what's working out for them, I love to see them use that to the T, to exactly how they need to. And it's not like they're going for heal-offs or anything. We haven't seen any heal-offs. This is all just them playing by surviving, utilizing the map to their advantage, and making sure that they're using their utilization at the exact right moments.
Yeah, the tactics are not about, stalling the game or staying away from players. The tactics are about, stalling for a fight, or just waiting for the right time to just go berserker mode and get like 5 eliminations. I think everybody working for that is a very valiant way to be able to play that no build zone and be able to just get some impact onto the server. I want to see even more. I think we have one more game left. It is loading up, so we'll almost be there ready to go. Any thoughts so far before we jump into it, Kelly?
Well, I was just talking about these passive players and giving them a shout out. I also want to give a shout out to our aggressive players, Andy, right now, with 24 eliminations, almost double that of anyone else. I love to see it. He is one of the only players, actually possibly the only player to get double-digit eliminations, and that is including the Battle Royale mode as well. So we just are getting a little bit of a taste of everything right now. We're seeing early aggression, we're seeing late game aggression, we're seeing the players stay down below and go for the eliminations, and then the players flying up into the sky. We're just getting a little bit of everything right now, Shayo.
I'm liking that too. It's kind of what we asked for, like more chaos on all sides, not just the very end. And we've been seeing it through some of these earlier games with chase downs. That being said, some people not showing up to the game, which is totally fine, right? You want to cut your losses, totally cool. It might get even more intense in the 6th one, to where people will show up, play very aggro, trying to go for that, overall domino effect of trying to get as many points as possible. You're doing the math. I need 200 points to get this threshold. That means if I elim like 10 people and get top 40, it's good. Those people will start to exist in the final game. That'll make the game that much thinner. It just might be Elim Palooza in this next one, Kelly, and that's before the final zone 2. That is crazy.
Oh man, I wonder if anyone's going to be landing on Noka. I know that's not a very common thing we see here in the PlayStation Cup, where second lands on first, but I would love to see just a little bit of aggression, a little bit of something else, because Noka is definitely running away with it right now. So if these players want to fight for this first place spot, they're gonna have to focus him. But we're only going to be able to find out what happens in just a few short moments as we get ready for our final game, everyone. It has been a long day, Shayo. I feel like we're pulling out some like 2020 at Fortnite right now, because I haven't had a 7-hour day in quite some time.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute, and honestly, I've been enjoying every part of it. The build system was so sick. The no build system with some of the player personalities, and the support from the scene as well. We didn't get this much feedback when it came to like the care people have in watching no build in the build section, Kelly.
That's very true, and that's what I love about these Earbuild fans. They know that they are here for a good time, and now we are here for the final time, everyone. Game number 6 for our PlayStation Cup Fortnite Zero Build mode, and taking a quick look at our first place player. That is Noka with 238 points right now, chilling in the collider area. Lots of loot down here, lots of opportunities to set himself up for victory in the final game.
Yeah, up, down, all around. Make sure to search every single nook, corner, and cranny. And at the same time, the coolest things about Zero build is that it doesn't take that long to get everything you need to at least get active on one player inside this map, and you can use their POV and their story once you eliminate them to take their loot. You basically looted their POI and their entire loot path, and move that forward to try to win the entire game too. So it'll be interesting to see if Anoka does exactly that, or focuses more on looting themselves and not worrying about hindering other people until the very end.
I mean, man, just looking at where they're dropping right now, we can understand just a little bit about why they're able to make it into the end game time and time again. One of the only players we're seeing just kind of having all of this area all around them to themselves. And with it being a solo competition, you just kind of expect everyone to be on top of each other. There's only so much, ground to cover before you kind of land onto everyone else's POI. So to have Noka here all by himself and have this chance to kind of loot up and take a few moments, a few quiet moments right now. I wonder what Noka's doing. Are they watching the stream? Are they meditating?
If it's the stream, Noka, I want you to jump 3 times.
What's the delay?
That's what I thought. You think it's that big of a delay? There's no way.
No.
Well, with on Noka, we'll see what there is to do next. I mean, one of the things that we saw, I think there was a Porta bunker there next to the Porta, the super relevant one, at least in the last game a little bit. Is that what I saw?
A Porta bunker? No?
Yeah, it was like a legendary drop, maybe even. I forget, but I swear to God, I saw one.
Oh, I'm not too certain of what you're talking about, but I don't think there's a Porta bunker in the game. And chat, please let us know. You guys are always right and we're always wrong. So let us know if there is a Porta bunker or some kind of legendary utility item in the game. Vlix, though, hanging out in this sweet skate park. I took a few cars here and did some sweet alley-oops and some sweet flips.
He's looking at it. These are the Porta bunkers. I'm talking about the Porta fort. I think I saw one of the Porta forts in the last game, maybe getting big and active, but I don't think there was the entire one. Maybe there was just someone stacking a bunker on another bunker. It's all good.
Yeah, I don't think there's any Porta forts. I might be wrong, but right now, Drox by himself over in Humble Hills. A lot of everyone with their so much space around them for free, but as the zones dwindle down, that's going to be an issue for Storm Surge.
Less people, though, also makes it so that there's less surge overall. So that relationship's been pretty interesting to see. Not as many people going down to it or being pressured by it. That being said, I think it's so much more solvable in this one, right, Kelly? I feel like we've seen so many times where someone's boxed up 9 damage under surge that we saw in that last build competition, and you see the people, but you can't actually get the surge, right? Spamming out a wall, spamming more boxes. Big thing too is I see you fighting for your life. Big thing too is some of these situations, I forgot my train of thought entirely. Some of these situations just tough for the players. They're tough. You got to get used to them.
Especially in this
you can
position.
Fix the toughness.
Well, I feel in this position right now for a lot of our players, especially our players like we're watching Para right now with only 30 points right now, it is tough. You want to make some improvements. You want to make sure, even if you are in the bottom of the leaderboard, that you're at least improving. You might not be necessarily at the top of the leaderboard, but for me right now, it is improving as a competitive player. So what are these players doing to maybe not necessarily get the best game they can, but to make sure they're at least improving and learning from their competitive series, the tournaments that they're going through. So Paralyzer right now taking this opportunity to kind of just hang out in the bush. They got heals, they got utility. I already appreciate kind of the meta shift that we're seeing from this player.
Gotta be careful with it though. Lots of wasted time means that if there are people going for elims and you're not doing it, you are falling behind. So Mr. in a fight as well. Gonna hit a few shots, so does not finish the job, but as a result, did he do it? Oh, for the way the less damage, that's kind of tough.
Going to be using Gunner's own crash pad, though, against him and go into the building that he expects to see him. However, you know that Gunner just had a few seconds there to really hide. Are you going to be going up or are you going to be going down? Now, actually, looks like Mr. does know where Gunner run to, and Gunner's now going to be running away, giving some visibility as to where he's running to. Honestly, standing still might have been the better position for him. Mr. is going to be going on the chase right now and using all of the crash pads that Gunner's placing down himself. Slam now going on to Volta right now. 0 eliminations for him, but Mr. is going to finally get the elimination. Now focusing back onto Slam, looking to make a replay from Rister right there, going for the elimination onto the Volta. Volta opens the door and says, please, go right here. I will give you this elimination for free.
Maybe able to put one on the board, Slam, big chilling, but at the same time, what do you choose to walk away with? Lots of gliders, lots of crash pads. Looking nice so far. Humble Hills, big chilling. Royale, probably on the south side, there's concentration. At the same time, it's a while to move into the zone. 7 people going down. You have to understand that the entire map will be a little bit less sparse when it comes to players, just because a few have gone and a lot of others have tried to go for 50-50 fights that might have not gone too well. Magic number will be 62 players. We'll see what these guys can do. Genuinely could all have even numbers, could all just go to that field in the middle and play like a very big game of I don't know, tug of war. I don't know what's available, but check it out.
War, but they do have games, lots of engagement in this new map, which I've loved. Most specifically at Cartman Land with they have a few little games over there that you can play and do, which is really very cute. Lando, though, he's not worried about playing any games. He is just worried about making his way into zone, and having a free gas station here is going to give him an opportunity to find some more heals and potentially farm up some more ammo. But right now, focusing back on Slam, who we saw get that elimination earlier on. And with his focus on the player to the west of him, it looks like he might be going for elimination number 2 against Marquitos. A few shots coming out. Great shots coming out. The bunker does go, and he responds with a crash pad himself. A few more shots, and that is going to be... Oh, that has to be a sliver of health, and he is aware of it. He is going to go on the aggression, and that is going to spell it for Slam. 2 elims now, and just in zone number 3, there's plenty more to come.
Tough one, because where do you go from here? You found so much around you. The aggressive player, the biggest question for him is where else did he get aggressive? And it seems like it might be right here in a second. Is brother alive? All right, we're chilling. We're gonna keep moving.
Moving on into zone. Doesn't seem too concerned about the other players. Didn't have the visibility of them, or just wanted to make sure he found a position in his zone. And honestly, this right here is a great, and he has some natural elevation there, allowing him to get a few more shots. Saul getting a few more shots onto Mr. Oh no, Mr. able to get the elim, but unfortunately does give all this incredible loot onto Saul. Saul, though, getting third-partied himself, does pop the slurp. Is he going to be able to run away? And looks like he's not turning around for the engagement. As I say that, he does turn around, but Lulu not going to be returning fire. There's going to be an opportunity for both of them to recoup their losses and go back into zone.
You say go back into the zone, they're going to be getting eclipsed by the zone for now. That's the tough part. Lulu wants to search for this one. No player can actually move into the zone from here without getting just shot at 24/7. And I was about to say lose all their mats, but it's about losing their HP pool. We're going to chill with this side of the stuff. Saul, not going to see much just yet.
That is a big storm they're going to have to be crossing. Karama shooting at the bush and missing every single shot. Unfortunately, the bush does shoot back. I have to wonder if that player just took a few more seconds to allow Karama to jump into the bush with them. Would they have more of a chance to get the elimination? Karama, one of the only players I've seen hold the Sovereign shotgun, possibly not finding the twin shotgun anywhere. But with a purple is not going to be the worst situation. Taking a quick peek to see if that player is going to be going on the aggressive, but looks like Karama's going to have a chance here to take a few moments, figure out what they want to do. Slam is slowly making his way over. Is Karama going to be able to use this to his advantage, though?
Definitely get the drop on him. Misses the first shot. Oh no! We'll try to chase. This might attract some of the eyes from the people outside this fight, outside this POI. No builds allowed. Big 84. Someone in the bush, though, just watching all this happen. Rama gets one. Minteezy in the way to maybe influence this. Again, match number 6. Every single moment matters. You go down here, that is your journey over. If you were top 60, you might fall out. If you're top 10, you might end up getting less money in the top 20. If you're Solari Kurama, looking for as many points as possible, you want to win this end game, you want to make it too.
And this honestly might be their game to win right now. They are one of the only players I've seen hold on to 2 guns as long as possible. But Alu right now getting very low. He does have bandages, he does have med kits, but that's not going to matter if there's another player fighting you, and if you are not able to get up that little bit of a hill right there. Instead, shifting focus back onto healing instead of engaging and actually going deeper into Storm, going towards the 4 fields. And interesting choice right here. As low health as he is, hopefully going to be able to find a few more med kits over in the 4 fields before re-engaging back into zone.
Gotta go. So far away. Finds another one. Yep. Good look fine for now. You're going to be left with just the twin shotties as well. If you do get into an altercation, Surge will just be about shotties too. All right, falls for the moment. Also big chilling. Everybody's standing still at Sus Studio. Something sus for the moment. It looks like Tuco taking out Himothy. Himothy, one of the players that were in one of the end games, looking so good overall.
Wait, is this like a mini-map issue? Or like why everyone is literally
no, it's not
moving?
Genuinely. Kelly, why move though? Why move, you know? It makes sense. Is it annoying? A little bit, but it makes sense.
All right. Well, luckily Zone is pulling north of Sus Studios, so eventually they're going to have to move. No? What is this red arrow doing? What is False doing? Why is no one looking? Just look in a different direction, please. Give me some sign that you're alive. Okay. There we go.
They're here.
Oh my goodness. I thought everyone just disconnected at the same time. Fortunately, though, we did not have a server-wide DC. False still has an opportunity right here with 177 points, actually also currently in our top 10 right now. A lot of our top competitors still in it. A few of our big names, though, do go down early. So some chances here, some players to break into our top 10, potentially even our top 5, or dare I say our top 3.
Breaking into the top 3 would be an achievement. Here's one of the perspectives as one of the people that could possibly do it again. Andy and Rust and Trust, whichever one it is. The approach so far to these games, slow, methodical, making sure you're checking every bush. Making sure, look at this. These 360 sweeps before he pushes in, understands where the base is in front of him. Does he want to push in as well? Is a good question. I mentioned on the bottom, it could be yours.
I mean, he's definitely slow and methodical, Shayo, but once he has downloaded you, he is going to go for that elimination. This is the player that was able to get double-digit eliminations right now, so I love that we can see kind of him being able to play both sides. He's able to play passive when that's what fits best, and then when he needs to go on the aggressive, he does it so well.
One of his opponents in the business, Jox, will be here. Very tough to get him down too. I mean, another careful player, and the map is starting to shape itself in this final game. Left side is the topic of discussion. Everyone's gonna need to move.
Only 42 players remain as we reach kind of the half point of our game right here. And Drox definitely not in the position he wants to be in right now, with no heals and only a little bit of utility. He's definitely going to be playing the passive game like we see him playing right now. He's waiting probably just to hear some mobility, waiting to hear the rest of the players moving around him. He doesn't want to be the first person to drop into zone. And with just a few seconds left and with him already being on the edge, he's going to have to make a play. And it looks like that play is going to be... all right, I mean, you know, use the stealth and then get rid of it. That's fine. Drox, though, going into the air right now, not going to be waiting for everyone else to go first. Instead, he's going to be landing, able to throw down a bunker right there and find himself a nice little nook to save himself.
Will the nook pay off is the question. Rotations starting to happen as our end game forms slowly. 40 people in this one, around 10 or 20 lower than what we've seen before. Saul in the business. And again, this is the end of this specific PlayStation Cup. This is the last game. So if you want to change your destiny, you should be playing this one really well if you're inside. Not finding much again. Okay, the map itself is going to split up into 2 halves. The more congested vertical side is on the right, where Saul is towards the left. It's almost like, you know, just huts for houses all the way on the bottom. Everybody kind of living in a makeshift portion of the map, a situation, and then maybe clashing a little bit more compared to the right side that has these towers. You saw something in the feed.
I want this to go to Lethal Lab. No! Oh, I thought if I said it fast enough, it would happen. That's okay. We're going to get a bonus zone, though, so this is going to be a lot of fun for our players, especially the people that don't have any backpacks to their name. Noka, our first place player, 255 points right now, staying alive, but with no eliminations. They're going to have to make sure that they get a few more placement points. 34th place isn't bad, but they're going to make it into that top 10. That's really where this placement points start to impact the top of the leaderboard. Kier right below him. You can see the movement. Noka aware that there is someone right below him. And it looks like he's actually going to forego the backpack and instead go for a crash pad play. That's a little bit riskier than I would imagine him to do, especially with this far eastern zone pull. Let's see if it's going to pay off.
Definitely an all-in. But the question is, what can you do if you just have 9 wingsuits and that's about it, right? One of these pushes has to be with that crash pad, maybe. But at the same time, save it for a gunfight. Save it for a dire circumstance. Unfortunate. Staying inside. That's on her teammate. That's just tough. Noka down. Naughty L2 up in the sky is just spinning. He's looking fine for now, just eating all that placement.
Oh my gosh, Noka going down in 30th place means that there's definitely opportunities for second, third, all the way down to 5th place to really jump up the leaderboard right now. We can see, though, in game number 5 was much more aggressive. Right now, our players are playing super passively right now, and they're making sure that they survive. They're not going for these elims, but by surviving, they might just get enough points. That is 60 points for a victory royale, and 53 points, if I'm not mistaken, for second place. So much to gain right now, especially with Noka in our first place going down early. Is there going to be anyone that is going to be able to climb up the leaderboard and steal away that first place spot?
I'll have to try. I'll have to push for it. Kiri has a lot of work to do. Could be the entire lobby, but he has to get proactive with it. He can't just wait for someone to run into his shoes. Wow, this is tough. Already some problems. And he's sky high with another director who chose to be that high as well when it came to watching Oppie. That's fun at the same time. Went all the way down. Trying to see what is good. Not going to see much just yet. And Zangi active inside the feed. And Saul's down.
Oh my gosh, I
bump.
forgot if you bump someone, they drop down. And it makes me kind of curious
drop?
as to why no one else, I don't think you get fall damage, but I'm wondering why no one else isn't trying to just ram into other players. And I would imagine that's because if you get rammed in as well, you might drop yourself. But my goodness, so much sophistication in the flying here right now to not bump into the other 40 players that are up here with you.
17 players now. 3 more zones to go. Do I hear more bullets? Not really, but Karama's the one falling. Jarmuid and still in the business, getting the trade. So And is on the ground right now, Kelly, farming anybody who's not sunflower seed in the sky.
Oh, and I love it. And he's got the mythic pistol as well, so that means that he can go for these long-range tags. He doesn't just have the shotgun, and he sees the player right there down below him. Is he going to be able to get the final shot before Storm does? No, I don't. Oh, actually, yes, he does get credit for that. So, Trust, now 3 eliminations, another shot going on to one of the players. Is he going to be able to get that? I'm not too certain if he does. No, he does. On to Kier right there. Now 4 eliminations.
Only one person on the ground with him. Now no one. Everyone else kind of flying down. Crash pad to get the actual boost all the way up and make it secure. This is where Traversity, I guess. Actually, it is just Travesty, not even Traversity. Travesty for some of these other players. And he's still in the business. Looking for a few shots. Escaping. They know he's low, almost down. We cut off. It's Milor up top who lands, looking for something. Rude landing. The elevation is so weird. Diagonal. These bunkers don't even get to cover anything. This is so tough. Milor up in the sky, dodging a few shots. Where's he gonna go? Lands up, double jumps again, up top, almost sliding down. Someone behind him, he doesn't see him. 22, back up. It's not enough. A final jump into the storm. He goes down.
But the players that we got to watch do a really good job. Also still with 8 eliminations once to it. Double-digit eliminations going up into the air, though. Are they going to be able to get the last 2 elims? There's only 3 other players alive right now. They don't need the double-digit eliminations. They just want to go for the win right now. Lulu, can you do it?
Ooh, playing scared, trying to go for the shots. 1v1 situation. Brick in the storm. Brick falls again. Another second place. Lulu with the late fly, gets the W. I can't believe it. What a match. What a passive type of endgame. What a floaty situation with Andy just kind of reaping everybody down below.
That was so, we asked for a different game, and that was very different than the other 5 that we had. I felt like game number 5 was actually our final game because of all the chaos that we had. But I love to see the shakeups. I love to see the players understanding what they needed for success, and they brought that into the final game right there. Big shout outs to Lulu for winning our final game, but we do still need to tabulate all of our points, make sure that we have everything calculated before we name our winner for the Zero Build competition. Who will be joining Clixie, our winner from Battle Royale earlier on? Well, Shayo, we're going to find out in a few short moments. Slam going on the aggressive right here, right now, bringing out the shotgun, going on this early aggression, which we did not see from too many other players. That is exactly what I love to see, though. And a great shot coming out from there into the air. Saul also trying to do his best going in the early aggression. Honestly, I was a little bit shocked at just how passive the competition was in the mid and late game, but how much early aggression we saw. Kurama here getting this elimination, which definitely paid off. We saw him get into the top 20, definitely leading himself up the leaderboard after we saw him have kind of a rough first starting of the games. But Noka, one of our players, the only player to get 2 victory royales and able to get just a few more placement points. Hopefully that was enough to hold their spot in first place. And of course, we had to watch Official getting Elam after Elam, holding on to that mythic tactical pistol, and another tactical pistol right here coming out of Andy. We just saw how much devastation Andy was able to do to the lobby all around him, and Kier doing such a good job getting this elimination, but unfortunately does eventually get eliminated himself. What great rotations though coming out of Kier there. Andy though holding on for the final moments as there was just a few players left to bring the action.
Yeah, things were just looking absolutely heated all the way towards the end of this game. Wall jumps off. This wall for Andy was nuts. Lulu wrapping around the tree to just get that line of sight broken, and then Brick trying to go for the chase, baited into absorbing that storm for a bit longer of a time. Mechanics towards the end of the game were amazing. Shout out to all our winners all the way, from match 1 to 6 again. Ninja Night Fox in the business, Noka from Radiance just winning that game and showing us that they're here to stay and pop off. Plawsy again, Slicks fan favorite in the chat. Noka comes back, wins another, oh my god, and then Lulu was there too with that final match 6 win. An awesome display of chaos, I feel like, Kelly, here inside the Fortnite PlayStation Cup Zero Build. It just looked insane.
Yeah, especially in comparison to what we saw from the Battle Royale mode earlier on today. This was a complete 180, so chaotic, so random, and you really just couldn't predict how these players were going to go. But what we could predict after those 2 victory royales was Noka coming out on top, our winner for the PlayStation Cup Zero Build mode. But Kirby definitely put in their best effort, Shia, with just 5 points behind first.
So close. It's all about those elims sometimes, and Noka was not only doing the stuff in the skies, but also just absolutely wreaking havoc down below. 29 eliminations for Andy, though. I mean, that is crazy. If the rest of us that were just watching, a lot of the people on side of this board, congratulations, genuinely congratulations to the top 20. You guys put in the work. I can see the passion, the skill that's required to play the Zero Build consistently. It's not easy, Kelly. It's an actual tall task.
Whew, it's a tall task, but it is not too difficult of a task if you guys want to join these players as well. If you want to be a part of all the action here in the PlayStation Cups, well, make sure that you guys are following the PlayStation tournaments. It is honestly one of the best places to play Fortnite competitive. They have so many events going on. Shayo and myself have been doing this now for 3 years. We have covered a slew of different PlayStation Cup tournaments between Reload, between solos, duos, Zero Builds, Battle Royale. They bring everything. So please make sure you guys are following PlayStation Online, on console, wherever you can, because you're not going to want to miss the next upcoming tournaments. But for us, Shayo, we had an incredible, long, but amazing day. Final thoughts before we wrap everything up.
I just want to give a shout out to both you and the production who were here today, just going through some of the issues that were happening earlier on. Really good pivots, observing, still locked it down. We were in the business, showing as much as we could. It was an amazing day, and honestly, to the community as well, the amount of feedback we were getting in the chat, the amount of people that were watching, interested, cheering on their best players. Thank you guys for showing up. It was an awesome day so far.
It was an awesome day so far, and hopefully the rest of your day is amazing as well. Another shout out to our incredible audience, to all of our competitors, and of course to you guys as well, our future competitors that are going to be joining the Battle Bus here on the PlayStation Cup, because we can't wait to see you. But until then, take care of yourself, and we can't wait to see you on that Battle Bus.